This year, a new chapter begins. Peter Otto redefines the classic. A new name, a new season, for a new story. Season starts now.
It's been a year since we were last here, and I cannot wait for the racing to start again. This is the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or at the fantastic Dijon-Prenois circuit. 9 turns in all, draped over the Burgundian countryside, and what a view. My name is Bruce Jones. Alongside me, Andrew Marriott. You were here back in period when you used to hold Formula One, but it's kept that nature, hasn't it? It's a proper historic circuit and absolutely brilliant for historic racing.
It really is, Bruce. It's very analogue here, isn't it? Yet the place is beautifully kept. It's very well manicured. Yes, 5 Grand Prix held here. I think 4 of them were French and 1 was called the Swiss Grand Prix because we are quite close to the Swiss border.
Yes, of course, after the 1955 tragedy at Le Mans, no racing within the boundaries of Switzerland. So that was one in 1982, wasn't it? Keke Rosberg won that in his championship year for Williams. But it's such a packed agenda. Brilliant circuit for people to spectate. You can sit at some corners and see many others. Loads and loads of car clubs draped all around the circuit and getting out on the track too.
And absolutely. And the thing about this particular meeting is it's about the oldest classic car race meeting in France. It's been going longer than any of the others, more or less, where our organisers started their great journey. Patrick and Sylvie Peter, who started all this originally. So it's a terrific track. It's got lots of swoops, there's lots of elevation changes. It's not that long, it's just over 2.35 miles, 3.8 kilometres that is. And it's even got something strange. I only found this out today. It's got a very long straight. It is the Straight of the Weasel.
For why, one wonders?
I don't know, but
look it up at home, see if you can find out.
I translated the name of the straight, which I have on a French map. It's the Straight of the Weasels. Lots of fans here, lots of car clubs here. We're going to see a lot of Mustangs later, but we've seen some very interesting cars out there in the club area already that are quite rare. But it's mainly about the racing, because we've got several races coming up today, and then we've got a whole programme of races tomorrow. They've been practising from Friday morning through to lunchtime.
Yeah, looking at the conditions today, the wind just picked up a little bit. It's been broken cloud, largely blue skies, but a little bit of cloud over, but not too warm, which is actually really good for a lot of the cars. And we're kicking off with a 2-hour race starting at 13:40, 60s endurance, 2 hours. We then followed that with the Gentleman Challenge. That's the first of their 2 races. They've got one on Sunday, 45 minutes apiece. Then the Porsche 2-litre Cup race.
Well, that's always competitive.
Which it is, and that's an hour and a half today. And we round out starting at 25 past 6 with a 45-minute race for the Classic Endurance Racing 2. Think sports prototypes and host of Porsches abounding. But the paddock is brilliant. There's so much access for everyone, and great to see fans lined up. There are a lot of stalls for them and lots of merchandise stands I've been trying to swerve my way past.
You have swerved so far?
I have so far. I feel I may stumble at some stage. But again, the spectator banking, particularly overlooking Gauche de la Bretelle, the downhill left-hander behind the paddock, turn 4, and then it drops down the slope to a parabolic. Fantastic start-finish straight shot there, because it shows it drops down towards the first corner, which really adds something. We were noticing today as we came in, the touring cars were out, and they have to brake a whole lot earlier than the prototypes do when they turn in there.
Of course, one of motor racing's greatest ever wheel-to-wheel battles was here. That was René Arnoux and Gilles Villeneuve, wheel-to-wheel around a complete lap, and everybody thought it was the battle for the lead.
No,
Actually, it was Jean-Pierre Jabouille in a turbo Renault.
Taking the first win for Renault.
Yes.
But it could have been a 1-2, it could have been a 1-0, couldn't it? Because that battle, you know, wheel-to-wheel, banging wheels, interlocking wheels, uphill, downdale, sensational. Still one of the greatest last couple of laps at any duo.
Yeah, I was involved in the American telecast broadcast of that, and I can tell you, Ken Squire, the main commentator, went absolutely mad. He was terrific.
Okay, I tell you what, we're a three-person team because it's me and Andrew in the commentary box, and down in the pit lane we have Vincent Franssen, who's going to work off a very big lunch and have a great time down there talking to the drivers.
Hi Bruce, hi Andrew. Welcome in my office for the entire weekend here. We are in Dijon-Prenois, as you said. A wonderful track for those wonderful cars from the past. Of course, the program of the afternoon: 3 races, 3 long races, 2 hours, 1.5 hour for the 2-liter cup, of course, and we'll have a 45 minutes race for the Gentleman Challenge. I'll be here. If anything happens in the pits, I will go and ask the driver to explain their problems, to explain how they won the race. And in a few minutes we'll be on the GRIDWALK, because the afternoon will start with the GRIDWALK, and it will be an opportunity there to make some interviews. The interviews about the 60s endurance, and it will be a kind of premiere 60s endurance so early in the day, but we will have a great fight once again between the Cobras, the E-types and the Elans.
Yeah, very much a 3-legged race in so many ways. Up front, it's 2 AC Cobras, or Cobras on the front row. Both of them Daytona coupes, the more streamlined versions, but the Jaguar is in there. Lee Mole will be starting the best E-types in 3rd place. But just as look at the you know, that grid, as we heard from Vincent there, we'll have a grid walk. And again, these are some of the aspects that if you come as a fan, you get a chance to do what you don't do a lot of meetings. It's that very special moment. We've been doing it for a long time, Andrew,
yes,
but it's still magical.
Look at that concrete terracing there. That was put there originally. It's very, when you drive into the circuit, there is a tunnel into the paddock. They have photographs up there of the actual construction of the race circuit, and all around the place there's lots of photographs of the history of the place, all beautifully presented. So the history is brought forward to the current day. They don't have major races. This is probably the biggest race meeting they have at Dijon. They have French touring cars and things like that. But also, you might have seen it from the overhead shot. There's a very good kart circuit here as well.
Yeah, it's just if you were going down the start-finish straight, it's on your left-hand side. You can't see it because at that point the straight is dropping away. But as you can see, there's a shot on the screen now. This is the final corner, turn 9. Uphill, long right-hander. And then you continue rising. Pretty much the crest of the start-finish straight is in the middle of the pit lane. Then, as we said, you drop down to the first corner. But looking at some people getting this corner right is quite the reverse of people getting it wrong, because
yes,
it lures you in too soon, this corner, bite too early on the corner, and then you may find later in the race your tyres will not help you.
So we are coming to the 60 sports car. So we have most of the leading contenders here. We have the people who won last year. We have the people who have won the 2 previous rounds, of course, of this. We've had 2 rounds of this championship already. We started off in March in Barcelona, when we were there, and then we moved on to Spa. So there's a bit of a pattern set, but actually the pattern's pretty similar to last year. We've got last year's champion in this race. We've got the 2024 champion, Olivier Galland. We don't have the 23 champion, strange enough, but the one person they're missing is Jonathan Mitchell, who's one of the top E-type pilots, who's had a third in the first round and a second in the next one. I'm not quite sure why Jonathan is here. Maybe he does race some modern GT.
He does. He's now now that GT3 is a historic category.
Yes,
he's very quick in that as well. Quite a lot of we don't have all the rounds of all the series of the Le Mans Classic series here today. This weekend we're missing. Some of them are saving up for Le Mans.
Yes.
The Le Mans Classic, Group C racing, and the Endurance Racing Legends. So basically our sports prototype classes. And in many ways those are almost the least suited to this circuit. This is better for the less powerful cars. But Le Mans Classic will have. The director of all to do with the Le Mans Classic Series, Mark Owen, will come in hopefully to have a chat with us, maybe during this first race, and line up, because, of course, this year for the Le Mans Classic, we're doing things very differently. More to follow on that.
Yes, but we do have the first round of the Classic Touring Challenge, because we didn't have that in 2 previous races. So that'd be interesting to see. Lots of great touring cars of the past coming up. But this is we had 2 different types of Cobras. The Shelby Cobras, the coupes, and also the more muscular-looking or typical Cobra, which there's many replicas now. The Daytona Cobras in this, I think they only built 6 in period.
5 or 6. It was very
there's a bit, yeah. And none of these are original. People are building. I don't like the word replicas, but they are some are genuine content. Shelby, who confirms that some are sort of Wright, another I think there's one firm that's got a license to build the Shelby ones, but they look great. They look absolutely fantastic because you've got this great thumping great Ford V8 engine in it. Very different to the E-Types. You've got your beautiful straight six motor, and the V8s probably make a bit more power. And I think the E-Types probably handle a little bit better. I think the Cobras tend to be a bit harder on rear tyre wear. In a 2-hour race like that, it will be a consideration towards the end. And also, we've got a situation, we've got a few Lotus Elans in this, and they're pretty nimble. And towards the end of these races, you suddenly see the Elans are suddenly up in the top 4 or 5. If a race like this was in Britain, we'd probably have TVR Grand Tourers. TVR Tuscans V8 with the same engine actually as the Cobra, but we don't have any of those here. We've got lots of nice Lotus Elans. I noticed that one of the Brits who was one of the quickest Elans, Ross Hyatt, he's been put down because of track limits, which he contends, and he's been with his computer showing the onboard shots to the race control, but it did not make any difference.
Yes, he was trying to find the stewards earlier to find out. And there was one driver we noticed, no names, no pack drill, who did 16 laps of the car and not one of them counted because track limits excess. But again, this wonderful high view down over the circuit. Just look at that sinuous flow from that first corner where you're doubling back. Yes. What you can't see so much is the gradient change, but it drops the corner in the middle of the circuit, that long left-hander. Yeah. You go down towards the bottom left, and the steepest corner is the next time, the long right-hand uphill corner. You can pitch your car in so deep into that. Of course, that's extra loop. That didn't used to be there.
No, you can't even see the old bit of track anymore, I noticed from there.
Yeah, they put that in because they wanted the Grand Prix needed extra length.
Yes, they did.
Again, a lot of circuits do get modernised. For years, Magny-Cours, for example, later home of the French Grand Prix, was a small circuit in the middle of France for club racing only. Yeah. They rather enlarged it, to put it mildly, and brought it up to Grand Prix contention. Still seems extraordinary. This is the country that had the first ever Grand Prix, 1906, on a road circuit in and around Le Mans. We don't have a French Grand Prix. We don't have a German Grand Prix. We were talking about this yesterday. It just seems extraordinary these days.
Commercialisation, overruling history, and many other things, actually.
Yeah, so celebrate the Silverstones, the Spa-Francorchamps and the Monzas.
France might get away with it because there is another race in
this weekend.
It's this weekend in Monaco, almost France, but no German Grand Prix with one of the biggest car-making countries in the world not involved. But politics and economics and commercialisation.
Right,
so big tyre barriers you see there. All the gravel neatly raked, but may have a few cars visiting it a little later. Big field for this race, Bruce. And on the pole position, the father and son Harts from the south of Holland. David Hart, I'm just looking at his website the other day. He's got about 34 really nice racing cars, plus quite a lot of nice road cars as well. And they've all got lots of different pictures of every car. So if you go on to that Hart Racing Team, or what's it called? DHG Racing Team. Yes, you'll find it. So anyway, they are on the pole and should be very competitive indeed. They won this race last year from an E-Type by 6 seconds, which was the Jonathan Mitchell car. And then Maxime Guénard, we heard a lot about him over the weekend. Maxime Guénard, who counts this track as his home track.
Yeah, one thing worth pointing out, this is the Le Mans Classic Series, okay, but we have 9 different categories this weekend, 9 different races, effectively, and what one series gets 2 bites of the cherry. We rotate through, but quite a lot of the drivers, you'll see their name popping up in various races because they're the lucky ones, like David Hart, who have a very nice collection of cars.
Maxine last year won 3 of these championships. So there we are. David Hart is #1 in logistic warehousing in Holland. He builds all the big warehouses all those trucks go to, and probably where all the plows come out of as well.
This is one of the wonders of commentating with Andrew Marriott. He knows the business background of pretty much everyone. And let's face it, a lot of people in this series have incredibly successful businesses and interesting career stories to go with their passion of racing. This is their hobby, though.
The interesting thing is David Hart has been racing over 30 years and started with Dutch supercars and things like that. But he's still very quick.
Yeah, he is.
And probably his son Ollie is a little bit quicker, but it's not much in it. And this grid, I think, is made up of the aggregate times of both drivers. So that gives you some people driving on their own. So Maxime Guenard's the other one to definitely watch for here. Lee Moll, the best of the E-types.
Here comes the sound.
That's right.
You could
Daytona.
A couple of Daytonas coming out first, then you have a Jaguar third place coming out. That's Lee Moll. So you get these very, very different engine notes, and as you can see, they're intermingled. The first, the regular 289s coming out. I think that was Xavier Dero's car. That always goes very well. Yeah. Right, this is the 60s endurance battle. 2 hours of racing, driver change in the middle, and I'm going to have to throw this one in very early. We have something called the Burden of Glory.
The Burden of Glory.
Which is a magnificent name.
We've never heard before.
Until this year. It landed when we were at the opening round at Barcelona. It's safe to say it's a sort of sliding scale according to your success, your age, and your shoe size, I believe.
Yes, all sorts of different factors. We have a big chart.
Yeah.
But anyway, it does make a fundamental difference to what's going to happen to the race, actually. Because different people have to stop for longer when they do their mandatory pit stop.
Okay, so we are going to go down from talking about the Burden of Glory because Vincent has got the first interview of the day with the man that makes it all happen down on the grid.
On the start grid of this Circuit of Dijon-Prenois with one of the marshals, that's the boss of the marshal, Gilles. We're so happy to have him here on this track. There are many marshals. We'll see them quite often this afternoon and tomorrow during the race. We'll do the interview in French, of course, we are in France. Gilles, première question, on est sur le circuit de Dijon-Prenois. Ce Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, c'est un meeting important durant l'année ici?
Très important, c'est un des... On va dire, ça fait partie des 6-7 gros meetings de Dijon-Prenois, quoi, bien sûr. Il y a beaucoup de voitures, des beaux plateaux, des vieilles voitures, des belles voitures, qui font beaucoup de bruit surtout, c'est bien, c'est important. Et voilà, c'est des voitures de collection qu'on aime regarder, quoi.
Alors on sait qu'avec les voitures anciennes, il se passe pas mal de choses sur la piste généralement. Combien de commissaires de piste sont présents cet après-midi pour les premières courses?
À vue de nez, moi je dirais 120. Bon, grosso modo, ça tourne toujours 100, 120, quelque chose comme ça, quoi. Parce que bon, il nous faut grosso modo 3-4 commissaires par poste. Comme là dans les stands, on est 8. Parce qu'il faut du monde dans les stands pour placer les voitures, tout ça. Donc voilà, en gros 120 quoi. 120 autour de... Sans compter le médical et puis tout le reste, hein, de la sécurité bien sûr.
Est-ce que c'est compliqué de réunir de telles équipes ou est-ce qu'il y a encore un engouement, une passion suffisante pour réunir tout ce monde?
Il y a de l'engouement, bien sûr. Tous les gros meetings avec beaucoup de voitures, des belles voitures, les commissaires de piste sont toujours présents, quoi. Ils répondent toujours présents. Il n'y a qu'à regarder, je sais pas, le Mans classique. C'est extraordinaire. Il y a plein de voitures, il y a plein de commissaires. Je pense qu'ils refusent même du monde. Donc voilà. Il y a toujours de l'engouement, bien sûr.
Merci Gilles. There will be 120 marshals on this track this afternoon for the first races, and we have to think about them because they will be very active during the race. You know, with all the cars, everything can happen at any time. So they have to be there. They have to be here, and they have to be very cautious.
Vincent, thank you. Fantastic interview. And Andrew, that's the point. 120 marshals. And you tend to think of marshals for when things have gone wrong and they need incidents clear up. But they're in this race. There's going to be a huge spread of time from the slowest Lotus Elan to the fastest AC Cobra or Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. They've got to be busy on the flags as well, haven't they?
That's right, yes. Several different classes, of course, in this. Strangely enough, the E-types, I don't think are in the same class, are they, as the Cobras? Because the G-type's in a class called GTS 12B and the Cobra is a GTS 12C. I think that's based on engine capacity.
Yeah, that indeed is the case, because of course, as you pointed out, the Shelby Cobras have anything up to 7 litres. A lot of them are actually the 4.7 litre block, the 289, clearly the initial engine they put in before they went large, and the Jaguar with 3.8 litre. Car number one, looking at that there, that's Guillaume Maillet, always a feature. He's starting second. He's on the outside of the front row of the grid. But what's so fantastic is now seeing people pouring out just to get that sort of atmosphere out on the grid, and it's very welcome indeed. David Hart out of his car.
There he is. He's going to start. There's his crash helmet on his roof. Maillet's an interesting guy because he's the son of the founder of an outfit called Equipe Europe, and they are probably looking after about 35 different racing cars this weekend, including all the Guenard Mille family cars. So Guenard Mille are the two families that started Richard Mille watches, and they're huge enthusiasts and both the sons grew up together and race sometimes together and win together and sometimes race against each other. Indeed, as they're probably going to do in this race. So.
It's actually lovely to see them after a race, whether, you know, if they're both on a podium or whatever, or someone a little bit late out to come and play, but a little bit of a heat haze out there on the grid, but actually conditions very, very comfortable indeed for those in cockpits. Whereas Spa-Francorchamps was very hot indeed. So let's go down. We talked about car number 1 on the grid, Guillaume Mahé, and he is about to have a quick word with Vincent down on the grid.
That's the start of the GRIDWALK here in Dijon-Prenois. So many people on the start grid and the cars from the 60s Endurance. First interview will be in French. Première ligne pour Guillaume Mahé avec Maxime Guénat. Alors Guillaume, on va d'abord parler, avant de parler de la Cobra Daytona Coupé, de l'équipe Europe qui est présente, je pense, avec quelques voitures ce week-end.
Écoute, comme d'habitude, on est bien présent. C'est notre circuit préféré. On s'entraîne tous les ans en début de saison. Et là, on emmène plus de 20 voitures ce week-end. On est bien placé partout. On a de bons espoirs avec Maxime ce week-end, comme Yves et Armand, comme les autres chez nous. Donc on va donner le maximum en espérant être au meilleur endroit à la fin de la course.
Guillaume, c'est un peu particulier, mais on attaque avec le SIXTIES Endurance. Normalement, c'est le samedi soir. Ça change quelque chose pour vous? Pas du tout.
Eh ben, on a un peu l'habitude, après 15 années d'horaire le samedi soir, on a un peu ronchonné, mais bon, on va voir. On est aussi ouvert aux nouveautés. On verra bien. Il ne fait pas trop chaud, c'était la peur. Donc je pense que ça devrait aller.
Rapidement, troisième et dernière question. C'est un sprint à 220 minutes ici, clairement.
Exactement, 100%. C'est comme les qualifs. Malheureusement, on peut pas faire une erreur. Sinon, on a quelques gens devant et derrière pour nous prendre la place. Voilà, ils vont pas se faire prier.
Merci Guillaume. Guillaume Mahé, driver of car number 1. It's a Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. We'll go over there with the poleman. The car on pole position is the car number 41. And the driver is a Dutch driver. It's David Hart, just next to his car. David, pole position. It's a weekend that started quite good for you.
Quite good, but I hope we will stay there, but I think I will lose a couple of places, but I will catch it up.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm not sure of myself, that's the problem. But now I'm back to where I started, and but it's a learning process. But yesterday it didn't went bad.
You are father with a quick son, Olivier Hart, of course. How difficult is it for you to put a time and then to see that Olivier can go faster?
It's terrible. It's really terrible. I can be proud, but I feel I'm not proud. I feel old.
It's a kind of sprint of 120 minutes here, this 16th endurance race.
Yeah, I hope so. I like to race. GTA went not so good, but Lola went okay, but we went on old tires, so we start on new tires and the race will be nice. And this is also old tires and now new tires again, and we will see.
It's probable that we will see the Hart family on the victory lane 1 time, 2 times, maybe 3 times during this weekend. We'll be back, David.
The problem is we get punished, so that is compared to the other ones not honest. We get I think 30 seconds penalty, so it's really hard to get that done.
Thank you very much, David. Have a good race. Et puis, it's a battle between the Cobras. We saw 2 drivers with Cobras and the E-Type Jacks, of course. We'll go and see one of the drivers, iconic drivers of this Jaguar E-Type, James Thorpe. James, once again in this 60s endurance, it will be a battle between the Cobras and the E-Types. What are the chances of the E-Types here?
We thought they were better than they are. We thought we would be a little bit closer to the front, but the Daytonas and the Daytonas are faster than us.
So what can you expect? You go here for the win, or you go here for a podium, or what's the feeling?
I'm only here for the win, but that's never guaranteed. I haven't won yet this year, so yeah.
David Hart just told us it's probably at the start of the race I will lose some places because the guys behind me are quite quick. It's a good news for you.
But who said that?
David Hart.
Good that he said that. I'm very happy.
I can understand this. Thank you very much, James Thorpe. This is the atmosphere here on this GRIDWALK of the 60s endurance here in Dijon-Prenois. It's quite funny.
Vincent, thank you very much indeed. Good atmosphere down there on the grid, but
Absolutely.
very interested how sort of slightly negative David Hart is.
Yes.
And he did mention he mentioned the burden of glory.
Yes, but it's talking about a different race. They weren't in the top 3 last time, so there's no burden of glory. So he actually has 35 seconds advantage over the Guidwalk car.
Okay, in fairness, he was talking about also the Lola T70.
That's what he was talking about with that post.
And also when he said the GTA, he's racing glorious little red Alpha Julia Sprint GTA as well. So, like a lot of the drivers, we said, they've got to spread their talent across 3 totally different cars. So that's part of the beauty
So
of it.
here the burden of glory is definitely working for David and Olivier Hart, because they win this, they get it next time. So that's how it works. There is a complicated chart of all the other. I don't know how many elite drivers we've got in this. Lee Mole is not one of them, but there are plenty. I think Andrew Jordan's in this, isn't he? He will be an elite or one of the gold drivers.
Well, good to see. We haven't just got the coupes out there, the Daytona coupes. We've got the regular 289 Cobras, and just looking down at one of those kind of a 65 on the grid. Plenty of talking. That's the Kolb family car.
Yeah.
I like the fact it's still got California number plates on that one.
Yes.
It's a rather nice little touch. The Kolbs obviously do a lot of racing at the Nürburgring, but
That's a nice shot, because we've got Daytona Cobra, then we had an E-Type, then we had a regular Cobra. I didn't call them a regular Cobra, but a chunky Cobra.
just by the way, you have to look down to the 3rd class, to the 18th position on the grid. Even Ivanov, who just flies in his Lotus Elan, but
He's got Morris, hasn't he, co-driving with him?
Ed Morris,
who's trained him and who's very good.
So, I think it's time to go down and have another interview, because Vincent's working very hard indeed. The driver he's about to talk to is Phil Keane.
Back on the start grid with one of the pro driver, we can say that, with Phil Keane. Phil, same question as usual. Sometimes, some weekend, it's modern racing. Then the next one is historic racing. How is it possible to manage all this?
I mean, the classic cars are great fun to drive. I mean, it's a completely different discipline, but these cars are just brilliant. And to have so many cars on the grid this weekend and to be at Dijon is fantastic.
We saw in Spa that there were new categories, of course, with Peter Otto, the GT3 revival. It's something very interesting for you, because from modern GT3 to historic GT3, it says GT3.
Yes, and I was actually driving a lot of those cars in period, so it feels like going back in time, 10, 15 years ago. So it was great to get back in. I'd never driven an Aston Martin before, because I drove a Porsche back in period, so it was good to experience another brand and another make, and great to see people using the cars.
Just tell us about this race, 16th endurance. We see the start grid, and it seems that the Cobras Daytona Coupe are maybe a little bit quicker than the E-Type Jag. What do you think about this?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, last year, I think everyone's got quicker. The Daytonas are definitely going well this weekend, and I think we'll have our work cut out to keep up with them. But Lee's done a great job. VMS have done a good job with the car, so can't wait to get going and see how the race pans out.
Phil, you can confirm this is a sprint of 120 minutes?
Well, it's a sprint race for 120 minutes, but we need to look after the old girls, because they're getting old.
Thank you very much. Phil Keane, driver of the 180, and we'll go further to try to find a French driver, Armand Mille, the son of Richard Mille, of course. He's with one of the Cobras Daytona Coupe, and he's over there, Armand, for the interviews. I know that he doesn't like it at all, but we will do it. Oh, il est passé où, Armand Mille? Le voici. On va faire une interview. We'll do the interview in French, of course. Armand, départ ici. Je remarque que votre voiture n'est pas tout à fait à l'avant de la grille de départ. Vous en pensez quoi?
On a eu des petits soucis au niveau du train avant. Du coup, on a réglé ça. On verra ce que ça donne en départ. Du coup, c'est Yves qui commence. On va en espérant qu'il fasse quelque chose de sympa. Mais j'ai tout à fait confiance en mon copilote. Et non, je pense que ça va être une course très chouette.
On en parlait avec Phil Keane juste ici avant. C'est un sprint de 120 minutes. Cela dit, ça reste une course avec des voitures anciennes. Donc il faut aller vite tout en préservant la mécanique.
Exactement, c'est de l'endurance. Il y a la boîte, le pont, il faut faire attention à tout. Même aux pneus, aux freins, il faut essayer d'aller vite, mais tout en douceur. Mon copilote est enfin arrivé, il était au pipi room. pensais qu'il était tombé dedans. Mais...
Once again, this atmosphere. Thank you very much, Armand. And we go and see Yves Semama, who will be at the start, and we can make the interview in English with Yves Semama. He lives in the United States of America. Yves, with this Cobra Daytona, first of all, he was quite upset. Your teammate, you weren't here 3 minutes ago, so he doesn't know where you were.
I was doing a pit stop, early pit stop.
But everything's all right for you.
Everything's fine, just perfect. I'm just making me a little nervous, once in a while. But that's the experience that talks. I do the pit stop early, so I don't have to do one later.
Of course. Just let's speak about this race. 120 minutes. It's a kind of sprint, of course. But those cars are historic cars, so you have to be careful.
Yes, they are historic cars. You have to be careful. The brakes, they're not modern cars, so you have to nurse the brakes. You have to nurse the tires. They wear out an hour and 20 minutes. It's a long time for these cars.
You were not the quickest during the qualification, of course. So what's your expectations for this race?
We'll see. We'll try our best. Hopefully we can go our step forward a little bit, one car at a time. Maybe the talent can do something for me. We'll see.
Voilà, that's it on the start grid of this 60s endurance. You see that it's quite funny, of course. A very good atmosphere here. We have the sun. It's not too hot, so ideal conditions for this kind of race.
Thank you, Vincent. Good to hear from Armand and from Yves. But one thing that's really worth pointing out, it's a good 10 degrees Celsius cooler than it was at Spa-Francorchamps. It was a very, for the longer races there, the drivers got out of the car and, they carried on cooking for a while.
Yeah, that might help the tyre wear a little bit, of course. So Yves Semama, he also races the Toj, 3-litre sports car we'll see later. He's from, basically, these days, he's from Cincinnati now. He's Swiss, went to Cincinnati, built up a magnificent business of machine tools that they make over there. Him and his brother sold that business now, and he's just racing. But he still spends 6 months of the year in Cincinnati. He said, my wife's still over there at the moment, and then 6 months racing in Europe. It can't be bad, can it? But he's a lovely guy, actually, and a huge enthusiast, and got into racing relatively late in life, actually, but he's quick. And interesting to see his co-driver, one of Richard Meals, 7 children.
Well, there we are. Many children, many cars. And one of our children is Vincent Franssen. And he has Damien Kohler down to sort of yet another driver to go in a Cobra.
And the last time on the start grid with Damien Kohler, car number 16 is a Shelby Cobra. We'll do it in French. Damien, voilà, on est au début d'une course où on voit quand même que les versions Cobra Daytona coupé de la Cobra fonctionnent particulièrement bien sur ce circuit Dijon. Vous le voyez comment avec votre Cobra traditionnel?
Alors c'est tout à fait logique dans la mesure où nous, il ne faut pas oublier que c'est une voiture extraordinaire, notre Cobra, mais c'est quand même un fer à repasser. Alors que dans le cas d'une Cobra Daytona, il y a un profilage, c'est pas pour rien qu'ils l'ont fait. Et aujourd'hui, je dirais raisonnablement, c'est 2 secondes plus vite, surtout sur un circuit comme Dijon, où sortie de poids jusqu'au bout de la ligne droite, la pénétration dans l'air est absolument fondamentale. Donc c'est logique.
C'est quoi les difficultés du circuit de Dijon-Prenois quand on est au volant d'une voiture? Alors on sait que la Cobra, elle a une tenue de route moyen-moyen, elle freine moyen-moyen, elle tourne moyen-moyen. C'est quoi les difficultés?
Alors contrairement à ce que tu dis, c'est pas tout à fait vrai, ça freine très bien. La vraie difficulté, c'est que c'est quand même une voiture avec un châssis assez agricole, comme on pourrait dire. Et donc, on a une voiture qui se retrouve souvent sur 3 roues. Et on a ce qu'on appelle un sous-virage qui est un petit peu compliqué. Mais c'est une voiture tellement fun parce qu'elle téléphone tout ce qu'elle fait. Donc, elle nous prévient en disant « Attention, je vais décrocher ». Et donc, ça nous permet de la récupérer assez facilement. C'est une voiture extraordinairement fun à conduire et très sûre parce qu'en fin de compte, on a de moins en moins de problèmes sur les Cobras. Elles terminent toutes. Et le plateau qu'on a aujourd'hui, il est juste fantastique.
Justement, parlons, et je m'adresse au pilote expérimenté Peter Otto que vous êtes depuis de très longues années, mon cher Damien, vainqueur du Tour Auto, on le rappelle quand même, très récemment d'ailleurs. Quand on voit l'évolution de ce Historic Racing devenu Le Mans Classic Series avec l'apparition de nouvelles catégories, avec clairement du monde sur les circuits, avec du live maintenant pour les courses et tout, quel regard vous jetez sur tout ça, Damien?
Alors moi, je suis extraordinairement reconnaissant à Peter Otto, d'abord à Patrick Peter qui a eu le génie de créer toute cette série, et maintenant l'équipe de marque qui est qui fait un travail extraordinaire et qui continue l'œuvre de Patrick Peter, mais qui met une certaine modernité et un complément de qualité sur le sportif, sur l'accueil, sur le public. Donc moi, je suis très heureux. Il y a beaucoup de jeunes pilotes qui arrivent. Moi, je suis là, je prends mon départ de ma 544e départ de course depuis que je fais du VH. Donc, et moi, je suis ravi de voir cette mixité des âges, des compétences. Alors, c'est vrai que quand on a 30 ans, 35 ans, on a, je dirais, une niaque encore plus importante, mais ça reste un immense plaisir et vraiment, on est très heureux d'avoir la chance d'être là.
More than 540 historic races for this guy, Damien Koller. It's a very, very experienced driver.
Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it?
That's astonishing. But actually, look, as he's mentioned, that you can do the Tour Auto, you can do many classic rallies. They've just had one a few weeks ago.
Yeah, they just had the Tour Auto, of course. One of our competitors won that. We'll talk about that later. Just going back to the Phil Keane interview, he mentioned the preparers. It's Valley Motorsport over there in Shropshire, in Market Drayton. They build a lot of these and rebuild E-types. They're famous for it, and they do a great job. So that'll be interesting to see how, if those E-types can, towards the end of the race, get on terms with Valley Motorsport. Founded by a guy called Nigel Morris. It's run by his son Dan now. They've got a nice setup down in the paddock. One of the nice things about this meeting is also the way the cars are all laid out. They try and keep them in all the groups. Although if you're a team running cars in 2 or 3 different categories, you try and put those all together. But everyone's down there happy to chat. And what number plate have we got on there? Another American. I have never seen so many Cobras in one race. And I've seen a lot of races. I've never seen this many.
Well, I thought it's astonishing. Damien Koller described it very well. He said it's a brilliant engine. The car's not bad, but it's a bit agricultural. At various points, it wants to go up on 3 wheels, so you've got to fight it. But then he just stood back and went, yeah, but it's fun.
Yes.
If you've done 540 historic races, you probably found the sort of cars that are fun to drive.
Yeah. Just looking at the Morris Ivanhoe. Elan is the fastest. Second is Kyle Tilley. Now, Kyle's also racing in Paul Ricard this weekend, I think.
So goes the theory. There's a 12-hour race run by the Creventic series, and he will be doing a bit of transporting between the two. Now, a driver who's always quick, Olivier Gallon, here he is on screen,
here he is.
getting his hair in place. He's starting 4th on the grid in the number 6 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, and he's one of the many drivers who races many, many cars, and we've seen him recently in the Panos, the LMP1 Roadster. He was out in the Jaguar.
Had a Jaguar win this season. He's got a Nissan Group C car. He's going to drive at Le Mans. And we see a drone going over. He lives in Dubai. He just flew in on Thursday. And he's in the perfume industry. And they make a lot of the essences that lots of different perfume companies use. I think basically he's a scientist, a chemist, but family business. And that's what they do. But he loves his racing. And his dad races as well. And we'll see his dad a bit later racing. But first saw him, got aware of him when he brought one of his silk-cut Jaguars over to Goodwood. So he does race in the UK sometimes. So there we go.
So that's the sign for the people on the grid to clear away. David Hart with Olivier's son just leaning in. You can see the breeze.
Open face helmet, because it's hot in those cars. So I'm putting my money on them, mainly because they haven't got the handicap of the others.
In fact, you can see that's a car that races at Goodwood. It's got one of the 4 house badges on the floor. David's been racing at Goodwood for 20 years.
You do the Goodwood commentary, catching up with how that whole house thing works at the members' meeting passes me by, I'm afraid. It even includes the results of a tug-of-war or something.
I will paraphrase. There are many events that the public can do. They all get assigned one of the 4 houses with their ticket when they arrive. And at various points, they can go and do axe throwing, buggy driving, and do accumulate points. Then the drivers all accumulate points to the houses as well. It's something to, make a full day even more entertaining.
Like old school houses. It's a bit of a throwback to a public school system.
Right.
Right, there we are.
2 Cobra Daytona Coupes. The one on pole position was built by AC, and the other was from Shelby Cobra, because, of course, Carroll Shelby, that inimitable racer, businessman, Le Mans winner, 1959, Aston Martin gave that market's breakthrough, but he drove the project forward, having initially taken an ACA chassis from a company from Thames Ditton on the west side of London, but then eventually they became AC Cobras as well. But to start with, Shelby Cobra was the name, and then the Daytona Coupe was created, because though we had all the grunts down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans, where they were desperate to take on the Ferraris and things, the turbulence just made it so difficult for the drivers. And then Peter Brock designed this streamlined bodywork, and it's
bright yellow. You often see it driving around Tunbridge Wells. He's a hairdresser.
What sorcery is that? I think right now we'll focus on the cars.
He loves it, but it just doesn't look quite right, actually.
Doesn't sit well or on the road, perhaps. But right now we've got...
He loves it, though.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, actually, in all reality. So what are we facing? And at 2 hours of racing, obviously the driver pit window will open, you know, before the hour mark. It's open until just after the hour mark, and it's going to be a case of how much rubber is left on the tyres for the drivers who do the second stint. So David Hart, in some ways, has the easy position starting from the front of the grid, doing the first half of the race. Son Olivier will have to weave his magic on tyres that aren't quite as sweet when he gets on board.
One person we haven't mentioned is John Spears, starting ninth. Nigel Greens always drives with him. Nigel Greens will take that car over. That is a Jaguar E-Type lightweight. Now, that is one of the original genuine lightweights that Jaguar built. They built 12 of them when they were going racing with people like the John Coombs team and stuff. That is probably is the only original light. Lots have been recreated. Actually, the originally were going to build 16, and they only built 12. I think it was a fire or something in their factory. It might be 18 and 12, but anyway. But the other ones have since been built, but I think they're so expensive, people are not racing. But John just got his MBE the other day for services to charity, and Nigel Greensall went along to the palace with him, and Princess Royal presented his gong, which is great for John. He's a supercar mentor. He goes so quickly for a guy that's in his 70s.
No, he really does.
And Nigel Greensall, you know, it's all this success he has, he's 62 years old.
Well, I can think of worse ways of keeping fit.
Yeah.
Driving assorted racing cars pretty much every day of the week.
John's very understated, you know. Been hugely successful in the financial world in the past. And that is a very nice car. So that is prepared by CKL down there in Battle in Sussex.
Now we get to see the cars without any interruption. So it's the combination of Shelby Daytona Coupes. They're the streamlined cars, the first two cars in the right-hand row of the grid, and then E-Types in the mix, and then regular shape Cobra 289s in behind, etc. Down to 18th place for the top qualifier from the GT2 class is Ivan Ivanov, Bulgarian racer, sharing with Ed Morris. Lotus Elan, 18th on the grid. The next Elan, a little bit further back, Porsche 904-6 Carrera. Guitar driving that, Carrera GTS. Again, in the smaller class, that GT2. We'll focus on the classes as we go through the race. But here we are at Dijon-Prenois, the 60s endurance category about to kick off. 2 hours of racing. Of course, this is the rolling beginning, but we'll get the cars around after their formation lap. Time to get heat to the tyres, time to get the driver fully focused.
Now, even when you get to my age, you see things for the first time. And, well, I said I've never seen so many Cobras, but I've never seen a pace car with a windscreen strip that says leading car. That's a new one on me.
Now, I noticed I was driving around the paddock yesterday when we were having a little walk around. I wonder what it says on the back window. Follow me?
Maybe, yes.
Airport.
Look at all these magnificent, all kinds of different colour schemes.
And look how tiny the little Lotus Elans look around them as well.
Yeah. Brilliant design by Colin Chapman. He's got an interesting chassis, which is a central spine with sort of basically 4 legs that come off it, which the suspension is hung. They've got a little 1220cc Coventry Climax engine in them. Coventry Climax being a company that used to build engines mainly for stationary fire pumps and things like that, but went on to build Grand Prix engines. So.
This shot as the field comes down to Village de la Bretelle, which is the 4th corner. You can see the gradient drop. And then in the corner, the background of the shot is where the drivers turn to the right and they get sort of cupped by the circuit. It's a very, very steep uphill corner, but it means you can brake really late into the corner, carrying more speed than you'd expect if you looked at the circuit map, because it's a corner that turns to the right by about 140 degrees. But there you can see the compression coming up the slope. And then they get a whole face full of sky as they get up to the crest there.
Yeah. So, Yeah, if you're into driving circuits on the computer, this is a good one to have fun on, I think. Oh, I'm not...
Even better in real life, I'd suggest. But...
even so, yes. That's
and also, if you like your food, we looked at the prices yesterday. There's a Michelin one-star restaurant just literally in the first village away from the circuit.
Yeah.
So if you're organised, you can book yourself in.
Why did we not have the budget for that, Bruce? I wonder.
I think they know how much I'd be going around for seconds, but
yes,
130.
Well, we did. We actually spoke to Callum Lockie earlier on, and he did go there last night, but he wasn't paid.
So I saw Frank Stickler nipping in there as well when we were having a little look.
And it was all very beautiful.
It did look stunning.
And
another time, perhaps.
9 different courses, usual thing.
we say hi to Frank Stickler, and he just walks
in. Walks in. That's extraordinary. How did that happen? Is Frank going to kind of join in for a bit?
Well, we'll get the race started.
We'll get the race started, Frank. Yeah.
So we've got expert eyes. Of course, Frank, contemporary Nürburgring superstar, and even more magnificent in historic races. He's going to have a look at this because the start of this race, it's a 2-hour race, but here we are. It's thick on the ground with Cobras. We've got Jaguar E-types, and then further back you've got Porsche Carrera GTSs, but it's mainly the Lotus Elans in the minor classes. You can see a couple of the Cobra Data coupes are right towards the back of the field. A Ford Mustang in the mix as well, so they're going to be rumbling through, but the start's going to be vital. Downhill run to the first corner, turning to the right.
We haven't mentioned Brad Bontrop will go quite well in this, the Dutchman. And who else is in there? Well, and Saif Assam also will be quick. He's starting 8th.
Yeah, not all these drivers are regulars, but here we are. It's their first race here at Dijon-Prenois. It's a massive treat. Brilliant crowds here, fantastic atmosphere. Warmish but not too hot weather. 2 hours of racing about to unfold for the 60s endurance grid. Who is going to be to the first corner first? You can see actually a really good start from some of the E-types making a move, but if you're going to go round into the first corner past the Cobras, you've got to go on the outside. Not happening. Neat, tidy, but a huge amount of rumble, and the best of the little Lotus Elans even off holding his position. He'll just be coming into shot, mixing it with the Cobras. There he is, the little white Elan in the background with the blue stripe, but the front of the order, it's all pretty much the same, except just trying to see who's made moves. I think Myers...
David Hart.
He's taken the lead. Yeah. Okay, so a bit of a real change was Olivier Gallon coming up into second place, the number 6 Cobra, so he's tucking in behind. But at the moment, David Hart has things under control, and Gallon is being challenged for that second place. Again, scooping into the 5th corner. The first 3 already starting to make their break up the hill.
Yeah, up the hill, steep climb, then completely blind as you come over that crest, and then down into this left-hander, this swooping circuit here in the Burgundy area of France, the gastronomic capital of the French country, so famous for its cuisine. A little Porsche going through, Mr. John and B driving that. We finally discovered what the B stood for today. We'll tell you later.
Yeah, save something for about 1 hour, 45 minutes into the race. Best of the E-types is in 4th place. We heard from him on the grid. It was James Thorpe. He really fancied having a crack with the front runners. Didn't think he had a chance, but he was quite uncompromising. What are you here for? To win?
Yeah. James works on the management of the overall Goodwood organisation. And he's an excellent driver. There's a bit of a challenge, I think, here, look. And the one car going to try around the outside. I don't think he's going to do it. He's not going to do it. And there's the 43 Jaguar going well, though, James Thorpe.
Yeah, being followed through by Lee Mole in the grey one, and Olivier Gallon having had that move up to second place. He's tumbled down the order to 5th or 6th, 5th across the line. Savio Dayro tucked in behind. Both of those challenged on the opening lap of the race, but the Cobra Daytona coupes at the moment, as they were in grid order, 41 ahead of 1, David Hart ahead of Guillaume Maillet. But now it's interesting to see how those E-types are really starting to come into the picture.
Let's not forget the jeopardy in here with the various penalties that people have got. Remember that the Hearts do have an advantage over most of the people. 35, 25 seconds, that sort of stuff. But that won't unfold for a long time yet, until we're sort of halfway through for the pit stop.
So I thought we were going to have a change of position for 3rd place, but at the moment it's still James Thorpe ahead of the dark grey version of Lee Mole in the battle of the E-types. Behind, spacing out a bit, a couple of drivers running a little bit wide. Got to watch out there. Down towards the end of the lap, you've got, again, a bit more of a drop before you start to rise up through this long final corner. This is the final corner. It goes on and on and on, and actually becomes steeper as you get towards the exit. David Hart running wide, but a better slingshot onto the start-finish straight for Guillaume Maillet in second place. When we have them coming over the start-finish line, I suggest the blue car is going to make a move on the outside line. He tried last time, but David Hart had the inside line in the first corner. It looks like he's going to be... No, he's been passed. Mahe did have a better run through the corner, as I suspected.
Yeah.
In the back of the E-types behind it is still James Thorpe from Limoges.
Pretty well as David Hart predicted before the start. He's gone back one, Limoges and well, both those E-types going so well.
Well, David Hart was, turned in a little bit early to that final corner, and it's such a long corner. By the exit, you're going to be running wide if you turn in early, and that's precisely what happened, and the power came on better for Guillaume Maé. So he's into the lead, and now, look at Limoges. He's right on the tail of James Thorpe in the 4th place E-type, and joining them is Olivier Galland, who had that good first lap, but there it is, the red band on the blue nose of his Cobra Daytona Coupe. He's getting closer. The muscle is starting to pay. Look, a challenge now for 4th place. Position change for 4th place. Galland ahead of Mole.
Yeah, it seems that about half a dozen have broken away a little bit from John Spears. And then Dayro after that. Neil down in 11th place at the moment. Bondrup, who I thought might make a bit of progress, still down in 14th. Until another minute. There's Olivier Hart. We're looking at lap times. James Thorpe's got the fastest lap thus far.
Certainly has, and in the battle of the GT2 class, the best place was 18th on the grid. That's Ivanov's Ilan. That's fallen to 19th.
Yeah.
It's got Carl Tilley, a whisker of a second behind in the second of the E-types. His is, E-types, I beg your pardon, Ilan 26Rs. His is white with the orange flashes on it, orange tail end. But at the front of the race now, Guillaume Maé just starting to make that break. He took the lead last time around on the start-finish straight. David Hart is maybe now going to slightly delay those behind. So great news. That's why that move very early in the race was so important for Guillaume Maé. He's got clear. Down the hill they come. In fact, you can say that half the circuit, there's so much up and down, and already challenge for 3rd place is coming. It's going to be a Cobra Daytona Coupe's 1st, 2nd and 3rd, unless James Thorpe keeps himself as wide as he can going into corners. Yeah. But certainly this was a corner, turn 5, where you saw the grunt of the Cobra Daytona Coupe. Last time it gained a position for Olivier Galland. This time he doesn't pick off another E-type. In 4th place, still a challenging. I reckon within a lap he'll have moved into 3rd. Well, let's see.
Quite interested. Obviously, have to manage the tyres a little bit, particularly Cobra. So I think you might be able to brake management going on towards the end of this race also. Interested guys leading Mahad. Interested his father now him and his father run this massive preparation business just south of Paris. But he started by the father racing an MG Midget. That's how he started, got into racing.
Who could have predicted? Who could have predicted?
Yeah, the French, because they have so many sports. They just love British sports, guys. They love TRs and midgets and all that sort of stuff. And there's quite a lot of racing. We'll see them later in the gentleman's race.
Well, do you remember 12 months ago we came down here, couldn't believe how many Austin and Morris Mini Coopers were there ready to play.
Yeah.
Phalanxes of them.
Yeah.
Now, let's look a little further back down the order. This number 31 pulls across. That's Philippe Dioc. He's got Baz Jansen's Cobra tucked in behind, and a bit of a gap back there. 8th, 9th and 10th with Armand Miel in 10th place in the number 3 Daytona Coupe. There it is in the green livery.
Yeah, they're Swiss drivers, aren't they? They're driving alongside Benjamin Monet, Philippe Gac, and not what I know that much about. So we got somebody in the pits. We got a Lamb there, and Vincent's already trotting down to see. It looks as if the Climax engine has given up, because I see the bonnet is already off the car. And looking down at the 1600cc twin cam engine, which also used to be in the Lotus Cortina, of course.
The old Twink.
Yeah, lovely little engine.
Oh, number 129, that's Jean-Guy Coquain and Bull Coquain, but...
the gold leaf colours, isn't it?
Yeah, there's sort of a bit of a nod towards those colours that arrived with Lotus in 1968. The red, the white and the gold still look crisp.
Yeah, I mean, the racing version is called the 26R. And there were some couple of ones with special body shapes as well. I remember the Shapecraft Elan was very quick. There's a lovely old Corvette there, just being I think being
That's Michel Grossvilliers. He will always be running at the back. There's no way that car could be competitive, but it's just lovely to see the variety. Up front, though, we're now starting to see a bit of a break from Guillaume until the last lap, where actually David Hart close in again, just half a second between them. This coming towards us is the battle for 8th and 9th position. And John Spears getting into the mix as well. And he's just tucked in behind Philippe Gioc. And a little bit of a gap, then the green Daytona Coupe of Armand Mill, number 3. So, unfortunately for that Lotus Elan 26R we saw in the pits, doesn't look as though there's going to be a great deal of continuation for them. But up front, though, just remember it's a 2-hour battle for the 60s endurance field.
Bit of a lock-up, though, from the second-place man there. Well, actually not, sorry, the fourth-place car. The silver with the bronze sections on the back. Maybe that was Kolb, was it? Locked up, was it?
I'll come back to you on that one.
I think we're going to have a pits interview in a moment, probably from the chap whose lad has given up. Yeah, so we could go down there, see what we've got, find out what has happened to the Lotus Land, but I suspect it's something to do with the engine.
It seems to be the first retirement of the race, this Lotus Elan 129. We are here with Jean-Yves Cocaine. What's happened qu'est-ce qui se passe sur la voiture?
On a, on ne sait pas exactement, mais on a un problème de température d'eau. Donc la température est montée tout d'un coup. Et du coup, le moteur s'est mis en sécurité, donc il ne prend pas de tour. Et visiblement, il y a une fumée blanche à l'échappement. Donc on a dû se faire un joint de culasse, malheureusement, dans le premier tour.
Ça veut dire que c'est l'abandon, c'est un peu court, ça.
Ouais, première course en historique. J'ai pas pu faire les essais chrono hier. Et là, c'est terminé.
Vous avez quoi comme expérience avant d'arriver en historique?
J'ai fait un petit peu de moderne, de rallye, d'endurance en moderne. Donc voilà. Bon, c'est une expérience malheureuse, mais on va remettre ça.
First historic race for Jean-Guy Cocaine with this Lotus Elan, and unfortunately, it seems to be a retirement.
Yeah, I think he said the engine was overheating. He was worried that it was going to blow up, so he brought it in. So.
But again, you gain the experience of what your car's really telling you, don't you, over the years. Right, now we've got the last of the Elans effectively being overtaken by our front runners. David Hart there, the green Daytona Coupe with the yellow flashes. He's in second place overall, but the last lap's been a good one for our race leader, Guillaume Maé, the number 1 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Worked the traffic a little better, or it fell better for him. Both those Daytona Coupes have got through. In third place, the buff-coloured, a challenge. Olivier Gallon having a look up the inside of James Thorpe. There's a yellow flag being waved somewhere around the circuit. I can't see precisely where at the moment. They'll have to be wary of that. No overtaking, of course, while an incident is cleared up or a moment of peril. Behind Olivier Gallon, Lee Mole, then all on his own. Vincent Kolb, we saw him on the grid with the number 65 Cobra. He's just coming down the straight. He's overtaking the red Charger on the start, finish straight there, and then there's a big gap back from Kolb in 6th back to Baz Janssen in 7th. In his Cobra, he's about another 7 or 8 seconds further behind. That little red Giulia GTA looks a little bit out of place in this, giving away hundreds of horsepower in the horsepower battle. Oh, and a challenge there. Olivier Gallon in the Cobra looking a little bit busy, but he got past James Thorpe. Well, he's side by side. Down, picking off into Brettel. Has he gone in too deep? And if he has, the Jags will both come past him. But that was bold from Gallon. I thought it would come a lap or so ago, but he picked his moment and picked it well.
I thought it was a very good move there. Just interesting to see them. This is something they did in period on the back of those Daytonas. The number painted on the back of the cam tail there, which is always a nice thing to see.
Yes, because otherwise cars in these series have a little square white patch with a black number. At least it's good. It's always nice to be able to see a car's number on the reverse side. Photographers like it because they can find out who they're taking a photo of. But
so we haven't mentioned, we're right down in 25th place. There's a Texan oil man called Phil Mullerchek, who's got a beautiful French-built Daytona Cobra. It's one of the very first Daytona Cobras to be replicas to be built, but I think the owner did have a real one. But Phil Mullerchek has got a lot of different Fords. He's a huge Ford enthusiast, and he's been racing over here for a couple of years with his mates, and I think his son as well.
Sterling.
And you know, he's not mega quick, but he's in there and enjoy racing a great car. It's a car that's done in the Ford France colours. Remember Joe Schlesser, famous French racing driver of 40, 50 years ago. he drove that car in certainly those colours way back when, and races like the Molinari 1,000 kilometres.
Yeah, so
we were talking about a chapter in the book you're doing about bank corners, and we didn't mention Molinari.
I'm talking about places that had World Championship Grand Prix. That was the
that was it.
I could have been talking about SIXTIES near Barcelona.
Formula One cars tested there, I think.
It might be a bit tenuous.
I think it's too tenuous. Yes.
All right, there you go.
This has got a corner which calls itself a bank corner.
Okay, so it
calls itself the Parabolica, doesn't it?
It's a question of degree in
anyway,
one way than one.
I'm sure, Bruce has written many great motor racing books. And
many other ones as well.
How many have you written, Bruce?
Oh, 30-something.
Yeah.
And then I'm on my 31st edition of one of them.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's spectacular. So anyway, Ma in the lead, just pulled out just under 2 seconds from David Hart. Olivier Gallant, that great move up to third place, and the best of the E-types now is James Thorpe, the Goodwood guy from Limoges. Leads a business, but rather it's got some nice raced a lot of Lotus single-seaters actually.
Yeah, before that he was racing in GT3
and touring cars.
Yeah, many things. Right, we haven't really seen the battle of the Elans because it's all changed. Even Petrov Ivanov was leading, waved yellow flags as the cars are coming down the start-finish straight. So maybe someone's gone off at the first corner. There are some telltale marks, safety car. So something needs cleaning up. But the person who lost out, even if was leading the GT2 class, he's now down 4th in class, and Carl Tilley has taken over, and Andrew Jameson has come up the order in his metallic green Elan as well to be 2nd in class. 3rd in class is Thierry Guittard in his Porsche 904 Carrera GTS.
I don't think the pit lane window is open yet, is it? So you can't dive in, but take an advantage. Here's the incident. It was on a LAN with the Austin Healey. That's the 556.
Yeah, that's the Philippe Petit car.
Yeah.
In the silver and the 55 Elan. It's at the final corner by looks things, but we'll clarify. That's Stefan Jubsel, Will Nuttall car.
Yes, yeah.
The black Elan that we saw, or dark blue Elan with the white stripes.
Yeah, Will Nuttall's a very fast racer, and Stephen Jobstel, one of his clients, the IN Racing.
Yeah, well, I saw Will arrive in the paddock on his bike. He's obviously got in the flavour of the Tour de France in his nose. And he'd ridden some of the local roads to get here, looking very fit.
Really? I didn't see that. Terrific.
Went by in a flash. Whoosh, he was gone.
Yeah. So anyway, they've had a tangle there at the back. Hopefully not too much damage, but it has brought out this BMW pace car.
OK, let's just throw one little figure at you. You just mentioned a moment ago, before the yellow flag and the safety car, that Guillaume Maille had broken from half a second clear to 2 seconds clear. Of course, there it is. Leader going out to the bottom right-hand corner of the shot. So for David Hart, thank you. I've just regained effectively 1.5 seconds. So the order, 3 Cobra Daytona Coupes, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Guillaume Maille, David Hart, Olivier Gallant, who worked so hard to get up the order. One that's gone a little bit missing is Xavier Dayro. He was up challenging right at the front at the start. He's down in 12th position overall in his Shelby Cobra 289, so good start, but couldn't follow it up. And a few drivers seemed to lose a little bit of momentum when they came through the traffic, but nothing that's really shuffled the order too much.
Dayro's better known as a Porsche racer. He's been a champion, I think, in the 2.0 litre race that we're going to see later. Back in the past, 4 or 5 years ago, they are Porsche dealers, so rather strange he's got a Cobra, but they must like it.
Well, he must have turned up, been racing a Porsche and thought, oh, those sound good. Well, we know that with Cobras. 289 cubic inch, 4.7 litre engine again. Listen at low revs, just that rumble. Then you get a totally different engine note from the 3.8 litre straight 6 Jaguar E-types of Lee Mole and James Thorpe. So that's been a change of position just for the safety car. And remember, they were challenged by Olivier Gallant, and I think him coming through sort of effectively made the bow-ways. This is the inside of the final corner, and it looks so the Elan, has that been moved to a nose? Still sitting at the side, right across the nose, that Austin Healey. So it's a shame we're losing a couple of the runners from the race, but the flatbed got there very quickly indeed. Can't tell if the Elan's sitting at a jaunty angle because of the gradient of the track there, but drivers discussing what they want done with their cars.
Yes.
So it's going to be a lap or two yet, one would think, for both of those cars to be cleared from the inside of the final corner.
We're only really 20 minutes in, aren't we, Bruce? So, it's the longest race of the meeting. True endurance race, 2 hours of rumbling Cobras, and
someone diving in the pits in the background from quite early in that order.
Well, yes. May have a problem.
Well, that's Xavier Dayro. We mentioned he tumbled down the order a bit, so this could be one for Vincent. Just as he walks the one into the pit lane, we might need him at the other. But just remember that that Cobra qualified pretty well. In fact, it 1, 2, 3, 4. It started 5th on the grid, challenged for about 2nd on the opening few corners, fell back, continued to fall back, and now he's in the pits from 12th overall. 10 laps on the board, but the last 2 have been done behind the safety car, while an incident between 2 cars doesn't look as anything serious. Both cars parked aside the track, down on the inside of the final corner. Just waiting for the door open there for a moment for James Thorpe. Bit of air.
Bit of air, yeah.
Required. Oh, one of the Elans has been lapped, and you can see in the background a couple of other cars have been lapped, and they. Oh, hold on a second. It looks so the. Alan Lockie, Simon Ray began. We thought they didn't. Well, SLR was not going to be in the race.
Well, I saw it. It had the head off, and the head gasket was blowing between 2 cylinders. And Callum was very worried that the head had warped. But maybe they had a new gasket, so they looks as they put that back on. So it is going now. It's a car that last year. It's interesting as well as the overall championship. There's a separate, and this is very much a Le Mans thing, there's also a sort of index of performance going on based on cubic capacity and weight. You know, it's quite a complicated formula, but anyway, that particular very rare Morgan won that overall last year, the index of performance in this category. And it's a very interesting car. The special body was built for Le Mans by Sprinzel Lawrence Racing. That's why it's SLR. And it's an aluminium body, just hand-beaten into shape. And they built 4 of them. One of them was for a TR4, and 3 of them were for the Morgans. And they aren't quite the same wheelbase. But the bodies are effectively very, very similar. But they're all hand-built, you know, but with a copper hammer and everything.
Well, should be coming into the background of the shot. If you're thinking the traditional Morgan shape, don't you?
Yeah, here it is, a red car.
Red car just tucked in behind the Alfa Romeo. This is the streamlined bodywork. Obviously, cycle wings were outlawed in, I think it was 1952, if not 53 at Le Mans. There it is, you go through the middle of your shot. That is a Morgan, believe it or not. That's the SLR. That's great.
That is really good news, because when I saw the car, the head was off and Callum was not Callum was happy in as much as last weekend he won 3 races on his motorbike.
Never happier then.
And he was happy that he'd been to a Michelin star restaurant. But he was even happier that in the week he tested, just straight line tested, a very nice ex-Mansell Williams Grand Prix car for someone.
It's not a bad life, is it, really?
No. No, of course, Callum runs the Golden Track Days. You know, I've run about 3,000 track days over the years with Melindy Scott, his partner.
Right, well, looks like the flatbed's coming up. Hold on, did you say 3,000 track days? That's rather a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think that's what it says on his website.
Or 3,000 track days for 3,000 cars?
No, 3,000 different track days. It's been running for a long time.
I know, it has indeed. Right, so Xavier Dayro is staying on board at Cobra that started 5th overall, tumbled back to 12th. I didn't really see how quickly it fell, because we had the first 5 cars got clear. We had Vincent Kolb in 6th place, running all on his own, and then the real battle was Philippe Gio, Baz Janssen, Armand Mirlol in behind. And Xavier Dayro was in that bunch. Suddenly he's not. Now he's in the pit lane. He'll have lost at least 2 laps. What's going on? So we've got
something in the engine bay.
Some ignition issues for him there. Look at the tight cockpit. You look at these cars. They're not big. Oh, good. There's the Austin Healey being towed in. The stricken Healey, the stricken Elan came in on the back of a flatbed. But you look at these, they are made for people of earlier generations in some ways. A taller driver. I mean, the Hearts are not tall, not short. Actually, when we had the interview on the grid, Guillaume Meyer is quite tall, isn't he?
He is very tall. Yeah. Well, these E-types in period, I'm talking about the worst ones, were raced by, I mean, people like Graham Hill raced them, you know, when they weren't doing Formula 1. But Graham, obviously Damon's father, and former world champion, the ace at Monaco, of course.
Just the I'm
trying to think who else raced E-types. Well, lots of people raced them. And I did say that the John Spears one I thought was the only genuine lightweight racing, but I think there is another one that I believe Sean Lynn owns.
Probably. Sean Lynn only owns creme de la creme, doesn't he, in terms of his historic racing cars.
And so does John.
No, entirely so. Right, the breeze is picking up. I think the race will be getting going soon. Xavier Dero, by the way, has rejoined. He just exited the pit lane, or was about to exit. I didn't see if he got out before this packing.
Vincent usually gets his man and finds out what's happening down there, but he didn't on this occasion. So.
Well, it was the opposite end of the pit lane.
It was, and they were all there. Here's the Mr. John and B Porsche. It's very interesting. I was talking to his son, who's, and I said, strangely enough, a Porsche just like that was raced by the Sterling Moss Automobile Racing Team in period, and it was very similar green. And he immediately went onto the internet, found a picture of the car. Did Sir John Whitmore race it? Do you remember when they had that 904? Sterling ran racing teams a little bit, and immediately found a picture of it, and it wasn't quite the same green.
How disappointing.
Yes, but anyway, it was interesting. So
right.
We know now that Mr. John O'B is, his name is Jean, is it's Mr. John of Béziers, which is where...
Not Basingstoke.
No, not Basingstoke, which is where their big company is founded, and they're in, well, in all sorts of stuff, carbon fibre, but mainly in production of gas, you know, for...
Well, thank goodness for that, because it means we get to see an amazing array of cars from his stable. He's got brings out some Formula 1 cars from time to time, his Group C cars.
When we were having lunch, he brought out a fantastic Matra V12 Formula 1, one of the greatest sounds in racing. Oh dear, that very old Corvette has come in, and that's a car from...
And it's fired up again, so Michel Grossvilliers, Swiss racer, will be going back out to this race. It's lovely to have that, though, isn't it? Just
Bruce, I think that's the very first generation of Corvette. I don't quite know the age of it. It's probably...
Well, I do. It's down as a Type 1 169. Here we go.
C1S2. So
1960.
60.
Just bear in mind, as it rumbles out, this is a time when Chevrolet, part of General Motors didn't like to do racing, or certainly not seen to be helping. He's come out just as a racer.
Let's go on. Let's go.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. I tell you who's making a move already. Lee Mole in that dark E-Type. He's got ahead just before the stop of James Thorpe, and now he's having a little look, and already Olivier Galland into second place. He got ahead of David Hart, jumped him on the restart. So the order's been shuffled. And Michel Grossvilliers, you've let the first five through, the rest are coming.
Yeah, but I think Lee Mole is a man to worry. We spoke to Phil Keane on the grid. Phil is mega quick guy, and when he takes that over, I think he could go on terms with him. Again, there's somebody who had a very good result at the previous meeting today. No, they haven't got a. I think they have a penalty for Phil Keane's silver status or whatever it is, 20 seconds probably, but not as much as the car which that won the Guénard Mar car. That's the one that's going to get the bigger penalty.
Right, again, as we had before the safety car came out, the first five going away from the rest of the field. 3 Cobra Daytona Coupes, the 2 E-Types tucked in behind with Lee Mole very close indeed in 4th place. Then a bit of a gap, and then we have Vincent Kolb, who again ran all on his own, and he too has already dropped from everyone from 7th place back. But here we come, the train, Guillaume Mahe from not David Hart, because David Hart is down in 3rd place now, his green Daytona Cobra Coupe, but Olivier Galland having a look, and Lee Mole's having a really good run on the outside in that dark grey E-Type. He'll take the wider in, tighter out line. David Hart hugging the inside line. That will be delaying the 2 E-Types behind, and in turn letting Guillaume Mahe and Olivier Galland just get away a little bit more. David Hart hanging on for now, but I think he's sort of weathered that storm. And Lee Mole in 4th place has just been looking to see where is they're going to be half an opportunity. Remember, he got past on the run down into this very corner, turn 5, when we had Olivier Galland going through before the safety car period, and he's got to think, is there a chance for me to do the same? But of course, when you've got the different way that you drive a lap, with a great big V8 lump in the front of a Cobra versus the far more finesse chassis, but with a less powerful Jaguar straight 6 on board, so they will have to work out where their advantage might come around this 9-turn circuit.
Yeah, that second E-Type is another one that's got a burden of glory penalty, so that will factor in later in the race. So the 1st and the 5th car have both got burden and penalty.
Oh, Guillaume is having to work so hard now. Olivier Gallon looks like he is the quickest driver out there. I mean, he took no prisoners on the restart, did he? Safety car pulled in, they came up the start-finish straight and made the move. John B in the background of the shot. Also, one of the Cobras buys a puncture by looks things, or was it just dirt being picked up?
I don't think so.
I thought it was right rear, but no, maybe a little bit, just running a bit deep. This is the move. Olivier Gallon now, is he about to get into the lead? The number 6 trying to overtake the number 1. Battle of the Cobra Daytona Coupes. No do there. David Hart in 3rd place, the 2 E-types behind. Lee Mole, James Thorpe, then a bit of a gap. Then Vincent Kolb will be trying to hang in there with them. In fact, he's done a much better job. Vincent's only about a second back in 6th place and may be able to close up, because while 1st and 2nd are fighting, 3rd, 4th and 5th are fighting, in fact, Vincent Kolb has got right onto their tail, up into 6th place.
This is a terrific battle between these 2 Cobras. And so we've got the 3 Daytona Cobras, the 2 Jaguars, and the regular shaped Cobra. All pretty close still. Covered by, obviously, we had the safety car, but they're all within about 6-7 seconds of each other.
Oh, a big exuberant slide going wide over the outside of the circuit there. That was Olivier Gallon in 2nd place. Put the power down as early as he could in turn 5. You're coming up the hill, turning to the right, and the tyres just didn't have enough grip. But the dangerous thing there was going out beyond the white line. It's dusty out there, and you could just continue on that particular axis. He hauled it back in. Looking, pushing, probing, diving down the inside. This is on the inside to the long final corner. That was an early pitch, but maybe a little bit distracted there, and that's going to cost our race leader Guillaume Mahé, because it looks so the power's down better. He ran a little bit wide. Olivier Gallon's got a chance up the start finish straight. They can't see the end when they get onto the start of it. You come up over the rise, over the start finish line. Mahé got a good enough exit. I worried he'd had a bit of a fumble there. But what's happening in the battle for 3rd place behind them? It's looking like a challenge.
E-type on the inside, look, and you go through.
Wow, well done. And David Hart also, well done for using your mirrors. He knew something was on the move. I must say, Lee's looking very busy in this race. Up into 3rd for him. So, chopping and changing. Great battle.
Yeah, that old Corvette's back in the pits again, incidentally. But, yeah, this is a terrific battle between these 2.
It's just so wonderful to have all this gradient change. Now, we have got the 6th place car, the Cobra. Not the coupe version, the regular version of Vincent Kolb, just coming into the background of your shot there, the dark hues of his car. Now he's looking at James Thorpe, and David Hart goes back inside into 3rd place, gets past Lee Mole. Must have had a better exit. Mole is better at the top of the hill at the exit, turn 5, but hasn't got the grunt. That's the battle, the finesse of the Jaguar E-type, the better handling versus the ultimate grunt of the Cobras. But the Cobras have to wait a little bit to get the power down, then it comes in an absolute storm. But certainly fantastic. This is what this circuit is made for, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Up into the lead of the baby class, if we can call it that, is Andrew Jameson, with sharing the car with Matt Holb. That's a Jordan Racing team prepared a land. They know how to prepare those cars. Got a very nice Neil Brown engine in it as well. Neil Brown, famous engine preparer in the UK. So that, the 19 car has spun around, and that is Benjamin Shirrell in his 1963 E-Type.
It's unusual to see an E-type in red, isn't it? It rather stands out.
Most unusual, isn't it?
I rather liked it, actually. I was looking in the paddock. I mean, some of the shapes in the paddock, I do have to be dragged away. They just are exquisite. Right, David Hart seems to have found a little bit more life since he made the move last time on Lee Mole down into turn 5. He's made it stick. Virage de la Bretelle is pulling clear, but talking of pulling clear, our first 2, Guillaume Mahé, Olivier Gallon, then the gap, and it's out to, as part of 2 seconds further back in 3rd place is now David Hart. There they come, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Hart, Mole, Thorpe, and then in 6th place, Vincent Kolb on the back of that pack, down through Virage de la Bretelle, turn 5. Yellow flags down at the...
Oh, what's this about?
Well, they've withdrawn them.
Oh.
There were flashes as the drivers approached, unless the drivers, the marshals, but there was a yellow warning light on the screen.
That's a Molotech car.
Molotech car number 56, white with the red, white and blue.
In the Ford France colours, which we saw in one of the most marvellous films, Un Homme et une Femme. Had some racing. It was a love story, really. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Bruce. It's
only clips. I've never...
so I watched the whole thing in period. It's absolutely terrific film. And Joe Schlesser was involved in it.
There's Andrew Jameson's metallic green class-leading Elan just coming in shot. As you mentioned, he's moved into second E class, moved into the lead of the class. And that is because the Kyle Tilley car has dropped down the order. He got moved up into the class lead and went Ivanov went backwards. He's now behind Ivanov, who's third in class. Tilly's fourth. Thierry Guittard in his 9:04.6 Carrera is second.
Okay.
Andrew Jameson leaves the way. But unfortunately, one car appears to be out of the race. It's 1:69, and Vincent is about to talk with Michel Grosvilliers.
That's one of the oldest cars of this field, this Chevrolet Corvette C1 Phase 2, exactly. We'll do it in French. Michel Grosvilliers, pilote de cette Corvette. D'abord, il y a quoi, Michel, là?
Well, we can do it in English too if you want.
No problem, we can do it in English.
We can do both. En fait, c'est une voiture de 1960 avec 4 freins à tambour. Et là, une des mordages, c'est grippé, alors on n'arrive pas à freiner droit. Ça doit être la seule du plateau avec 4 freins à tambour. Alors imaginez-vous ce que ça peut donner en termes de réglage et en termes de finesse de pilotage. Mais c'est une voiture qui a une grande histoire et c'est une voiture qui est vraiment très agréable à piloter. Je regrette de ne pas pouvoir continuer, mais ce sera demain matin au Classic Touring Challenge qu'on va pouvoir relever le défi.
Parce que la particularité de cette voiture, c'est qu'elle est éligible pour 2 plateaux.
Exactement. En fait, elle est tout à fait standard en 60s. Elle peut rejoindre aussi le plateau du Classic Touring Challenge. Mais la réalité, c'est qu'elle est plus à l'aise avec le Classic Touring Challenge.
Et dans le Gentleman Challenge, on vous retrouve avec une Allard de J2, qui est en fait la voiture la plus ancienne ici de ce Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or. 1951, Michel, c'est ça?
Exactement. Et ça doit être la seule avec des roues, comme on appelle en anglais, des cycle wheels. C'est le seul qui a les roues à l'extérieur. Et c'est une voiture qui a une très, très jolie histoire. Elle a couru en 51 à Goodwood avec le numéro 44. C'est pour ça que j'ai gardé le numéro 44. Et c'est une voiture qui a pas mal de potentiel. J'ai pu terminer 4e à Goodwood aux Members cette année.
Pourquoi rouler avec systématiquement la plus ancienne du plateau?
J'ai vraiment le plaisir de rouler de manière authentique. Si vous regardez la Corvette, l'intérieur est exactement comme en 1960. La Allard, c'est pareil. Des grands volants, de l'intérieur encore en tissu. L'idée pour moi, c'est de revivre une époque. Donc c'est au-delà de la performance, c'est de m'imaginer ce que les gens pouvaient vivre à l'époque en conduisant ces voitures.
Michel Grosvilliers was the driver of this Corvette.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for so much enthusiasm. And what we heard from Michel there, his Chevrolet Corvette, very early model, 1960, in the background of the shot during that interview. But he also races an Allard J2. Just loves the sentiment, and just, he said, just imagining the people racing those cars in the age. And I love that level of just passion for something you've handpicked, racing it.
He obviously likes racing at Goodwood as well, from me.
Yeah.
I got his interview. There's a classic old machine, American sports car of the late 1950s. Wonderful to see it. What a shame it's not running any further. I didn't quite understand what he said was wrong with it, Bruce. But, anyway.
No, I didn't quite pick that up. I was looking at something else, but our lead battle is still something to very much enjoy. Now, what went wrong? We had someone taking to the dirt and eventually coming back, and it was
That's a
Mulicek.
Yeah, Mulicek car, yeah. So notice the yellow light was flashing while he's still halfway through the gravel.
Right, Guillaume Mahe leading, Olivier Gallot hanging on in second place.
David Hart dropped to 4th again now.
Yeah, sorry, I got slightly confused there because there was a backmarker who I thought actually was the dark E-type of Lee Mole, but James, James Thorpe has moved ahead of Lee Mole now. So James Thorpe, leading E-type, is in 4th place. Lee Mole, who had been the leading E-type, in 5th place. A lot of Mustangs here this weekend, one of the many car clubs. Good to see them all parked around the back of the circuit with their owners enjoying the racing. But great racing today. What a way to start the meeting here, the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, certainly fast becoming one of my favourite meetings of the year. This circuit just works for historic racing. This is turn 5, the uphill right-hander. The E-type's working really hard. Look, their line is nice and finesse at the top of it. Well, actually, Lee Mole running a little bit wide. The Cobras swinging their tails. You don't really swing a tail so much in an E-type, do you? Try and keep...
No, I think it's more precise, isn't it? But, so you have got substantially less horsepower.
Yeah, entirely. You've got to keep that momentum going at all times, whereas the Cobra is swinging wide. Yes, the E-type just going out behind the graphic there was the one that's a lap down. That was the one that slightly confused me. But James Thorpe, here we are running in 4th place overall. Lee Mole, who's risen as high as 3rd overall, back into 5th place now. Through the rises and falls, this is the long sweep through turn 9, the final corner. Up the hill they come, onto the start-finish straight again. A certain point on the circuit, all you tend to see is sky as you're looking up. The slopes much steeper than they look on any televised motorsport, but neat and tidy. And the lap lead, Guillaume Mahe, after 20 laps, under half a second clear at the front of the field. He started second alongside David Hart. David Hart, though, from pole is down in third now, but all those top few cars covered by under 5 seconds. But the first two, Guillaume Marhet and Olivier Galland, they have made the break. And just remember, the field was bunched up because we had the safety car for about 3 laps, wasn't it? While a couple of cars, that had a spill on the inside of the final corner, a Lotus Elan 26R and an Austin Healey. Oh, a mistake there from James Thorpe, braking a little bit late into turn 5. Just a virage to the Bretel, keeps it ahead of Lee Mole. But we talked before the race, Andrew, about the temperature, not too hot. We were talking about tyre wear, brake wear.
Yeah.
I think we're starting to see the effects of those that pushed very hard early on.
I think we are, yes. That Jaguar engine, because it was used in many different Jaguars for a long, probably 20 years.
I think plus.
Probably plus, yes. Wally Hasselhoff designed it. But the racing versions had aluminium heads and aluminium blocks. They had a different head and so on. Of course, the lightweight E-type, one of the reasons for the lightweight E-type is the panel's aluminium, not steel.
Then just if you're a Jaguar historian, you could look into semi-lightweights.
Semi-lightweights,
so many different versions.
Yeah. But I think the semi-lightweights tended to have the lightweight engines, if I remember correctly. But one of the things I love about them, when we get a back shot, is the little scoop at the rear to suck the air out from their hot brakes. So there's all this little line of holes.
Like bullet holes, aren't they?
Yeah, at the back. We might see it in a little bit because it is quite predominant in the boot. Here's the 2 cars from the Shropshire organisation, Valley Motorsport.
I really did think the E-types would actually get closer to the Cobra Daytona Coupes as the race went on, because the Cobras are heavier, more powerful, they use their tyres more.
We're 40 minutes in. We're not halfway through yet. And we're running nose to tail. That's the great thing about this. And the spectacular cars.
But what's always so fantastic about historic racing is the spectacle of seeing how they use their tyres, because they're not on great big sticky slicks, are they? They're on tyres that, particularly actually when you see a rear shot like the one we've just treated to, you can see the body of the car moving and the tyres hanging on for grip, but of course that comes at a price. If the car looks balanced, then it's going to be nice on its tyres.
I just wonder if, like the Marcar, for instance, which has got quite big penalties, it's got the Burden of Glory penalty and so on, might try and change tyres.
Yeah, definitely consideration.
You jack it up, you learn to knock off hub. Obviously, it's not lots of nuts. It's a one knock-off hub. They might consider doing that to the rears.
You feel they'd be missing a trick if they didn't, I must say, as long as the man with
I mean, if they're a proper racing team, they'll practice it and they know how long it takes. I think that their penalty. Their penalty is 35 seconds.
That does give you time.
So they've got to be in the pits 35 seconds longer than Galland, because Galland has not got a penalty.
Well, the way he's driving, I'm not sure Galland's going to have a lot of tyres either, because he's certainly
he certainly pushes hard, doesn't he?
But he's such a good driver. He's really come on in leaps and bounds the last couple of years in particular. But
he gets a lot of driving in, although he's flying from Dubai to do it. I don't think he's been there that long. I think it's quite a recent idea.
I knew someone who used to commute from Hong Kong, where he worked, to race Formula Ford in the UK.
Yeah, well, of course, later on, I think, have we got Philip Kaduri here this weekend?
No, we don't.
No, we don't do it. His classes aren't here this weekend, but he commutes to this series from Hong Kong.
Right, Guillaume Marhet leading the race from Olivier Galland, 1 from 6, both in Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. Gap between them?
Yeah.
Half a second.
There you can see the E-type vents at the back, but they're also on the back of the cockpit.
Entirely.
Same thing, basically.
Yeah, same concept, little hole to get the ventilation flush through. James Thorpe still leading Lee Mole. Here they are now. James Thorpe running very, very wide indeed. A lot of drivers came the wrong side of the track limits warnings in qualifying, which did sort of shake the grid a little bit. A lot of their best laps were taken away, but here the drivers are going, all you need to have is one of your wheels within the white line of the circuit, preferably 2, and there you can see both James Thorpe, Lee Mole going right to the edge, but not beyond. That's the important element through the final corner. Here comes Thorpe, 43. Again, trying to get a bit of a toe.
I'm very impressed with Lee Mole, who is a businessman racer. He's raced a lot of stuff, but keeping up with James Thorpe is impressive.
Yeah, I agree. Just off their tail is Vincent Cobra. Doesn't quite have the pace. He fell away earlier. He came back off the safety car. Hey, here's his Cobra in the background, the short car number 65. Beautifully presented. All the Kolb family cars always look unbelievably immaculate.
Just a bit of a sleeper down in 10th place, of course, it's the John Spears Nigel GRIDWALK car, because we know Nigel is going to be quite a bit quicker than John. He can roll. I suspect that car will move about 4 or 5 places.
Yeah, you'd think so, because also it happens late in the race, because that's the chase is coming, the chase is coming.
The surprising one here is Armand Mio, actually, because I thought he would be right up at the front of this. And, he won this race back in 2021 when he was driving with his schoolmate, Maxime Gallon. Grenard, yes. Saif Hassan was in this race. Where is Saif?
He's in 11th place.
Yeah, he won this race back in 2022, driving with Sam Hancock.
But, you know, what we hear from teams perpetually is that even in historic racing, you can't say even in historic racing, the pace gets stronger year on year. The teams work out how to get their tyres to work, their cars to work their tyres best, how hard they can push the engines. And right now, well, we heard from Vincent on the grid that it's all about just how hard you can push for the entirety of the race.
Yeah. Yes, I've got a new Porsche here. It's new to him, one of the 9345s. We'll see it later. Big turbo, fire-breathing thing that's come from America. And he's racing that for the first time, and he's got his Lister, which is a famous one that American driver Master Gregory bailed out of when it crashed at Goodwood. He jumped out of it before it finally crashed. So, aside from big financier, very big expert on the Far East. And he's sort of semi-retired there, but I was talking to him, he seems to be working harder than ever, actually, at the moment for BlackRock.
Yeah, semi-retirement, vastly overrated, apparently.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How's it going, Andrew?
Yeah.
Right, just in this fantastic little scrap again. E-Types against Cobras. It's not the one at the front of the field, but in the middle of that is a gunmetal one with a black stripe. Just the first that quintet at the bottom. Yeah. He lost 2 or 3 laps. That's Xavier Dero. He qualified 5th, so he's going to pick those off. Yeah. All he's got to do is just keep pushing on, but he's still outside the top 30. We had a 51-car field. And as you said, it's the largest field of Cobras you've ever seen in anything other than an all-Cobra race. But very popular, and you can see why. They look good, they sound good, they're spectacular in racing form.
I wonder if the window's about to open. Should know what the window is, how long we've been going now.
Pit window is now open.
Yes, okay, right, just opened then.
Just opened,
45 minutes, that's from 45 minutes in, So one of the landers...
It'll be open for half an hour.
...has come in. Be interested to see some of the people who put their... There are some, Nigel Crease have been on pro or probably be put in. Nigel jumped out of a plane in a week. Did some extraordinary skydiving thing.
He can't have a day in his diary that doesn't involve doing something that's an adrenaline sport, can he?
And his wife, Nikki, did the same thing. I forgot how far he said he was free-falling at over 100 miles an hour. He said, well, absolutely marvellous. He said, I would like to do it. Oh, and that Cobra is the 18 one, I think.
That's the 16 one, Damien Kohler's car. We heard from him before the start of the race.
Yeah, Damien Kohler was driving allegedly with Maverick, who I think is actually his brother. Bloke who raced under the name of Maverick.
Think Top Gun, and you won't be in the right area at all. Right, yellow flag, and we can see precisely why, because we need that to be removed from the side of the circuit. So that looks like it was a mechanical failure or something for Damien. He just pulled to the side of the track.
Way off the track, so I don't think they'll bring the safety car out for that, will they?
No, but of course, with the pit window open, this could suddenly affect things rather enormously. Just remember, at this point, our first 2 cars, Guillaume Mahé from Olivier Gallon, come at number 1 and number 6. They're separated by 1.1 seconds. Then there's a nearly 8-second gap back to David Hart in 3rd place. Best of the E-Types is James Thorpe. There he comes in the buff-coloured car, chased by Lee Mole in the dark grey one, following through the shot there, and Vincent Kolb. Then there's a huge gap of about 18 seconds right to the next runner, which is Philippe Guillaume in his Shelby Cobra 289. Mustang into the pits. So Same engine, the 289
Same engine,
block.
yeah, a different chassis.
Very different chassis indeed.
That's Thomas Studler. It's a Shelby Mustang. Not a Swiss driver. There's Swiss drivers here. So we're quite close to...
yeah, it's not far from the border. Well, we picked up our hire car eventually.
You did. Our hire car's got Swiss plates, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, here's the battle for the lead. Olivier Gallon has made a move. That was bold.
And I thought Mark twitched a bit. I thought, well, I don't know, he's sideways, hanging the tail out. But no, so we got an outstanding change of lead here then.
Well, that was a very, very special move from Olivier Gallon, but he knows he's doing this race solo.
Yeah.
Whereas for Guilherme, he's going to be handing over at some point the number 6 entry. Number 1 entry.
Yeah, he'll be handing over to Maxime Guénard, who... Oh, look at this.
Well, a great move. You know, I wondered if it was almost as though Guilherme was expecting, you know, just thinking I'm coming into the pits this lap and maybe a loss of concentration, but I think it was a scintilla of a gap. And Olivier Gallon has been pushing so hard, thought, I'll be having that. In the pits at the moment, car 76, that's Bram Bontra. He's sharing this one with Andrew Smith, isn't he?
Yeah, that was a last-minute deal to put Andrew in that car, the Edinburgh property developer, with a big history of racing, a lot of success at Goodwood, won some of the big Goodwood races. Was used to be part of the Curé Cos organisation when they ran the BMW Z4s, and got big, long career in racing. And he's very, very quick.
Right, it's Guilherme, car number 1, going to fight back. Olivier Gallon, number 6, has got into the lead, just pushing their way past one of the Elans. I think that's the Hyatt family Elan, if it's red with a white stripe. I think that's their livery. Yeah, it is. So they dispense with that very easily indeed. Of course, so much more horsepower. But just remember, the best of the runners in that class for the small engine cars, GT2, is now in 13th place overall. Andrew Jameson, he's picked his way up the GT2 order. He's now leading that. Mr. John B we're just having some in the pits because Mr. John B's just taken over from Thibaut Guittard in that pale green Porsche. So the order will be jumbled, but certainly Andrew Jameson hasn't pitted yet. He'll be handing over to Matt Home, but he has got to the top of the class and building a nice advantage.
But this is no holds barred battle between these two Cobras. They haven't touched each other, but they've been so close on a number of occasions.
But it's the way they squirm as well. The driver trying to get the power down, not too soon, because the tail was swinging. The tail was swinging a little bit there in the compression between turns 2 and 3 for Olivier Gallon, who certainly is very happy to have his car loose, but it can come at a price to the tyres.
I think the Hart car is in it.
Yeah, Hart's in, so that'll be Olivier Hart taking it from David. Olivier not in the car yet, David only now getting in. So he gives him a hug and says, how are the tyres? Ha, says David, I'm off for a coffee.
They tend to, they don't use one of the prep companies, the Harts, they put their own group together. I think they're based down in Rotterdam.
I did notice, though, for this meeting, I believe that they were running with Equipe Europe.
Oh, maybe they are, but they've got different.
No, I tell you what, no, I made that up. It was another green car. I tell you what, it was the Armand Meal car. I just remember.
Well, they are. He is Equipe Europe.
Of course, he is Equipe Europe.
Well, his dad. Everybody's dad.
Well, Olivier, now being interrupted by that E-type, slightly compromising the line.
Two
Couple of the Elans going through. That was the.
That was Ivanov and Tilly, wasn't it? So the Elans are coming close together.
Really big charge on the start from straight. Guilherme may be able to take the lead again. Car number 1, he had a better run on the start straight. His nose is in front. It was a delay there for Olivier Gallon, but then Mahe can't turn into the first corner. Olivier Gallon says, well, I'll tell you what, if you can't take the lead, I'll hold on. But again, pushing their tyres to extremis.
So just a terrific battle. Well, now they've got quite a bit of traffic as well, haven't they? Nice Healy there.
Well, that was the one that we saw being towed back in, having been parked at the inside of the final corner. That's Philippe Petit, who'll be handing over to Jeremy Rocha, who does a lot of historic racing.
No damage to that in that incident. Nice mini light wheels on it.
Well, they've taped up the headlight. Maybe it had a little... Oh, Olivier Gallon braking late, and little red Elan must have thought, oh, it's not one, there's two of them, and just pulled off the circuit, discretion being the better part of valour.
Well, Alpha that we haven't really mentioned also going through was that Dominic Reynard and Daniel Reynard.
He put the power down so early, the tyres were going, you're kidding.
This must be a lot of fun if you... to drive one of these, it's soaring at the wheel. And
but I think Guillaume Mahe behind him going, this guy is wild, because he's putting here, Olivier Gallon, which is putting that racing car at angles you don't expect to see and hanging on, but he's made a weaker exit, again compromised by an E-type in the final corner of the lap, and on the start finish straight maybe it's got a bit more grunt, I don't know, but Guillaume Mahe is again alongside, again in front. This time he's fully in front, doesn't have to wait to pull over before the final corner, but then Galland uses the slipstream, pops to the outside, but Mahe's got this one surely in the bag. Does he go too tight, and therefore is he going to run wide on the exit the first corner? No, not this time. So while it's going crazy on the track, we're going to go down and join Vincent Franssen with Abraham Bontrup.
We are here in the Dutch gang of the 60s endurance race, Mr. Bram Bontrup. Bram, you decided just before the qualifying to have finally a teammate. Why did you do that?
2 hours long, so maybe a bit too long. You know, I'm just a starter as a driver, so I thought maybe better some help. So I've got a very good driver with me, so hopefully we can climb.
The choice of this guy, Andrew Smith, is quite evident.
Yeah, he's good, very good. He has good history, so we will see. First, he has to bring it back. Yeah.
Of course. How was your first stint, Bram?
It was very nice. Yeah, we had the safety car, so I had quite some time to relax. But after that, I came up to steam. I held my position. It's not a big track, so there's a lot of traffic, which makes it very interesting. But I enjoyed really.
Ok, we'll see for the rest of the race. Thank you very much. On va suivre parce qu'il y a David Hart qui est là-bas avec la voiture de son fils. Et comme il nous avait dit qu'il allait perdre des places, he said to us at the start of the race that he will lose some places. David, finally, it was a good first part of the race for you.
Yeah, I was really happy. Yeah, again, I had to learn the car back again, and but I think it went well.
Now it's Olivier's turn, and you think it's possible to win?
Now we had a punishment from 35 seconds, so it's 30 for him and 5 because we won the last race. It's a little special. We didn't won with this car and not with me, so, but anyway.
Okay, of course. That's it for this race. Olivier Hart is ready for stint number 2.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Interesting there. You could. It was a different David Hart. The one before the race, despite doing historic racing for a good 20 years and doing it very well. Clearly a bit of tension there, but it's all been released. He's done his job, did it really well. Yes, he did lose 2 positions, but he was in the battle. He was right on the tail of the first 2 until about, what, 6 or 7 laps ago.
I didn't think they won at Spa, so... Well, he said he was in a different car, so
I'll have to go back through my records.
I know, but anyway, he had got 35 seconds extra. They got a minute, of course, as well. So they're in a minute 35 seconds. Well, I was pretty convinced that they won here last year, but I thought, yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah, I've just gone through. I didn't actually write my results down for that one for 60s and Spa. No, I think I was waiting for some penalties. Right.
Yeah. So
what a wonderful mix of cars in the 60s endurance race. Little Lotus Elan. Andrew Jameson still leading class up to 12th overall. He's going to run as long as he can because the pit window is still open for quite some while yet. It closes in 19 minutes, the time of plenty. So he's going to stretch his margin at the front of the field, and such a wonderful mix tucked in behind a great big Mustang dwarfing the Elan. And then the last few laps, I tell you what, for our race leader, it's suddenly been very, very good indeed. Guillaume Mahe ahead of Olivier Gallon. Remember, they were fighting, scrapping for first position. When they crossed the start-finish line last time, it was 2.7 seconds. That's the largest it's been all race. We did notice, of course, Olivier Gallon had been really, really punishing his tyres, but maybe there was another incident or something.
Yeah.
And a massive change in the gap between first and second, very much in the favour of Guillaume Mahe. Bear in mind, though, Olivier Gallon is going to be doing the entirety of the race on his own, so he's got to pace himself.
Yeah, but he's a young man,
He's a young man.
30, isn't he?
Andrew Jameson, big wag of the tail on his class-leading GT2 class-leading Lotus Elan, 26R, 12th place overall. Going very nicely indeed.
Gaynard and Marr won at Spa from Thorpe and Mitchell and Maul and Keane, so we're still getting our head around. It's a new system, this, with all these special penalties and so on.
There's Carl Tilly. Little white Elan with the orange flashes on it. Number 19, this is the E-Type. We saw have a little bit of a moment for Benjamin Chiron early in the race, a little bit of a spin. Nothing appears to be untoward. Listed as only having Benjamin on board. I couldn't tell if they're strapping another driver. There was another driver's name on the door. Right, this is Elan Scrap. Carl Tilly going very nicely indeed. But again, we're just waiting for the order to settle down after people have served their pit stop. Pit window's still open for another 17 minutes though, so we've got some that have pitted, some that haven't. But now the even-off Elan 26R is back into second place in class. Carl Tilly to third and Ross Hyatt to fourth. Ross a little bit further back down the road, about 20 seconds further back, but still GT2 now in 10th overall by dint of not pitting, belongs to Andy Davison. Into the pits, he's like number 4, that's Jean Mille sharing with Hervé Audioni. Again, sometimes you associate a name with the car, but because so many of these drivers do multiple races at Le Mans Series, you go,
so it's,
you know, escort. No, there aren't any escorts in this race, of course.
So one of Richard Mille's daughters.
It really is in the family, isn't it?
Certainly is.
This racing bug.
So we're going to have to wait for all these pit stops to work themselves out, and then we'll get a feel for what's going on. Maybe a better feel for it. I still think that one of those E-Types could be right there at the front at the end. Definitely the car driven by Lee Mole at the moment. Phil Keen in that. It's going to fly, isn't it? But the leader, Maher, has not come in yet. Maher, I think it's...
Yeah, Maher, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That's over the year.
Yeah, whereas Olivier Gallon has just pitted. And just remember, the gap had gone out suddenly to just about close to 3 seconds, having really, they've been not quite swapping paint, but everything but in the previous few laps until just before the pit stops. And for some of the drivers, they're now back out on track, just looking to settle in very nicely. Just saw a shot of the number 76, Shelby Cobra 289. That's Andrew Smith on board, having taken over from Bram Bontrapp. We heard from the Dutch racer before. Yeah. And again, go back to Bram. I mean, last season was really his first full season of racing.
Yeah.
He was learning super quickly, and he's you see, he goes over to another car. It takes a little bit longer than if he was a pro driver to get a handle on it, but learning as he goes. And what a great, he's got a fantastic looking Mustang as well.
Yeah, he has. So he's got Lister as well.
Lister, yeah. That one I think he's finding it a little bit harder, whereas he seems to adapt quite nicely to the Cobras.
If you want a shipload of gravel, I said, he's the bloke to talk to.
Careful, Andrew.
That's what he does. He moves aggregate around the world in ships. Amazing what people do.
I know, quite extraordinary. You said he was a shipping bag. He pointed, he doesn't own the ships.
He hires the ships, but he ships the gravel, yeah. I might own one ship, actually, but...
So we're just past the 1 hour mark in this 2 hour race for the 60s endurance.
Yeah, just halfway.
Meeting to get the ball rolling here on the Saturday at Circuit Dijon-Prenois for the Le Mans Classic Series meeting.
With a 34 Elan is in the pits with a problem with the engine. That's the dark green one of Romain Gradel. That's it now, we're seeing it on screen.
Yeah, changing over.
They did have the bonnet off, but he's not near the front. The 38 car, which is a Jordan Racing team, they really know how to build an Orlando Jordan Racing team. They built quite a lot of them. Matt Holman is one of the regular Jordan drivers. He'll get in that, and he's a quick guy. So here they are climbing up that hill. There's the Molotchek car.
So a lot of drivers just settling in, some climbing in, and still got plenty of time. 13 minutes remain till the door closes.
Yeah, we got Nigel Greenswell climbing into the 25 at the moment, amongst others. See, a pit stop like that drops you right down to the Hart car is 25th at the moment. So Andrew Jordan is in that. Andrew Jordan, meanwhile, the land that his team have built He's got in the Cobra number 17 car now, and you know, we know Andrew, former British touring car champion, of course, in Saif Hassam's car, and I can see him moving up the field. Strange enough, on our timing screen, we don't have
the pit stop column, do we?
We don't have last lap either. We only have best lap. I'm not sure.
We'll put it on the wish list for
yeah, we'll put it on the wish list. It's unusual, actually.
Yeah, because if you have the last lap,
you can see who's going quicker.
Yeah, and you can see also if they're very close to the fastest lap of the first driver, for example.
It's probably on another page that we haven't got, I suspect.
It's amazing, actually, Andrew, just looking in the middle of the shot there, there's a Cobra Daytona Coupe in a sort of pale sandy colour. There it goes, making a move down into turn 5. It's amazing how different cars look in different colours, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah. Look at this.
Laurent Corbon, Anton Weil car. It's nowhere near the front end of the field, but it looks, whereas we're far more accustomed to sort of metallic blues, like Olivier Gallon, who's sitting there waiting.
Frustrating it is. And now he goes.
Again, try not to pick up any penalties for speeding in the pit lane. Undo all your work and waits to be released. One of the E-types coming out in front. Is that the one that was started by Lee Mole, or has Phil Keane already made that pit stop? Let's have a look. No, it's a different one entirely. Beg your pardon. It's car number 26. That's John Spears to Nigel Greensall now. That's how long the pit stops are. You saw Nigel a while ago on the secondary screen. Just clambering on board, but it's all equal, it's all measured, but not all equal, of course, because as we heard, some people have the burden of glory, extra time they have to spend in the pits as well.
Keep Europe also, because they're running so many cars, probably running 6 or 8 cars in this. They've got they haven't got enough people they haven't got a separate pit crew for each car, so they've got to time a different pit stops. And the Lamar car, of course, my car is not in yet, and neither is Armand Neal. He hasn't come in yet, so they're the two top really fast runners that haven't made a pit stop. And Ross Hyatt, who raced at Le Mans a couple of times, of course, in the way back. And Ross has driven some great cars, driven Can-Am cars, driven a Porsche 9, raced a Porsche 9 once, so all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, a big family enterprise, of course, run by the generations racing together.
We haven't really mentioned Steve Osborne, who's got not a mega quick guy in with him, Chris Ward. So Chris is one of those guys. Chris has won at Goodwood.
Many times.
Yeah, many times. He has won his category at the Le Mans Classic, and he's also won a race at Monaco Historic with the sports car race they have. But not that. That's like the great golden trio, isn't it? Those 3 wins, really.
Yeah.
Not many people have done that. There you see a really good shot then of all the holes that what we were talking about earlier. Let the hot air out from the brakes.
And again, mistake there from our race leader, running a little bit wide at turn 5. Now, is this the classic? Oh, it's not turn 5. Is it the classic in-lap? Yes, it is. I beg your pardon. Different camera angle there for a second. But is that the classic in-lap where you just think about your coming into the pits? That's our race leader. Wasn't turn 5, that was effectively turn 7. Is this time, are we going to see the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe diving into the pitch? You can't see it at this point because the crest is so great. There he comes up the slope. So the mistake wasn't turn 5. He's going up the inside. I really like the Cobra he's just passing. That's Tony Sinclair's car. Tony tends to run his cars in sort of dark colours. It's navy blue with a gold band over its nose. I thought it looked lovely.
Yes, that car we saw, the Jaguar that Chris Ward's getting, and Steve Osborne had big disappointment this weekend because he's got a BMW M1 which is blowed up.
I'm disappointed as well. I want to see that racing because they're such a fabulous looking car. It's the ex-Dieter Questa car, so we don't see that.
It's a rare car,
with the Alpina livery, or is it Alpine? Alpine livery, wasn't it Alpina? But dark navy blue with the red and white stripes.
So Steve's in the salt business, the mould and salt. It's what all the top chefs use, apparently. I've got some at home. That's what it's moulded in Essex, so the salt beds there. It's a long-standing family business. Strange, it's almost next door to where the Tiptree Marmalade's made.
Indeed. Right. Guillaume still leading and waiting for him to come in, but the last lap has been a little bit ragged. Now he's a bit distracted by the little Elan in front of him.
How long we got left on the window now, Bruce?
7.5 minutes.
Yeah,
so
well, he's got the next 2 or 3 laps he's coming in, unless they screw it all up, and I think they keep Europe pretty smart on the team management side. I can't see that happening. There's that number 79 Elan. It sounds
It's going really nicely. There's a Mark Drain car. I don't know if Alfie Briggs has taken it over, but at first I thought, well, he's going to go charging past, but the way, particularly between turn 1 and 2, going to the compression, coming up the rise, there's that little blue Elan with the silver roof was really having a go.
Yeah, I haven't seen Alfie, because we've seen him in this series winning in the Zytek in the past, and the guy, a young kid, came straight out of karting and had a meteoric rise up into LMP3 and so on, and great in historic cars. And
okay, this time we'll see our racing. There's Ross Hyatt climbing out, Nick Hyatt's son about to take over.
Yeah, he's got a great friend. Obviously, Ross has got his 2 sons racing here, Charlie as well, which is going to be in a Chevron later on.
All right, Guillaume into the pits in the background of the shot there, car number 1. So the important thing is, once we've had all the front runners come in, we'll see how their different time penalties have shuffled the pack, and then we'll have effectively about a 50-minute blast to the finish.
Yeah, dash for cash.
Yeah.
Sure, there's much cash, but there's a lot of cash spent. Armand Meal will, I reckon, come in right at the end of the window. I don't think he'll come in this lap, because I think Keep Europe be too busy working on the Mar car. And Kolb hasn't come in yet, of course.
Right, the one to really check is the person we're looking at now. Car number 6, Olivier Gallon.
Another little puff of smoke off the rear tyre, you know.
Yeah, well, he's
really pushing it.
Well, he will know precisely what the time penalties for the various pit stops around him. Again, other cars locking up into turn 5. A little bit smoky at the moment, the race leader.
Interestingly, new fastest lap from Olivier Hart. Just done a 1:32.094.
It's 0.2 of a second quicker than the best of the rest, which is Guillaume. Best lap for Olivier Gallon. Yeah, he's 0.7 of a second faster than that. Olivier Gallon here, car number 6, going up the rise. Another Cobra to be picked off ahead of him, but he wants to know where he will be when Armand Meal has handed over. Sorry, Guillaume Mahe has handed over to Maxime Guénard, because they are the duo that are in that number 1. That was leading the race. Indeed. Number 1, Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe.
You know that Maxine is so quick in these cars, and you know, they are, after all, they are 2025 champions in this category. Maxime Guénard and Armand Meal.
Okay, rumble.
Rumble is the word, isn't it?
It really is. And to keep Europe, their garage is the sort of closest to pit exit. They have the long run past everything else. Right, Olivier Gallon goes through. They've both got 40 laps now on the board. They should have when Olivier Gallon gets attributed with that one. Actually, no, I tell you what, it's another lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
He is starting a lap. Here he is, number 6. He wants to be in front.
I think when this has panned itself out, it's going to be Gallon with Hart, and I think Phil Quaife might be in 3rd place in that E-Type. That's not what I'm seeing, and then possibly Andrew Jordan. They're still working, some people are on outlaps and so on.
It will. Phil Quaife has taken over the number 43, the sort of sandy-coloured E-Type from James Hall, who started so well. Right, you were talking about tyre changes, and they are exactly according to what you suggested, with the longer pit stop. Car number 1 going from Guillaume Mahe to Maxime Guénard. There's the changing the front tyres. That's what you can see.
There's the old copper hammer going, look. Actually, it doesn't look like copper hammer. Well, it probably is. Old style torque wrench.
That's a case where it's like putting in a
didn't want to come off, did it? Got
always hit the peg at the right moment. But anyhow, that's also rear rubber as well. Obviously, rear rubber with what you change principally on these cars, but they started on the front. They're going to get a fresh set of rubber all around. And then we'll see how the lap pace improves in the latter half of the race or otherwise. But Vincent Kolb in the lead of the race, but he's in the pits. And in the lead of the race now is car number 6. That should be Olivier Gallon, waiting for that lap to be attributed to him when he comes through.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
But smoking away, though. smoking a lot, and it's not only when he's getting the tail of that number 6 Daytona Coupe wide on corners. Keep an eye on this one. Okay, over the crest he comes, still smoking, and that's at a point at which maybe there's a bit of top-up of liquids and it's just leaking out a little bit, but I'd be slightly concerned. I'd also be slightly concerned if I was seeing smoke coming off the tyres in most of the corners as Olivier hurls this around in his, fantastic attacking style. Oh, little Lotus Elan has pulled to the side of the circuit. 155 by looks of things. No, that's not a number that exists. We'll let you know which one that was.
There's Maxime, 3 times the champion last season. This Le Mans Classic Series, renamed from Peter Auto from last year. And there's a lovely AC Cobras.
One of the things you mentioned at the start before the start of the race is just how short the lap is around here. We heard it from some of the drivers constantly overtaking. You suddenly have the timing screen that tells you cars have been a few seconds apart before their pit stop, so 2 laps apart, but such is the pace around the lap. Fastest lap 1:32, so 92 seconds for a lap. So actually, you probably need to make up 2 laps during the pit stop. And Armand Mill, Max Guillaume still listed as the driver in the number 1, but of course he's got out of that and he's handed over to Maxime Guénard, but Guénard still hasn't left the pitch. It seems an eternity, but there it is, sitting in the pit lane. Car number 1, cooling fans at the front, trying to cool it down. Luckily, nowhere near as hot as it was in the previous round of the championship in Spa-Francorchamps just a few weeks ago. And the key is where the number 6, Olivier Gallon-driven Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe is. When he's done another half lap, here he is at turn 5, up the rise, pressing on. He's going solo in this race, and he's got to see where he will be relative to the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe when it emerges from the pits. Will it be in front of him or will it be behind? I'm beginning to think he's going to be in front. He's at turn 7, and then he's got to drop down the slope. No, he's not going to be in front because here goes number 1, leaving the pits, can't accelerate too soon, waits the white line at the exit. There's the white line. Now, throttle goes down, but sweeping into the final corner. But it's such a long corner for Olivier Gallon. It means that the car he was challenging in the first part of the race, now with Maxime Guénard, there it is, out onto the track, accelerating away. Olivier only just coming into the background of the shot, having risen up the slope out of the final corner. And I would suggest the gap between them is maybe not quite 10 seconds, but maybe not much less. We will see.
Yeah, it's all just the next 5 minutes we'll know really what the battle to the line is. The best result that the Cobras, Daytona Cobras had at Le Mans was 4th.
1964.
Yeah, by Dan Gurney and Bob Bongeron. And they won what was called the International Championship for GT manufacturers. That was the big thing. They were trying to beat the 250 GTO Ferrari, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was definitely the battle they were concerned with. So still some of the front-running cars in the pits, but the real question was the overall position of the number 1 entry that started with Guillaume Mahé, now in the hands of Maxime Guénard, and even as early as turn 4 to turn 5, Maxime was pushing it very hard. The front of the car actually washing away a little bit. But now he's getting up to proper speed. He is looking beautifully smooth in this, which is what is required. The number 3 that was started by Armand Mill, and Yves Semama was there as well. That is sitting in the pit lane again, cooling it down at the front, getting the heat flow right under that engine cover. And waiting as we're waiting to see the gap between the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe. It goes through Maxime Guénard. Now, he's through, waiting for number 6 to come through in second place. Not quite in shot. Still waiting for Olivier Gallon, maybe more than 10 seconds. So this is going to be a real struggle. 43 minutes remains in this 2-hour race for the 60s endurance field. Just waiting for Olivier Gallon to cross the start-finish line and actually reveal. Actually, I tell you what, he's listed as being in the pits. Remember we saw him smoking?
Yeah, there he is. We can see it on another camera. A disaster then for the 3 car.
Well, the disaster is the number 6 car. Olivier Gallon is back in the pits. When we were waiting for him to come round to see...
So is that the 3 car still waiting to go out?
Yeah, still waiting to come out, because it's one of the last ones to come in.
That's right,
will take that over. Has taken
but the 6, as you say.
Yeah, so that's back in the pits, and suddenly the challenge isn't there. So very good news for Maxime Guénard. I reckon it was the story of the race was going to be Olivier Gallon closing in. Number 3 goes back into the race after the driver change. Olivier Hart is now in 2nd place. He set the fastest lap of the race. He's 27 seconds down on Maxime Guénard. That is going to be a monstrous challenge. But you know what? If there's someone I wanted to put into a Cobra Daytona Coupe who could take that on, it'd be Olivier Hart.
Yeah, I agree with that. What about some of these Elans are going to be up in the top 7 or 8, that's for sure. Ed Morris is in the Ivanhoe car now and is shown in 9th place overall from Matt Holm. And they're running nose to tail at the moment.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that shapes out. But yes, 2nd drivers into those cars, but they're certainly the 2 cars that are fighting for overall honours. They're separated by next to nothing in their class. GT2, but really suddenly Maxime Guénard, the number 1 car, he's just taken over. The Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe took it over from the driver who kicked off, which was Guillaume Mahé, and his lead is 26 seconds over Olivier Hart.
26 seconds.
Coming down, so Hart's immediately taken 3/4 of a second, but it's going to have to be qualifying lap. Maybe there'll be an incident, you never know, but as long as it's not a safety car, or if there's a safety car, it's going to be a gift, because of course that gap will come right down. But here and now, Hart's got one job, it's to pin his ears back and go off after Guénard. But look at Guénard's record across, the Peter Auto Classic Series. This year, of course, it's renamed as Le Bon Classic.
Yeah.
He's excellent.
We haven't given a shout out to Chris Charles Jr., who's quietly been working away, and he's shown in 7th place in their Cobra. That's one of the more, not a Daytona version.
Yeah, that was started by Baz Janssen and was running about 7th. Obviously, that has become 6th now with the demise, alas, of Olivier Gallon, who appears to have tumbled almost off our timing screen with that. He's sitting in the pits again. But it had been smoking for a number of laps. They made the pit stop, and it seems to be smoking a little bit more.
I'm sure Vart's will get down there and find out the story. Greensall just about to get into the top 10 in the lightweight E-type. John Spears. Another very quick player who's had a lot of success in this series, Christian Albrecht. I noticed is now in the Elan number 18 car. It's going to be a big battle, I think, with those Elans for the lower places of the top 10.
Yeah, that was the car started by Carl Tilley, the number 18 car that Christian Albrecht has taken over.
Yeah, I don't think Albrecht's driven with Tilley before. Carl's probably rushing off to that little airfield that's just at the back of here.
Yes.
And they're playing them going back to Ricard. I didn't see how they were getting on there in the Creventic race with their Ferrari. And that's one of the reasons Ollie Bryant is not racing in the Porsche 2.0 race. We'll see later who he's the reigning champion, of course, because he is now racing with Carl Tilley's team.
Yeah, with Era Motorsport.
Era Motorsport team, yeah.
Jake Hill will be racing in that, and it's you realise that a modern racing driver, mind you, it's nothing new. Drivers racing. Atlantic, as it used to be, with the clash between Monaco Grand Prix and the Indy 500.
Yeah, Marriott jumping on the plane.
The arrival of Concorde helped, but by then drivers were a little more tied into their championships. Unfortunately, we talked about Olivier Gallon, who'd been challenging for the lead.
Yeah, there it is.
In the pit lane. There it is. The bonnet is up.
There he is.
Out of the car. There's
the car, and where's our man then? Right, it's a British team running that car, incidentally.
It'd be interesting to find out what exactly was smoking away, but certainly there had been a little bit of residue coming out. Tyres.
Look at that.
Those have been used rather heavily. Well, we can see that, but we rather encourage him because he looked fantastic. But for Olivier Gallon, he's such a sort of cool guy.
Yeah.
So he's got out of the car unperturbed, but obviously he wanted to go and get involved.
Now we're going to find out what happened in just a moment.
Coming up fairly soon. But meanwhile, the race leader is stretching away. Maxime Guénard, he's 23. No, he's not stretching away. It's coming down. Yeah. We talked about Olivier Gallon. And, of course, this was a car that was challenging for the lead of the race. Served its pit stop. Olivier was going to be going solo all the way to the finish. But, alas, he's out of the car, out of the race. He's with Vincent.
there was a bit battle for the lead with car number 6, and unfortunately, this car, this Cobra, is in the pit in French. Olivier, qu'est-ce qui se passe? La 6 est au stand, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Pas trop de chance aujourd'hui. Donc je suis parti 4e, puis remonter jusqu'à me bagarrer pour la première place avec Guillaume Mahé. Et après, j'ai eu une crevaison. Donc j'ai fait un tour avec la crevaison en roulant 2 secondes moins vite et le pneu a tenu. Je suis rentré, j'ai fait mon arrêt au stand. Je suis ressorti, donc on est sorti, on n'avait pas perdu de temps et à mon avis on était en tête, sinon on était second pas loin. Et ensuite j'ai senti que la voiture bougeait pas mal et j'ai eu une autre crevaison. Mais c'est pas ça qui me fait abandonner, j'ai le filtre à huile qui s'est cassé. Donc en sortant du dernier virage, j'ai vu le panneau s'est allumé avec mon numéro et le drapeau, la boulette de viande là, le rond orange sur un fond noir. Ça veut dire problème mécanique. Bon, j'ai regardé derrière, j'ai vu un peu de fumée, donc je suis rentré dans les stands et ils m'ont dit qu'ils peuvent réparer. Mais il faudrait une dizaine de minutes. Donc bon, je dit, bon, c'est pas grave, j'ai regardé mon père rouler et ça va.
Désolé, Olivier. 2 flat tires and an oil leak for Olivier Galland, and unfortunately, it's a retirement.
Thank you. And he had been shown the mechanical warning flag with the orange circle.
Did you say 2 flat tyres?
Did. And he's not the only one out of the race. Look, we've got SC, that means safety car, because
89 has pulled off.
Yeah, just back down the shot.
But that's a break for the Hearts. Big break for the Hearts.
Huge.
Because they're going to move right up.
Right, they closed to 20 seconds. Remember, it was 27 seconds when Olivier came out to chase after Maxime Guénard.
Yeah.
And we thought that was going to be in for about 40 plus minutes. And we thought he'd chip away, but this has suddenly been a gift wrap with a ribbon on top.
Yes.
So the Hart car won't be immediately behind, one would think, on the track. There will be some back markers between them, but that gap will be compressed.
Absolutely. So we've now got just over half an hour left. We're 3/4 of the way through this race, and it could really, well, it's been alive all the time, hasn't it? But it could really have a firecracker of a finish here. And Andrew Jordan moved up to 4th place. Andrew Jordan has raced Cobras quite a lot. The team have built, a few years ago, they built one, and the chassis came from the Czech Republic, strange enough. And that was a very successful car, and Andrew raced that in the UK a lot, so he's used to these Cobras. So I suspect that he could be a real threat, because, you know, Andrew, all right, we think of him as a touring, first thought of him as a teenage rallycross star, didn't we? But subsequently all that success in touring cars, and then he really grabbed the metal with his father to sell the it was called Eurotech, wasn't it? The touring car team, sell that, set up again as JRT, and probably preparing 20 classic cars, all good ones, building a land, building all kinds of different cars, and he's still a really fast pedaler, the Midlands racer. The big surprise for me there is the 31 car right up there, which is another Cobra. That's not a Daytona car. That's the Benjamin Monet Philippe Guierke car. Guierke did a good job, and Benjamin Monet's, you know, quick Swiss driver, but it's in exalted company up there.
He did that car was running in sort of 7th place. Remember, we had the first quintet, then we had Vincent Kolb running his own, and then in that 7th, 8th and 9th place battle, certainly it was in that fight, but with a couple of retirements, suddenly looking pretty good.
Seeing Greensall there is in 11th, and he's got a land in front of him, he'll pick that off. I think Greensall up for probably a top 6 or 7.
Yeah, but one thing that's happened is
go on.
We've lost one of our front-running E-types. Phil Quaife is there in number 43.
Yeah, where's the other one?
Which was the one that James Thorpe started, but the Lee Mole car, handed over to Phil Keane, is...
must have stopped.
No, it's down. I've just found it again. It's in 14th place overall.
Well, that's
he did have a longer pit stop, but however, he's a lap down. That's interesting. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
That one out for you.
And that Son of B, Mr. John and B, Son of B car, that Porsche 9046, is going nicely, you know, in 15th. Had discussions with an owner of a LAN, racing a LAN, whether that would be could beat a LANs in fast hands.
Well, suddenly this gives the race a very different complexion, not just because Maxime Guénard
there's that portion.
Lead brought down to not a lot, bar a few cars between him. It's listed at 7.5 seconds now under the safety car. Of course it will compress, but it's the fact that also for the Cobra Daytona Coupes and the regular Cobras, running for a little while without having to thrash their tyres is going to make their tyres a little bit sweeter at the end of the race. So an advantage that would have swung towards the Jaguar types, most notably the number 43 that's still in the hunt there now with Phil Quaife on board, suddenly where they could have been clawing back in the last 15, 20 minutes of this race, they're not going to have that advantage later on. So things keep on changing. But our trade of cars, behind the pace car, the safety car, Maxime Guénard tucked in position. You have to look an awful lot further down the pack to see the chasing car number 41, Olivier and David Hart. I'll have to count how many cars are between them on the track, but it's going to be, for Olivier, when the safety car releases the field, he is going to have to be very, very positive indeed in traffic. So safety car through turn 5. Maxime Guénard leading to, I'm going to do a little bit of quiet counting, but we are looking through many, many cars before we see the grid. There it is, about 6 cars actually. Maybe I thought it was going to be nearer 10. So look for the green, pale green car with the yellow band on it. Should be coming up just behind the little Elan. No, 2 cars behind the Elan with the orange nose.
That's the one, yeah.
So he's got the 888 E-Type to try and get past with Chris Ward on board. That's not going to be an easy fix. They'll have to work together to go up the order.
So I think the safety car is going to come in this lap.
Yeah, I'm waiting for official confirmation on that. Can't see it right at the moment, but as every lap counts down, we're almost at the 90-minute mark in the 60s Endurance 2-hour race. And the car we need to keep an eye on is the number 41, Olivier Hart-driven AC Cobra Daytona Coupe, just in the bottom of your shot. Green with a yellow flash on its tail. Safety car peels in. Well spotted, Andrew. Now we're waiting for our race leader. Maxime Guénard will control the restart. Where is he? Here he is now.
Here he is.
Pedal to the metal at the start-finish straight. And he's going to see the gap between him. I'm waiting to see Olivier Hart in second place. How many seconds behind?
There they are.
1.5 seconds when they went round behind the safety car. It would be slightly less than that one thinks. 4.9 seconds. But the green Cobra with the yellow band on it.
There it is.
He's trying to pick off 1, if not 2 of the Cobras. He's got past Chris Ward's C-Type, which is the bronze one with the black roof just on the right-hand side of your shot.
The little Elan cheekily was trying to go, because he's got better handling through there, trying to go around the outside of it. I like that.
Yeah, that's certainly positive. It is Alfie Briggs on board, that who's been so positive since the pit stop, and that, so he's in his young career just grabbing something by the horns. David Hart is in the pits, and Olivier Hart is on board that number, chasing number 41 Cobra Daytona Coupe. He's got 3 more cars, having passed the Elan, 2 more cars now. He can set off after the race leader.
He can see Maxime Guénard now.
Oh
Yeah, Alfie Briggs, a real prodigy and brought on by Bob Berridge, well-known racer and team owner. He discovered Alfie Briggs when he was still karting. It's given him a massive chance, but here he is in an Elan. I don't think he's possibly not raced before.
Right, positive moves from Olivier Hart. Yeah, another place gain there. It was just a positional track, going past Yves Vergelet. One of generations of Swiss racers. They love the historic racing, but clearly not going to be able to match the pace of Olivier Hart. I would reckon the gap between our race leader, who's just coming down the starting straight, Maxime Guénard, and Olivier Hart, it was 4.9 seconds. What's it going to be? May even have gone out a little bit because of the traffic, but waiting for confirmation. 14 thousandths of a second gained by Olivier Hart. Just goes out to the bottom of our shot.
As we found out when I did a bit of training, the Weasel Straight.
Weasel?
Yes.
Well, I hope we haven't ruined their stamping ground. It's certainly been used for a very long time here.
What is it? So you could say Hart's weaseling his way towards the front here in the beautiful-looking Daytona Cobra.
I think he's herring off after the race lead. I think he's got up a scale.
Body designed by a guy called Peter Brock. There were 2 Peter Brocks in racing, one a great Australian racing driver, and then there was a designer come photographer, Peter Brock. He's still around. And he came up with this beautiful, iconic shape.
Alfie Briggs in that little blue Elan with the silver roof. He's got Chris Ward catching up with him, but he is so deep into the corners. It's fantastic to watch that little Elan.
He'll be the youngest guy in the race, I'm sure. I think he's still a teenager.
Yeah, and Phil Quayford just up in front of him in his E-Type. You know, Alfie Briggs should not be keeping up with not just an E-Type, but one driven by Phil Quayford, another driven by Chris Ward. So, you know, an astonishing drive for Briggs, and it's great to see some new young talent coming in, and also lovely to see some younger drivers in historic racing. You know, naturally, it can be seen as the stamping ground of people who've made their money and wanted to race the cars of their youth, but it's so much more than that. And now, of course, we've got a whole generation of pro racers who get in and help bring on other drivers. And we just mentioned Chris Ward, of course, he's archetypal in that role.
So in the Masters Series in the LMP2 category, which was the old LMP2 cars, he won that in 2012 at the age of 16, I think.
Well, Chris Ward has picked his way past him, but you'd expect an E-Type to go past Elan. Number 18, Elan, that's third in class. That's Christian Albrecht. We talked of him. There it is, white with the little orange flash on its rear quarter, orange nose, through the wonderful dip, through turn 2 up to turn 3. And this is a circuit where your flow can be so wonderful watching. It never looks better than with historic cars. First corner is a double right, the double droite de Villeroy. Then you go up the rise to turn 2, where we are now. Then you start turning right, the Est de la Sablière, or Sablière, I beg your pardon. Then down, here's the slope into turn 4. Gauche to la Bretelle, and then on, down the slope until you get to that steep climb at turn 5 at the far end. Well, an uphill hairpin in so many ways.
Not saying on street about, but Ed Morris pulled away a little bit from Matt Holm in the Elan battle. And Greensalt, not still, he's chasing after Matt Holm. I think he's got to unlap himself for the leader.
I think the next remainder of this race, more than 25 minutes, Andrew, sorry, cut across you slightly there. It's going to be excruciating for Maxime Guénard because his lead is down 3 seconds. No, it's 1.8 seconds. And suddenly, thanks to the safety car, I think he might have been able to catch him anyhow because Olivier Hart is so quick.
Yeah.
He's really worked this part of the race after the safety car so well. He didn't hang around, past all 6 of the cars between him and the race-leading car of Maxime Guénard. So it's Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe and AC Cobra Daytona Coupe. It's metallic blue, leading from green with yellow flashes, and the lead is coming down all the time. Fastest lap of the race still in the hands of Olivier Hart. Probably won't go any better. Yes, the fuel load will become lighter later on, but tyre wear around here, where, bear in mind, apart from the start-finish straight, the straight of the Weasel, as Andrew points out, you're pretty much cornering for the vast majority of the rest of the lap.
So we got the Harts pushing to try and win this race for a second year running and trying to beat the current champion in this category. That's the dynamics of this. And then we got Phil Quaife, the best Jaguar, who leads the class, because as we mentioned before, the 2 different classes under with a 4-litre split. So
I tell you, a good little battle to watch would be the battle for second place in GT4. Nigel Greensall, Phil Keane and Chris Ward. Chris Ward's about 7 seconds behind them, but Greensall from Keane, they're 11th and 12th overall.
Yeah, Phil
26
Keane
ahead of 180. Phil Keane has been making progress. They're separated by 2/3 of a second. And Olivier Hart out of second place at the final corner. What went on there?
He's thrown it away.
I don't know if he went off like that. And they flagged properly a safety car, I would think.
Le Monet car is also dropped back. I think it's in the pits. I can't see much damage. We're going to get a replay.
Well, that's an extraordinary one. I don't know if there was traffic that had him too deep into the corner and offline, but that's a strange one.
Carrying too much speed, wasn't he, in there? And, well, he's not going to win it for a second year running. That is certainly... well...
Throw away that script, I think we can safely say.
So Guénard, the reigning champion, together with the guy who started the car, of course. Mahe. I know, they're all mates, of course. Phil Quaife now second, and Andrew Jordan third.
So we've lost Olivier Gallon, that was one of our top challengers. We've now lost the other challenger that had been running third before the pit stops, and suddenly Maxime Guénard in the number 1 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe as the safety car is called out onto the track. is in the clear. Olivier Hart closing in, had got to just over a second down on him, but maybe ambition.
Bit surprised. He didn't,
unusual.
Bit surprised, or A, he made a mistake, and B, didn't try and get it out of there.
Well, you know, when you see a car going through ground, it often travels in a slightly skewed way. So I don't know if there was something else untoward.
Could it have been mechanical? Could it?
I think it could be.
Yeah.
Because it just didn't seem to want to turn the way that he wanted, or maybe he was just trying to avoid the end of the barrier. But
a bit of luck, he might trudge his way back, and we might be able to pick him up with an interview to find out what happened. It's strange. I'm not convinced it was a drive error. Might have been, but not.
I'm not. And actually, the reason you talked about Benjamin Monet's car being in the pits was it had a 30-second stop-and-go penalty.
Oh, did it? Well,
unless that has just been added. It's on my screen. I'll tell you what, that's just been added. Dangerous manoeuvre at pit entry.
Oh.
So coming in for that extra pit stop, or was it a very late pit stop? No, extra pit stop. Oh, that's a double whammy. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Car number 31, which is Philippe Diop, who drove so well, as we said, in the first part of the race in the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Oh, that's cool, compounding a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Well, Chris Charles right up there now in 5th place, so he got plenty of Brits up near the front.
Well, it's
very well supported. I mean, obviously the greatest majority of competitors in this French-run series are French, although it is the main European historic series.
Oh, yeah.
For sports GTs, not single-seaters, of course.
You know, what's really happened in the last X years has been the fact that we used to have individual historic race meetings.
Yes.
But it's the formation of series where you don't get one race here. You get 6, 7, 8. Not all the series get a race at each of the rounds. So there's a bit of a mix through the season. But, of course, the growth of the Le Mans Classic over the past 20 years has been extraordinary. The growth of the Goodwood events has been extraordinary for getting cars back out onto the circuit. But I think the drivers particularly love the mix of circuits they can get and the hospitality off the track. We have very fine lunch. These things are important. It's not, you know, just turning up at a track and having a sandwich. You know, it's a whole occasion.
One thing I've never seen before, so as we mentioned the various different groups of the garages together, although it's not absolutely have to be in that bit, but each one of those, there's about 5 of those areas, and each one has its own little cafe.
I've tried all of them.
Really? You didn't bring me that Mars bar back. You promised.
I did not. You saw a Mars bar that I brought back and you fancied it, so I ate it very quickly.
Anyway, it's a nice atmosphere here, but everybody has slowed right down. We just take the thing down as we go around this but then I go, look, what can Phil, you know, Phil Quaif's a great competitor, the ex-Formula 3 racer, and super quick still. Phil, a great racing family, of course, and his father's big into vintage motorbikes these days. But we've still got the grab vehicle, and it's not grabbing very quickly yet. As you can see on the left of your picture, the yellow flag waving there is the Daytona Cobra with a rather mad Dutchman somewhere.
Mad as in terms of upset.
Oh, yes, yes.
So there we were. It looked as though Maxime Guénard, his days were numbered in the lead of the race. It was coming down to just over a second.
Yeah, but now we got Dylan. I just wonder if these Jaguars are... Did the one change his rear tyre? I think he did, didn't they?
Well, just bear in mind, the car that's third in that run, behind Maxime Guénard, there's another car, then the car second in the race, Phil Quaife, the number 43 Jaguar is, well, he's just a second and a bit down, suddenly in the mix.
Yeah. And Andrew Jordan is... Well, about 5. Well, it looks much closer there. For me,
what is also there is car number 180, and that is Phil Keane.
Yeah.
But that was the car started in the 2 E-types, just going at the bottom of the shot. They were the ones fighting for 4th and 5th position. Both rose a little higher, but probably because Phil Keane is so highly ranked.
Yeah, he would have had
the pit stops. He is a lap down in 10th place overall. His job right now. He's effective 9th because Benjamin Monet, who's in 9th, has got to come called in for a stop-and-go penalty. Oh, hold on a second. This is fairly massive. Latest message on screen. Certain car under investigation overtaking behind the safety car. Our race leader, number 1. So nobody wants to win this race. So suddenly Phil Quaife, you need to get a message to him fairly shortly. Just bear in mind, it could be a problem for the car that you're about to take a pitch at to take the lead of the race.
Money's on Andrew Jordan.
Okay, how much of your money? All of it, or
Not a lot.
It's all gone. Oh well. Right, safety car period.
Yeah.
It's a 2-hour race. We've got 18 minutes remaining, and I think it'll be probably one more lap behind the safety car, and then it really is going to be a sprint to the finish.
Made a nice TV series for Sky years ago with Andrew and Mike Jordan when they were both racing in touring cars together. Remember, they father and son were both racing. Andrew was up and coming, and they were terrific to work with, actually. So there we are, look.
Right, looking at the cars. Number one, leading the race by very little.
Large question mark.
Problem. Keep an eye on the screen. Message has disappeared for now. Safety car leading the race. The car second on the track is a lap down in 10th place. That's Phil Keane. He's going to desperately want to get his E-Type ahead of our race leader, Maxime Guénard. But the car third on the track is Phil Quaife in the other Jaguar E-Type that was fighting in those top 5 positions to start the race. His job is to stay as close as possible to this number 1 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. We don't know if it's a penalty yet, but anyhow, under investigation. Certainly that message was on my screen, has disappeared a little bit.
Into almost the last 17 minutes, coming up to 15. So we're right near the sharp end of this, and, well, could go 1 or 2 or 3 different ways.
Well, we've already had several scripts scrumpled up and thrown in the waste paper basket. And David Hart, you know, nobody knows what went on. I don't think that was a regular incident for Olivier Hart, because it just seemed a very strange point on the corner in which to go off, and he speared straight through.
Whilst I was getting the story, I don't know whether David wants to be interviewed, but maybe get a little report there from Vincent.
I don't know. I mean,
he might have heard from. He's going to. I think we're getting suggestions that he is.
Well, you can't be entirely sure that David even knows he's sitting in the pit. No. Olivier is down unless he's had a mobile phone in the car.
No, he might have done. You know, people do. And
right, so this 60s endurance race that's setting the ball rolling. First race of the Grand Prix, Delage d'Or. His car, Olivier Hart, was closing in on the race leader, ran off at the final corner. His car is back on the track.
Bruce, the car is on the track there. They've got the flatbed. They're backing it up. If that car had not, why would it not drive back to the pits if it hadn't got a mechanical?
Yeah, well, I agree.
No damage to it. It didn't hit anything.
No.
I would suggest it was a mechanical failure.
Yeah, I think that's the only logical explanation that you could possibly have. But right now, suddenly, with every lap, Maxime Guénard is probably sitting pretty. Olivier Hart, there he is. He's out of the car. He's directing what they're going to do.
Looking at left front. Is that left front wheel?
It's out at an angle, unless he's just. Well, we can't see the right front wheel. But let's go.
Well,
and join Vincent, because he's down in the pit lane with the driver of car number 69. Let's find out what the news is.
During the safety car here with Mr. John of B, on va la faire en français. John, le choix de cette voiture Porsche 904, on est dans une course où il y a des Cobras, des E-Type et des élans, et vous venez avec autre chose.
Oui, mais c'est un choix que j'ai fait avec mon fils, de rouler avec une voiture beaucoup plus facile et homogène pour rouler. Et je trouve que dans la catégorie, on se bat avec les Lotus Elan. Et donc, c'est une voiture très amusante à piloter à partir du moment où, je veux dire, on ne fait pas d'erreur.
Ça veut dire que vous avez fait des erreurs, mon cher John?
Ça veut dire que j'ai été obligé de faire quelques petites hors-trajectoires pour pouvoir suivre quelques Cobras.
Bon, ça se passe comment sur la piste? Quelle est l'ambiance sur ce circuit de Dijon-Prenois? C'est chaud ou pas?
Ah oui, c'est chaud. Les courses de 60, c'est toujours chaud. C'est les roulages en paquet, et puis avec les safety, les restarts. Et donc, mais c'est ça qui est passionnant d'ailleurs, justement, parce que ça renivelle le niveau, on repart et à l'attaque, et puis il faut doubler les attardés, donc il faut avoir une certaine agilité. Donc c'est ça qui fait, je dirais, le plaisir de cette course.
John, on va revoir également la fameuse Ligier JS2 ici sur Dijon-Prenois. Ça vous tient à cœur d'aligner ce type de voiture?
Oui, tout le monde sait que je suis particulièrement passionné par les Ligiers. Et cette voiture, j'ai eu un petit souci. J'ai été un petit peu ambitieux hier ou ce matin pour les essais libres. Et je pense que là, pour les qualifs, on va essayer d'être à la hauteur de palmarès de cette voiture.
Merci, John of B. Mr. John of B had some hot moments on the track today in Dijon-Prenois.
Thanks very much, Vincent. The sun is racing. Is it Son of B on board now? That's Thibaut Guittard to give him his christened name.
Yes.
Secret has been blown. You blew the cover last year for the family, right? Oh, right.
I don't think
I've got some
mind.
penalties to give out. I'm not in charge of penalties, but car number 89, which is well, that's off the side of the track. That's the sand-coloured Cobra.
Yeah.
Off on the exit turn 5 of Laurent Cobon and Antoine Weil. They get 108 seconds for pit window infringement. Yeah, that's so clumsy, isn't it? And number 19, that's Benjamin Chiron, his red Jaguar E-Type. He gets 54 seconds for a pit window infringement. Neither of those, of course, affect our race leader. Haven't spotted a penalty coming his way, but you move your head away from the screen as we look at, unfortunately, the Hart family car up on the flatbed. That's going back to the pits, but...
Do you think the left front steering arm?
Yes. That's why it just seemed to be skittering through the gravel. No attempt to turn, because you'd have thought he dropped to enough speed that the front could come round and he could steer it through the gravel. But right now, here we are, the 60s Endurance. We're going towards the end of the race, down to 12, but it's going to be a sprint off the flag. And I reckon Phil Quaife has got a very, very good opportunity. He's 1.8 seconds down. There's one car between him and the race leader, which is still Maxime Guénard. It's E-Type against Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens there. Is that I wonder if we saw it from a different angle, we might be able to get a better shot.
Well, but I mean, hats off to Olivier Hart. What a chase he was putting on. He was helped by the safety car, but already he was helping himself, hand over fist. The safety car, I don't think it's going to be going around for a great deal longer. Is this going to be the last lap behind the safety car? I hope it is, because then we can have a fantastic scrap to the end of this 2-hour race. It's been a little bit stop, a little bit start, but some great racing. But we've lost quite a few of the top runners. Olivier Galland, as he said in the end, there was assorted problems for his Cobra. It had been smoking and eventually had to heed the black and orange circle warning flag for mechanical frailty, something spotted from race stewards. And certainly it was leaving a bit of a trail behind it in terms of the smoke coming out of it, not necessarily oil on track. But Maxime Guénard has just got to count down the minutes to the end of the race. Thomas Stewart also had the door open on his Mustang to get a bit of cool air through for the final sprint to the finish. And again, just looking to see where the cars are around the lap. They're going through up the slope through turn 6 and 7, and this is turn 5. And again, what a wonderful spread of cars, Andrew. We talked before the race about the battle between the Cobras in the coupe form and the regular form, and the Jaguar E-Types in normal form and lightweight form. And it's come down to a run to the finish, but the pack has been shuffled, and you said that maybe the best of the GT2 class, the smaller Elans, could finish in the top 10. You said maybe 7th or 8th. You're spot on. Morris is 7th. Matt Home is 8th.
Yeah. So...
Right, it's going to be this lap. It's going to be this lap. Safety car's going to withdraw. The car in the middle, the dark E-Type 180, is a lap down. And you can be sure the driver on board, Phil Keane, wants to get away.
Their teammates, because they're both Valley Motorsport cars, they're actually lined up in a paddock side by side, those two cars. And I think Phil Quaife, who, first came to notice, winning lots of racing in Radical, has done the Porsche Super Cup, done all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but look at the grunt
he's gone down
of the Cobra.
Okay,
so he's let the car that's second go through. That was it was like the trouble is Phil Keane neither of those cars had the grunt on the start finish straight to overhaul the Cobra.
4.7 versus 3.8 litres, V8 versus straight 6. What about Andrew Jordan though?
Well, Andrew Jordan's about another nearly 10 seconds back in third place. Ignore the car that's running behind Phil Keane.
Yeah.
Which actually should be Nigel Greensall. Yeah, there it is in the background of the shot, I think.
Yeah. Well, look at Quake's move.
Wow.
Ooh, that was just perfect, wasn't it?
That was unbelievably
but other E-Type sort of getting in the way a bit, isn't he? Oh, almost got collected as well. But, well, it's very rare that there's an E-Type win one of these 60s races. It's usually the domain of the Cobras, but maybe not today.
Well, ringing in his ears, remember on the grid that Phil Quaifel's teammate James Thorpe said, well, I'm planning to win. He didn't seem too optimistic, in all fairness, but I thought at the time, fighting.
Right attitude, though. Yeah, and look the other E-types, leading Grenard. He's put Grenard, and he can help now because he can just defend, keep the Cobra behind because it is his teammate who is leading now.
So, new race leader, Phil Quaife, car number 43, started by James Thorpe, and playing a lap down, but playing sort of a rear gunner is Phil Keane, car number 180. And then suddenly the driver who had this in the bag, Maxime Guénard, the car was started by Guillaume Mahe, suddenly just isn't so good. Another car that's a lap down. Nigel Greenswall is about to get in the mix, the third of the E-types. Here comes Phil Quaife down the slope into turn number four, locking up a little bit. He's away.
Yeah.
He is away. Super positive driving there from Phil Quaife, and he's maximising this moment. It hasn't got long to go, just 7.5 minutes remain. 2 hours has gone by in a flash. We've had 3 safety car periods. I'm trying to remember, I think it might even be 3 now. I keep looking away from the screen just to see if there's any further message about car number 1. Hasn't come up while I've been looking. Yellow flag at turn 2, so someone further back in the pack has had a moment. Hopefully that won't interrupt our race leaders. And Ed Morris is now up into 6th place overall, leading GT2, and he's got Vincent Kolb's Cobra between him and the chasing Matt Holmes. So you'd have to say that he and even Ivanov, his Bulgarian teammate, ought to be cheering from the podium in the GT2 class from the top step. 6th overall, that's spectacularly good. Yellow flag still flashing. Will it turn to anything else? And if it does, and it turns to a safety car, well, Phil Quaife will go, thank you. That surely would be victory to me.
Past the pitch boards. Grenard, I feel, has said, that's it, I'm going to finish second.
Yeah, he's 2 and a bit seconds down now in third.
As I said, we've got the situation that we got Phil Keane in between them, who can be a bit tactical. I think he was, actually, just earlier in the previous lap. And then I think that just going through there with the Jordan car, the 17 machine. And here's your Ed Morris car, right up there with the Cobras. Chris Giles up the 4th place, look. That is a good run for Chris Giles and Bas Janssen.
What's happened to Armand Miel? Has he gone off, or has he had a penalty?
No, Armand Miel is shown in 9th.
But he's falling all the time, because suddenly we've got Ed Morris up into 5th place into the GT2 class, and just waiting for the next car over the line. The safety car separated the field a fair bit in some ways, because Phil Keane is the next one who's probably going to go ahead of Armand Miel, but he was a lap down, remember. There he is, running in 2nd place of those 2 E-types we're looking at going out of shot.
Ed Morris is up to 5th spot, Absolutely terrific.
Well, we were saying before the start of this race, 2 hour 60s endurance round. It's all going to be the E-types against the Cobras, and well, around here, the Alans will be outgunned. Of course, though, they've got much smaller engines. They are nimble. Yeah, but
I think towards the end they'll be up in the top 10. I think is what I said. Well, that was an easy prediction, to be honest. But that's exactly what has happened. But then.
Yeah, but due to the safety cars, they're 23 only 23 seconds away from the race-leading car. This is the race-leading car, the number 43 E-type.
2 laps to go or 3? Quite sure. Olivier Hart has arrived back in the pits. We're going to hear from him in just a moment. Vincent's already queuing him up. And
well, that'll be good, but I'm fairly sure there's going to be a reason. We don't think it was driver error.
Let's see if we got it right, that it was the steering arm.
Yeah, well, Phil Quaife leading 2.4 seconds. Maxime Guénard's safety car procedure is under investigation. That is a standard thing you get on the screen, but I'm just looking for anything that could skew this race. But for a driver who was challenging, he was chasing, he was hunting down the race leader. That was Olivier Hart. Vincent Franssen, our man in the pits, has caught up with him. We'll find out why he went off.
With me in the pit lane, the unfortunate hero of this race, Olivier Hart. Olivier, what was the problem?
I didn't know what the problem was when I was in the car, but it felt like something broke in my steering wheel. And then the car went straight on. I could miss the barriers by a small bit, so it was pretty scary. But yeah, it was painful. But yeah, it is what it is. And I looked at it now, and I saw that the braking caliper broke, and I think that has something to do because the rim broke off the car itself. So the wheel was just loose, hanging in the body. So I don't know what happened, but. Yeah, the race was nice. I really enjoyed it. My dad was going really well. he kept he was up there with the top group, stayed in 10 seconds most of the time, 1 second, and I was just gaining small bits per lap. And then obviously we had a nice safety car. I thought we were going to win this, and I felt more comfortable in the car. Everything was feeling right, and the moment I was going to pass him or the lap after, yeah, the car breaks. So yeah, it's a pity, but yeah, 3 races in a row that we have a retirement of something so small we can't do about it. You know, the team is doing so well, and yeah, we get nothing from it, so it's very painful.
Sorry for this, Olivier.
Oh, that's a hard one. I mean, he was on a fantastic charge.
I think it did. I think the brake must have taken the steering arm out. So I think we read that okay. Very disappointing for him, but still gives a very nice interview. He's a lovely young man. I'm very impressed by him. Phil Quaife, though, is pulled 3 seconds away from Guérin now. Andrew Jordan has not made anything up on Guérin. Chris Tars Jr. is 4th. Vincent Kolb is 5th. And then Ed Morris 6th place. And Greenshaw finally managed to get into the top 10. Phil Keen's lap down is 9th. And somebody else is under investigation.
Yeah, it's Thomas Studer, the driver of the Mustang, for overtaking before the restart line. But for car number 43, fastest lap of the race now in its hands, thanks to the driver on board at the moment, the second half of this 2-hour race. That's Phil Quaife, leading now by 4.3 seconds. I mean, really, the second place car just coming down behind the Alfa. It's the number 1 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. The flag has been run up the mast, I think, certainly because he couldn't control the restart with the two E-types fighting very nicely behind him. And the important move there was really the second of those E-types, a lap down. Phil Keen getting up into second place in that running order. Okay, he's a lap down, but he then separated Phil Quaife, and Phil's done the rest.
Yeah.
Absolutely street clear.
Because the Quaife family very much involved in motorsport. The family in the past built a lot of transmissions, gearboxes and so on. They even built a 4-wheel drive GT car. Do you remember that? About 20 years ago. Mike Quaife racing that. Very interesting car that they built. But there's lots of land. 3 lands all on the same piece of Dijon tarmac.
Well, Matt Hope, just getting out of the bottom of the shot in the metallic green car, is second in the class behind Ed Morris. Separated by, well, actually quite a lot. The last 2 laps have been very good for Morris, not so good for Matt Hope. The other 2 cars a little bit further down the running order. One's the Hyatt family car, car number 32.
One thing, we haven't mentioned Nigel Armstrong and Steve Skipworth. That's a famous racing family, the Skipworths.
Yeah, so 1-2-2, Raphael de Boerman on board that. He's just having a little battle with Nick Hyde and just gained a position by the looks of things, the red and white. Elan going backwards. Last lap of the race, there's the official declaration. We wondered if we'd get one further lap beyond, but here we are, last lap of the race. Phil Quaife leading by 5.7 seconds from Maxime Guérin. Andrew Jordan 13 seconds down overall, but job pretty much done. That's turn 4. Virage de la Bretelle. We have 9 corners in all until we get to the straight of the Weasel and run to the checkered flag.
What a way to start this race meeting. I've obviously had great practice, but, you know, a terrific opening race. Twists and turns, not the predicted winner, and a rare E-type victory coming up.
Yeah, and again, we thought towards the end of the race the Cobras would have a little shortage of tyre performance, and today they were given a chance by the safety cars, but given a chance by other elements as well. But we thought the Jaguar E-types would come on strong at the end of the race. But what a race we had in the early stages. The Cobras against the E-types, the Grunt against the Finesse, and it's the Finesse that's going to win the day.
And all right, great drive there at the end by Phil Quaife, but can't say enough about James Thorpe and the strong job he did.
Now, he and Lee Mole, they'll have enjoyed their battle, but here the checkered flag is about to be unfurled for our race winner, car number 43, Phil Quaife. James Thorpe was delighted in the pit lane. He wanted victory. He's got victory. Race events, a little bit of something lying in the track. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, they can see it. At that point, they'd be turning in. And the car following across the line. Phil Keen second to the finish, but in 9th place overall. Ended up a lap down, but played an important role in the car that was started by Lee Mole.
Yeah, I mean, E-type, normally the fastest one is Jonathan Mitchell, who Thorpe normally drives with. They were second at Spa, of course, but they've gone with Phil Quaife gone one better here today. So great result for the Shropshire team of Valley Motorsport. Build these cars, prepare them so well, and always look neat and tidy and well regimented when you go down to that area.
Right, just running down the final order then. Graphic on the screen will tell you it's Phil Quaife from Maxime Guéna, Andrew Jordan in third place. So Jaguar E-Type from Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, Shelby Cobra regular body shape with Andrew Jordan. Chris Charles, another regular body shape Cobra in fourth place overall. Vincent Kolb, another regular shape Cobra in fifth. And Ed Morris, top in GT2, sixth overall. Impressive run, very much for even him and even Petov, Ivanov.
Yeah, the Bulgarian who we had a nice chat with him a couple of race meetings ago, and he's very enthusiastic. And,
yeah, hugely enthusiastic and works very well in the pairing. You know, so many of these races, the longer races, you have two drivers, even some of the shorter races with a mandatory pit stop, but it's how you work across the balance.
Yeah, well, obviously he's driving together with his driver coach in Ed Morris. So, nice last win for Ed. We'll be hearing from the winner, of course, in a few moments. And,
I mean, many twists and turns in that race, but if I just encapsulate, to me, it was the first quarter of the where the top 5 cars, 3 Cobra Daytona Coupes and 2 E-Types, were just exchanging positions pretty much the whole time. And if they weren't passing, they were challenging, and just looking at the different way that, you know, an E-Type performs versus a much more lurid, more powerful Cobra Daytona Coupe. It was wonderful. It was historic racing as it really should be. And this circuit at Circuit Dijon-Prenois, I fully understand why the Le Mans Classic Series comes here with the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, as you pointed out, Andrew, is a very long-running historic race meeting, and I can see why it will go on for years to come. Great variety too. See, there's Alfa Romeo in the mix as well. We lost that wonderful old Chevrolet Corvette.
We did, but it was lovely to see it going around.
Made a nice sound, and Michel Grosvillier, full of enthusiasm for racing cars from the late 50s, early 60s, which is exactly how it should be. So we're underway. First of 9 races across the 2 days of racing here at Dijon-Prenois. First race done and pretty much dusted. And then the next race will be coming relatively soon. The next one out on the track will be the Gentleman Challenge. The cars from the 50s and 60s all over again, but a different mix. And our top few cars just pulling up in front of the podium, which is at pretty much the pit exit end of the pit lane. And Phil Quaife starts to sort of not disrobe, but at least get that magical moment when the balaclava comes off, the earplugs come out. And yeah, look, there's the smile. We've seen that across the decades. And let's go down. Great to see Olivier Hart, who was challenging. He went out of the race. But let's hear from our race winner, Phil Quaife, with Vincent.
That's the finish of the race here in Dijon-Prenois. First race, 60s endurance with Mr. Phil Quaife. Phil, it was a crazy race.
It really was. As always, 60s, especially at Dijon, 60 cars. It's interesting racing out there.
Explain us your stint, your second part of the race. How was it?
Well, first of all, my teammate James, cracking start. What a stint from him. Great battle with Lee Mole and Phil Keane. And the Cobras and the Daytonas at the front. So great job for him. And then for me, it was just about kind of second stint, putting in the laps and battling with the Daytona Cobra.
What made the difference?
We've really been working on the Valley E-Type this year so far, and hats off to Valley Motorsport. That car is on the money. Really enjoyable to drive, and happy to get the win.
Congratulations, Phil Quaife. Great result with James Thorpe at the finish, and we'll go and see the second one now. Maxime Guéna. Maxime, ben voilà, à l'arrivée, deuxième place, c'était une course de dingue, hein, comme d'habitude en Sixties Endurance.
Ouais, comme d'habitude, c'était une sacrée course. Écoute, je te cache pas, quand même un peu déçu d'avoir perdu à 15 minutes de la fin la tête, mais bon, ils sont tellement plus vite avec les types dans le signeux, il n'y a rien à faire.
Donc c'était à la régulière, il est passé, impossible de réagir.
Ben, j'aurais bien voulu réagir si tu veux, mais quand on est arrivé dans le dernier virage, moi j'avais plus de grippe à l'avant, et puis tour après tour, je voyais bien dans le dernier virage, il garde beaucoup plus de vitesse, et puis on peut pas lutter.
Bon, la saison est loin d'être finie, Maxime.
Ah non, mais on est bien d'accord.
Okay, it was once again a great battle. And we have Saif Sam, third one of the race. Saif, third one. Congratulations with Untitled Chapter. Great result.
Thank you. I mean, it was a long time coming. We had a little bit of bad luck at Goodwood and the Monaco Historic, so it feels so great to be on the podium with my great pal, Andy Jordan. Couldn't be happier. It's amazing.
Andrew, please, how was it at the end, your stint, the second part of the race?
Busy, lots of traffic, and I thought under the second safety car we might have a chance to make a bit further progress, but got caught behind a few slower cars on the restart, and they'd put 6 seconds on us. So then I was just managing the car to the end. It's my first race was safe, so yeah, brilliant result.
P3 is a good result for you?
Yeah, that's good. Podium, anytime you come and get a trophy is good, and the car's been reliable and quick, so, but as ever, it can always be quicker, so we'll go away and work for the next one.
As I said, it was just a crazy race.
Well, it certainly was. Thank you very much, Vincent, for those excellent interviews down in the Parc Fermé, and of course, class wins as well. GT4 was won by a race-winning duo Phil Quaife and James Thorpe. Maxime Guénard won GT5 along with Guillaume Mahé, and GT2 was won by Ivanov and Ed Morris in their Lotus Elan.
I just wish my French was a little bit better, because I wasn't quite sure what Guénard was saying about, I think he was having trouble in certain corners, but now I think we're going to see some of the highlights of a terrific race. What we got next, gentlemen?
Well, that was a huge amount of fun to get the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or of 2026 underway. 2 hours of racing for the 60s endurance, and now we move to a similar sort of period, but very different mix of cars, a little less shorter on horsepower, 1950s and 60s.
We're going back 10 years, really. That's for back into the 50s here with the listers and the D-type, the old D-type here. But coming up, I think we saw Nigel Greensell, John Spears in the last race, where they finished just in the top 10, but they're going to be real challenges for this. So we've got a great lister run by the CKL group from down in Battle. Terrific car with a great history, and they're going to be in the mix for absolute sure. They won at Barcelona, and they won both races at Barcelona. Then at Spa a couple of weeks ago, I think they won the first of the two races, and then I think Jean-Luc Vercoing won the second one. So they're obviously going to get some penalties. But the car to watch for with the Krikonoff Lotus 15. That's a quick car, and I mean, he'll have a bit of penalty, but it's going to be another interesting battle. This is a much shorter race. This is going to be a 45-minute race this time.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. But again, just as in the previous race, we've got different cars that deliver different performance in different places around this track.
Yeah.
A lot of the mentioning Serge Krikonoff in his Lotus 15, giving away a huge amount in terms of horsepower, but he's got more handling in that Lotus 15 than pretty much any other car in the race.
Yeah, he has, and it's a Lotus 15. It hasn't got a great history. It's a car that was sold by out of Cheshunt by Colin Chapman into America. It's basically a club racing car. No great history, but it's a very nicely prepared car now with a. They have different engines though, so it's got 1500 climax.
Yeah, some have the 1100, don't they?
Yeah, some even have 2 litres in them. Yeah.
But again, it's a sort of sign of the times. In the 1950s in particular, British cars and into the 60s very popular with the American racing scene because they did that thing American cars didn't do by and large, which is handle. They didn't have the grunt.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, you know, if you were an importer of British cars, and MG sold loads, didn't they, in the States? It was such a strong market for not just for racing, but obviously for road cars too. Something a little bit different. And for a circuit like this, with the wonderful flow, we're just looking at the exit of turn 1 into turn 2, that long right-hander into the dip. Slightly cooler day than we've had in recent weekends on the racing scene. Certainly the last round of the previous round of the Le Mans Classic Series at Spa-Francorchamps was very, very hot indeed. We went racing through till past 11 o'clock on the Saturday night. Today we'll be finishing sort of more around the 7 o'clock mark, one would suggest, but slight delay before the start of this race. We were due to start a few minutes ago, but the grid will be coming round as soon as possible for quite a lot of the drivers, Andrew, from the first race. They might have a fresh set of overalls. They're jumping to different cars for race 2.
And again, we've got people with some very interesting jobs in this particular race. Sergei Krikonoff makes very upmarket watches. They only make 400 a year. I don't know how much they cost. They make all the parts themselves. A lot of people don't buy the movements, you know, but that's what he does. And then you've got Luc Vercoing, who's one of the biggest biscuit makers in France. His company makes biscuits, it makes ice cream cones, it does all that sort of stuff. And then in this race, you've got Guillermo Fierro, who mainly is in banking in South America, and he is on the Forbes billionaire list.
I thought he made bird cages, but I realised he's racing a bird cage.
Racing a bird.
Tipo 61 Maserati, just going out the bottom of our shot.
Yeah.
As it happens.
Yes, so, I mean, but he's a very good driver. And we've seen him winning in Maseratis, of course, at Monaco, both in this car he's driving here, but also in a 250F. He's a terrific driver. But he's probably got his jet parked over in the airport over there.
Now we've got, you know, there's the birdcage, the bright Maserati number 61. It's the Tipo 61 sitting high. If ever you see the bodywork off that car, it's a filament of tiny, really light gauge metal structures. It's
very clever.
Knitted together, and it was thought it was lightweight in comparison to the cars with much bigger bars to be really quite incredibly untechnical in their format. But look at the diversity of machines. You've got Austin Healey's in the mix. Some of the cars actually just been in the previous race, including Mr. John B's Porsche just coming into the shot. Now up the slope out of turn 5. There it is, the pale green over white Carrera GTS. So an amazing diversity of machinery. But we've got a little Lotus on pole position.
And we haven't mentioned, of course, the Bizzarini, which always goes well. The Hickett car. We've got lots of different classes. We won't go into it. There's about 10 different classes in this.
Well, I'll narrow it down to 3.
Yeah,
We've got
right,
E1, E2 and F. Well, that's easier for me than...
Yes.
But we've got Serge Kriknoff on pole. We talked about his little Lotus 15, alongside a car that couldn't be more different. It's only a year apart. The Jaguar engine Lister Costin to John Spears.
Yes.
And then Volker Hicker in the car with the roof, the Bizzarini you talked about, and a knobbly Lister with a Chevrolet engine. Oscar winner Luc-Pierre Vercain will start 4th.
We got lovely Alfa Vogelé as well, that Julia TZ. And what else? We're on the British interest, we've got Robin Ellis, who always goes very well in that Lotus Elite. We're going back from the Elan we've seen now to the Lotus Elite, which was a fiberglass car, which was a monocoque fiberglass body. I've driven a Lotus Elite, lovely. And again, same engine though, as we mentioned, the Climax 1220 engine in that car. And the factory used to race those cars, and their Grand Prix drivers like Trevor Taylor, we do a Formula 1 race at Silverstone International Trophy, and then he'll get in the Lotus Elite and do the GT race. There's loads of people drove those things very quickly. Graham Warner, Les Leston, who was the guy basically invented the racing overall, and was also a good jazz musician. He was very successful. We got a different... Did we really see Callum Mountain? I'm not sure he did start. We saw that red car.
We saw the car out of the race, but...
but did we? Oh, did we mistake it? Sorry.
No, it was definitely in the race.
Didn't see it in the... Anyway, doesn't matter.
We had so many cars, it was off the bottom of our timing screen.
Oh, that's what...
Right, here we have the red lights are on.
We're ready to go.
45 minutes ahead of us, the Gentleman Challenger. This is the only group that gets a second race. They get another race tomorrow. On the right-hand side of our screen is the Lister Costin with John Spears, but the pole starter, Albert, is on there on the left. Serge Kriknoff, and this is Lotus 15. Volker Hickert. Expect him to blast away from the second row, and likewise Luc-Pierre Vercain in the Chevrolet-powered Lister Knobley. And at the moment, of course, Serge Kriknoff on pole has a fraction of the horsepower, so he's already shedded 1 position, 2 position, holds on to 3rd place. Of course, he'll have a lovely sweep at the first corner. The Bizzarini tucked behind into 4th place, and then it is et al. We've got lovely truncated tail Alphas, we've got the Carrera GTS, we've got the Allard, we've got a whole host of body shapes, and that wonderful Maserati birdcage starting from 5th overall.
And what we were about to get to, we've got the other Morgan SLR, one of the 4 that were built.
Yeah, John Emberson's car starts in the top 10 in 9th position.
Yes, Greensall will drive that later.
Yeah, so
I don't know how they're going to do it, because Greensall, you've seen, is Greensall going to drive the Spears, or Nigel Hunt started out of the cars, so he can't drive both. He can't drive both, can he? And it's only a 45 minutes. Yeah.
Right, 45 minutes, so different frame of mind from... Oh, what a wonderful shot. Look at that diversity in the field, going at the climb out of turn 5. And you talked about Robin Ellis. He was already starting to... He's leading the GT class in 13th place overall. But again, that little Lotus Elite was such a revelation. It was so lightweight, but the handling was just coming into short weight, white with a little yellow flash at the front. There it is, little flash on the tail. There's Robin Ellis, little TVR Grand Tourer tucked in behind him. That would be Mark Ashworth, a driver who... I think he travels from the Far East, somewhere like Hong Kong.
Does he?
Do his racing,
TVR, yeah.
Races with his father, Simon. Really enthusiastic. And, great to see these manufacturers that were just, in the early days for a lot of them, it was about racing as much as the road cars. Racing helped pay for the road cars to be built. And certainly for TVR and Mark, there's always been involved in racing somewhere up and down the line. But John Spears in 2nd place now, because blasting into the lead goes Luc-Pierre Vercain, so it's Lister Knobley ahead of the sleeker number 88.
You can see the difference in that shot,
Oh, huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the engine factor as well, with the bigger grunt of the Chevrolet against the more refined Jaguar, a bit like we had in the opening race of the day between the Daytona Coupes and the Jaguar E-types.
We got a Lotus 11, which was the model before the Lotus 15, which looks very similar. That's down there in 9th place.
Yeah, I think it's very nicely driven by Jean-Pascal Querel.
Yes, they built an awful lot of those in period.
The Morgan SLR of which you talk is the silver one. John Emberson just sweeping down just behind the graphic there. He's heading off after the Lotus 11.
It's unpainted.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, aluminium bodywork. You've got a nice Austin Healey. That's Vincent Kolb, he always goes very well in that 1965 Healey 3000.
Robin Ellis gaining another place against the Alfa as he goes on the climb again. He was very quick there on the opening. That Lotus Elite climbing the order, still listed at the start of the lap in 12th, but he's certainly moved up one position at least. Maybe, if not two. No, he's behind John Emberson. Yeah, he's the next one down. So he's up to 11th place overall, but a good, tidy move there.
It's extraordinary that the Mr. John B. Porsche just finished a 2-hour race, and now it's gone to another 45-minute race.
Yeah, he had time to chat. He did the first part of the race, and off he goes. But he was talking about how he just loves the handling of this Carrera. And it always was such a feature, wasn't it, the 9046 Carrera. Right, again down the start-finish straight. Luspia, Vercat, says Kricknoff has suddenly got into the mix, was listed across the line ahead of John Spears, but John Spears back in front again. So the handling of the Lotus might have had a better run through the final corner, but then the power of the Jaguar obviously played out over the start-finish straight. But look, Kricknoff, he's having just such a fantastic season. He was fabulous down in Barcelona. He did a brilliant run in the Monaco Historique, and he's here. 3 more circuits that could be more different. You know, you really would struggle to find unless you decided to go somewhere that was just, you know, like Silverstone, for example, very different to this. But this is uphill, down dale, and Volker Hickert going increasingly well on the tail of the John Spears-driven Lister. So maybe 3rd position isn't safe for Spears.
We've got these sports racers mixed in with his GT cars and Pizzarini, Griffo there. I helped crew for one of those a long time ago. A friend of mine took it over to race in Ireland. It's a quick, silly story. At the Phoenix Park, on that dumb boy, the scrutineer came up, he looked at the car, he walked round, he kicked each wheel, each time he kicked it, and he says, "'Tis a fine car." It's a fine car, and he gave us the scrutineering sticker.
I'm sure scrutineering is exactly like that these days.
It's got a big Chevy engine in this. That's why the big Chevrolet engine. And
what size is that? It's 5.300, so is it 5.3 litres?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Doing some basic maths.
Probably got 4 great Weber carburetors on a sort of cross-flow manifold.
Well, there is a sign of the performance differential between MGA and after 3 racing laps, Luc Pierre Vercois et al. Have gone past. And I say, again, says Kricknoff, moved ahead of John Spears last time, but has stayed ahead of John Spears. And here's John in number 88, the Lister Jaguar Costin. Volker Hickert and that white Pizzarini tucked in behind, 5th place. Guillermo Fierro Ileta and his Maserati Birdcage, and Philippe Koenig, 6th overall. He's a little way back. Was that Alfie Briggs? I think he might have been having a little wave. Triumph TR3 being demoted in the bottom of the shot. Down through turn 4 they go.
Vercois' business is, as I said in biscuits and so on, it's called the 3 Stalks. The father founded it back in 1925, but they make a lot of biscuits. They keep buying other biscuit companies up, and apparently their ice cream cones are great.
Are you starting? Have you got a competition this weekend to weave animals and birds in? You put a weasel.
He did. But he did damage the nose cone of his car last season, and when he was the ice cream cone maker, which I thought was quite interesting.
Beak of his car. Really?
Yeah. Well, that too. But anyway,
right, the diversity.
Be serious, the diversity is extraordinary.
It is. As our front runners are going through, we're looking at John Spears in 3rd place in his Lister Costin, holding off the relatively unusual Pizzarini 5300 GT. Yeah, well, they're going past one of the Julie family little 356s. There's no, it looks like we've got an Austin Healey 104 diving into the pit lane at the back. That's a bit early for anything else. But look at the diversity in the middle. You've got an XK. Is that the Mark Gordon car, I think, coming through? 120, 150.
Not here this weekend, but we often have right in the mix, of course, Fred Wakeman and PBE, Blackburn, Pat Bakely Edwards. They race a Cooper Jaguar, don't they, in the series? That's what they race.
That's right.
And they have success. But the Vert guy is the champion from last year. And so Greenshaw Spears won won the race last year, the first race last year. 2 races last year as well, and the Hearts was second, and that time they were second. And then in the past, the race has been won by Vincent Gay, who is not feeling too well. It is marvellous 275 Ferrari GTB, which that's usually in the mix here. But anyway, it's an ever-changing face. We've got a huge entry, whatever. And we've got TR3 down at Healy, 104th. That's one of the earlier.
Well, I think that's the one we just saw dive into the pits at the end of the previous lap for Philippe Petit. Nice to see the 2 904 Carrera, 6 Carreras in close proximity.
Yeah.
Koenig in 6th place overall. Vincent Kolb in his Austin Healy. Between him and Mr. John B in the second of those 904-6 Carrera GTS. This battle for 3rd place is tightening up because John Spears is still predominant, but only just in that blue, white striped Lister Jaguar. In the background, Volker Hickert is having a look. He shares with Bjorn Ebsen. We'll see how Bjorn can get off in the second half of this race. But right now, a good little scrap for 3rd and 4th positions. The gap between 1st and 2nd, just going out the bottom of the shot, is our race leader, Luc Pierre-Verquin. He's 2.2 seconds clear of Serge Kriknoff, who is effectively another 4 seconds clear of this man, John Spears, in his Lister.
There's been quite a lot of continuity cars with these Listers. Some quite a long time ago, some more recently. But in period, this was the last one that was built. And it was sent to America with a Chevy engine in, and it's come back and Jaguar put it in, because you'd have a Jaguar or a Chevy. And so it's a very nice original car, as I said, run by CKL, Chris Lucas's company down in Battle in Sussex. And they're real experts on Listers. They have built new ones as well, relatively new ones. So, as we said before, John Spears in New Year's Honours List got his MBE for services to charity. As he dives past a little Austin Healy, but the bits are ready right in his wake.
And actually, Maserati birdcage isn't too far behind. It's only another 2.5 seconds. Red flash in the background of the shot. But 3rd place, this has been the tightest battle in the race because our race leader, Luc Pierre-Verquin, in his Lister Nobby is 2 and a bit seconds here of Serge Kriknoff, which gives him breathing space. But right now, John Spears in 3rd place has no breathing space whatsoever. Volker Hickert all over his tail. They deliver their performance in different ways. First 2 cars across the start-finish line, an E-Type between them, and Austin Healy, 104, I think, going through the shot. One of the Julie family Porsche 356s. And then the 3rd place battle looks like a better run out of the final corner, this time for number 88, John Spears. A little bit more of a gap between him and the chasing Volker Hickert in the Bizzarini. But it's also how you work the traffic.
Yeah.
Albert Straminski in the middle of the shot there. We hadn't really talked about the Tejero. He's racing that down into turn 5. But again, just so many mates that came and sadly went from racing.
Tejero, Don Tejero, was born in Portugal, Portuguese name Tejero, but came to work in Britain, and they're very similar to Lister in a way. Didn't build so many cars, but then was commissioned by Kirikos, of course, to build those coupes, which Jackie Stewart raced in period, which we have seen racing in this series. The GT version with Dr. Asher having a bit of a major rebuild at the moment. I think we might see it at Le Mans. I think they're ready for Le Mans.
More than likely, right. If you like your Porsche 904-6 Carrera GTSs...
And I do.
And you do? Well, thank goodness. There are 2 of them really, really close together. They're fighting Philippe Koenig in number 904. Is holding off 69, which is Mr. John B, and they're running in 6th and 7th positions. Vincent Kolb has just fallen behind them in his Austin Healy, but he's keeping them honest. There he goes, red with the white roof. Next car up the hill is Courel in his little Lotus 11, but again, it was the handling of the 904.
The
904-6 that is so good. The drivers who drive it doesn't have the ultimate speed, but in terms of handling, you can see why Porsche suddenly started making great strides at Le Mans with these cars.
What's that? Somebody's getting an infringement.
Track limits reported. Car number 69, and we've been looking at Mr. John B. There he is. He's having a good run, but he's 2nd infringement, and it's something that in period wouldn't have really been enforced, but now it's very much a thing in racing, modern or historic, and he's got plenty of grunt. He's making a better run out of the final corner.
Interesting, yeah.
Neat and tidy and tucked it behind Vincent Kolb, looking pretty handy in that red and white roofed Austin Healy 3000. Just having a good battle, and again, these cars just look right. Historic racing looked just sensational. That wonderful sweep. In the background of the shot, the Austin Healey getting wonderfully sideways as the track falls away through the long dipping right-hander that's the first corner. Then he has to pitch it to the left, so that's why it's such a delight to watch. And people who learn these circuits, they find out which are the best corners to stand and watch at. I can tell you, looking at the cars coming out of the compression into the second turn after that long exit from the first corner is a great place to be. And Vincent Kolb fleetingly gains the position, but falls back behind the second of those Carreras. No, he's got his nose in front and may just come up the slope in... Yeah. He's made the move stick down into turn 5. Good move there from Vincent.
Passing Agatha Julie there, I think.
Yes.
In her 356 Porsche. And I think her husband is racing a different one, isn't he?
He does. They were side by side.
Yeah, and they Mark Julie, and he's had a lot of success in his class in that. And I think he wins the index of performance section of it. So the Swiss, Serge Kriknoff, huge enthusiast for racing. I mean, he's got quite a lot of nice cars.
Well, Vincent Kolb's trying to make another move. Look at that. Off one of the Carreras. Didn't quite pick off the second one, Mr. John B, but just bear in mind that some cars will be getting warning for track limits, including Mr. John B. Another one to get one is car number 57, John Emberson, in that unpainted Morgan SLR that is running a little bit further behind them in 10th position overall.
And the Healey in the classic red and white colours of the factory BMC competitions team, running period by the great late Stuart Turner, of course, and Marcus Chambers.
Marcus Chambers was the name.
Before that, yeah, of course, his son is a bigwig in motorsport administration these days.
But look how sideways.
Yeah.
The Porsche's a little bit sideways, but it was always said the Healey 3000S was a hairy-chested sort of car.
Yeah.
You needed to hurl them around.
The great thing about these was they were equally at home as he chucks it sideways again in rallying or racing. I mean, Timo Mäkinen, great rally drivers like that, had a lot of success in Healey. Pat Moss and Sterling's sister was a great rally driver. Success in cars like this, and then they used to go and race them in places like Sebring and Le Mans.
You couldn't do it now, but...
that window must be almost open. That window is open in 2 minutes.
Okay, it's a 45-minute race, therefore it'll be opening at the quarter-hour mark.
I would suggest that Spears will come in and hand over to the man with the blue helmet with the stars around it, Mr. Nigel Greensall, as we said earlier. Jumped out of a plane at 15,000 feet or something.
Intentionally?
I think he was strapped to something. Yes.
Must be quite rare for him to be not in control. Just a thought.
Well, yes.
Right, Luc Pierre-Vercain has had a really successful season so far, and he is leading by 1.7 seconds in his Lister Nobly. That's the one with the Chevrolet engine.
Yes, but...
And again, down the start-finish straight, just the diversity. The red car on the left-hand side of your screen, super rare Aston Martin, a DB24, but a Bertone competition body, so exquisite. One of those many delights when you pick them out of the paddock. But we've had that change in the last few laps. John Spears losing out to the Bizzarini of Volker Hickert. It's been coming for a while. The move has been made.
But the burden of glory is going to kick in, because Vercain won the last race, did he not? Previous race at Spa, so he's going to be in the pits 15 seconds longer. Did Kriknoff, where did he finish? In Spa. He was second. So actually, and Kriknoff will get... So it's only 5 seconds difference between a pair of them.
Which should swap them around, because at the moment they're 1.7 seconds apart. And then John Spears will be handing over from 4th place now to Nigel Greensall. The pit window open in just over 1 minute's time, so that he'll do one further lap, one would suggest, as he accelerates up the start-finish straight.
So from Spa, we're missing the man with the great name. Sounds like a Central and West thing, Catesby Jones.
Catesby Jones.
Got one of those other 904s, but they're probably just getting ready for Le Mans. He drives with Carlos de Quesada, who sounds very Mexican, but that's from Florida.
He's Allegra Motorsport, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Allegra Motorsport, absolutely right.
Contemporary cars, but loves his historics. And you know what? One of the things that I find so fantastic with the Le Mans Classic Series, built on obviously what went on before from Peter Auto, is just how cosmopolitan it is. And you realise the effort people make to come and race
I mean,
these fantastic circuits, you know, travelling from all around the globe.
In the next race, we're going to see a Porsche, which will be near the front. It's got 2 guys flown from Bogota, Colombia to race it.
Yeah, but in fact, just thinking about racing in Colombia, there's a driver who's not very well at the moment. Rob Wilson used to go over and compete over there, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I saw that Rob had got a problem. Was looking for, needs a big operation on big drugs. I thought, what? I don't quite remember the story. But, well, get well, Rob.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, most famous. I mean, had a lot of success racing, and but perhaps most famous for training Grand Prix drivers and people to left foot brake at Bruntingthorpe. That's where
What was the name of his band? Wasn't it the Strolling Bones? He used to have a band, a sort of...
He still got a band, yes. I mean, he was in a much better-known band at one stage and had a big hit, but I don't think he played on the hit. And it'll come to it in a moment.
Right, Serge Kriknoff holding down second place. He's really keeping Luc Pierre-Vercamp very honest. You couldn't have more 2 different racing cars. A little Lotus 15, and in the foreground, getting slightly delayed by Agathe Juli's 356. That's a bit of a chance. Lister Nobly leading the way, but Luc Pierre-Vercamp had to just take not quite the optimum line. He was always going to pass the 356, but yeah, he lost he lost about a quarter of a second, maybe half a second, and red and white helmet of the Swiss racer in second place. Serge Kriknoff catching him there 10 seconds clear of Volker Hickert, who's in third place in his Bizzarini, and he in turn is just over a second clear of John Spears. But that pit window has been open now for a minute and a half. Let's have a look at a replay. Oh dear, this is a moment where third place, Volker Hickert, brake too late into the first corner, smoking away a little bit on the outside.
And then all the way around the outside, on the edge of the gravel. That won't do his tyres much good. And then we must show that pit window a few seconds time.
Yeah, it opened I think 10 minutes ago. 2 a bit.
Yeah.
Right, first and second is staying relatively stable as they go past Jaguar out there, the XK. You wouldn't expect those to sort of be on the track at the same time, but that's the beauty about historic racing. You get cars you don't always expect to see competing against others. Glorious truncated tail on the Alfa Romeo in the pits there. That's Roberto Turiziani's Coda Tronca Alfa Romeo Giulietta, short tail, car from 1965. Again, that cam tail, we've seen it on the Shelby Cobra Daytona coupes, very much a thing that came in to improve the aerodynamic stability over cars. It really seemed to work. Fairly early days in terms of aerodynamics right across the board. So pit lane relatively busy at the moment, but our race leader Luc Pierre-Vercamp, this driver in second place, Serge Kriknoff in his little Lotus 15, staying out for now, and in fact fastest lap of the race by about half a second over a race leading car to the driver in second place, Serge Kriknoff. Here he comes, down into turn 5 they go, and it really is down and then very, very steeply up.
Very quickly back to Rob Wilson, the band he played in that had the big hit, Nobody Knows Where Rosebery Goes, Edison Lighthouse. And strangely enough, last Saturday I had lunch with the guy who wrote Nobody Knows Where Rosebery Goes.
You are extraordinary, Andrew. There you go. Join these dots.
So,
right.
No, he's a very successful songwriter called Tony McCordy.
Tony McCordy.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, Luc Verclair.
Yeah.
The fastest lap has gone to
by half a second to Kriknoff.
Yeah, but so we're going to see how these pit stops. So we said that there's going to be a minute plus a 1 minute 20, a 1 minute 15 second, and this should be that.
Right, Jean-Pascal Querel having a pit stop. I didn't think he had any mechanics, but then he popped up from the other side of the car. But that little Lotus has been going very, very nicely indeed, giving away a lot of horsepower, but again, a bit like Serge Kriknoff in the Lotus 15, very, very good handling, always a feature of Colin Chapman's cars produced by Lotus. Another Lister Nobly in the mix, car 26. That should be Jacques Sandos, another Swiss racer. His is 1960, but this is a Nobly with a Jaguar engine. As you said, you can sort of get either, but a hand up. So his pit stop.
Well, the Americans preferred the
Chevrolet,
the Chevy in it. Yes, they built more with Jaguars.
So first and second, under 1.5 seconds now. So Luc Pierre-Vercain again chipping away, and in turn they're 15 seconds here at clear of John Spears, who obviously went back into third place with the problem for Bizzarini, which is actually listed as stopped on the circuit. You know, when he went wide at the first corner, I did think, is that smoking or is it dust? I think the reason he went on at the first corner, he might have been dropping oil on his own tyres.
It could be, yes.
We didn't get to see him again, and he hasn't made it through the second timing section, which ends, it's anywhere between turn 4 and turn 6, 7 at the top of the hill.
So I think Fierro just going out the pits already, isn't he? Guillermo Fierro Eletta, to give him his full name. And Vercain is in the pits. There he is.
Jacques Sandos, this is the Jaguar engine.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw.
Vercain is in the pits, but just looking at the other knobbly, just to be confusing. And again, driven very, very nicely. He's had a really good season, Luc Pierre-Vercain.
I mean, he's gone well in this list for a number of years, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he seems to be just... the results have gone his way very nicely. You know, you need fortune as well as form.
Yeah.
Burbling away. That's the Chevrolet grunch you can hear. Again, we were talking earlier about the holes in the roof at the back of the E-Type, but if you look at the back of this bonnet bulge behind over that mighty Chevrolet V8, again, they've got little porting ducts on the back of that.
Yeah, porting ducts, that's good.
That's made it up. So, most of the front runners have served their pit stops, with the exception of Serge Kreknoff. One of them, there's the Ashworth family TVR Grand Tourer.
Yeah.
Small, nimble, and of course TVR eventually thought, let's put larger engines in, as suggested by their American distributor. And the rest, is, they say, is history. The marque ever more famous for large engine cars. Offering great performance, so they say.
Yeah, well, those V8 powered
like mine.
Yours is that Grand Tourer shape, is it? Or is it a different...
No, mine's much later. Mine's a Camaro, but I've got a 5-litre V8, and that sort of is a nice thing to have.
Yes.
Right, driver changes. Again, just to make sure...
I like that. That team's called Gotcha Motorsport.
I know. Spotted them in the lunch queue today.
Yes.
Right, suddenly very busy coming out of the pits. The list of knobbly you're seeing coming out is the Jacques Sandos car. The Carrera 904-6 coming out behind is the one that may be going towards driver penalty, but that was the Mr. John B. Carrera GT6, and it's now in the hands of son of B, or Thibaut Guittard.
Yeah.
Again, people up and down the length of the pit lane just waving in their drivers, notifying them where they need to pull over. A few little pit vehicles, quite smart up and down the pit lane. Lovely broad pit lane here, which really does help in racing, doesn't
Yes, it does, yeah. As we said before, but there's a terrific pit block here. I'm trying to remember what the pits were like back in the, almost 50 years ago.
Yeah.
But it certainly wasn't like this. And the guy that ran the place, was called Francois Chamberlain, he was an ex-rugby player, and he was a toughie, and he didn't take any nonsense.
Quite right.
I think a few people were removed by the scruff of their neck.
Of course,
here's an interesting little car, the lumber, that little...
Bertoni body DB24.
Yes, very rare car, that.
Look at the body shapes. Yeah. Very, very similar from behind. He's got the little MGA tucked in behind him.
Heinz Stamm driving that.
He's massively enthusiastic about it, which is lovely to have. And it's, you know, very much with historic racing. I've said it before, I'll be saying it, I hope for years to come. You don't only want the cars that feature at the very front end of the field. You know, there was a huge display back in period, and it's great to still have that now.
Is that a one-off, that Bertoni bottle?
It could well be. I have meant to sort of look it up.
Greenswell is back in the car.
He's in third overall.
Which means that John Spires is down in the pits, waiting to be introduced by Vincent, and so we'll just quickly congratulate him on his new medal.
In the pits with the first driver of the wonderful Lister Costin, John Spears. How was it, John, for you?
Well, some good battles out there. They got a very long straight at Dijon, so the power of the Lister Chevrolet, you know, he just straight past me on this long straight. and the little Lotus 15, you know, that goes very well around the back. So I ended up having a good battle with the Bizzarini, and that was good fun. And then I think maybe he ran out of brakes down the end here. It was certainly all locked up. So then I had a few laps by myself, and now we'll see if Nigel can make any inroads in the leaders, but I think they're a bit too quick for us today.
You think it's possible to beat this Chevrolet Lister?
Sorry, second.
You think it's possible to beat this Chevrolet Lister?
Well, I think we're about 20 seconds down, and you know, I think Nigel will close the gap, but I don't think he'll make it. But he's often proved me wrong.
John is not optimistic, but Nigel is Nigel.
Indeed, they said that about Nigel Mansell as well.
Yeah.
But he's 26 seconds down on Luc Pierre-Vercain in second place. Serge Kriknoff, race leader, but we'll have to see where that sits after, because Serge just coming back onto the track.
On the outlap, isn't he?
But there, Nigel Greensall, the number 88, the Lister Jaguar Costin, the smooth-bodied Lister, down into turn 5, and he's going to see if he can close the gap, but there's only 16.5 minutes remaining, so I think that's too much to ask. The TVR still going very nicely in the background of the shot. Mark Ashworth still listed on board that. Pit window is closed. Still a few cars in the pit lane, but that's fine as long as they get into the pits before pit window closes. All is fine. But as in the previous race for the 60s Endurance, a couple of people came in just too late, so punishments are handed out. It's all about knowing the rules as much as racing. Another little TVR Grand Tour. This is a French run one being passed by Nigel Greensall. Nigel picking up the pace. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 36.2 by Serge Kriknoff in that little Lotus before the pit stop, but now he's in second place. So Luc Pierre-Vercain's taken the lead by just under 8 seconds after Serge had that late pit stop. He was listed at the top of the charts, but of course he was still coming out of the pits as Luc Pierre-Vercain took the lead in his Chevrolet engined Lister Nobly, and then just this wonderful field of cars coming down towards us. Nigel Greensall picking his way through, third place. Yeah, well, he's gained a few seconds on Serge Kriknoff on that lap, and he's just set a good lap for that Lister Costin. Yep, he's going very nicely, thank you.
I think Nigel already gone a little bit quicker than owner John. He's doing 137. John was doing 138. It's interesting. So that's. I think John's right. I mean, there's a big gap between Kriknoff and Greensall, 26 seconds. I don't think he's on.
Class F is being led in 5th place overall by the 9046 Carrera GTS of Son of B, Thibaut Guittard. 30-second penalty, unfortunately, for crossing pit entry white line. That's not him. That'll be Senior coming in.
Senior.
And that will really drop that down the order to about 5th in class, maybe behind another night, a Carrera 904, which would be Pierre Vergelet's car, but Stefan Koenig in the number 904-9046 will take the lead in that class. There's another penalty that flashed off my screen, so I've lost it. So someone else is being done for some irregularity in this race. Just want to pick out some good little drivers. MGA being driven really nicely, leading the GT class in 11th place overall, car number 25. It's great to have an MGA twin cam. You know, you don't think of them as, you know, front-running cars, but in its class is ahead of Robin Ellis, who goes so well in this Lotus Elite. So that in itself is accolade enough for car 25 for Olivier Mazoya, I beg your pardon.
It's a nice job for him.
Oh dear. 650 on the door, going nowhere. There's some oil that's clearly been dropped, and that is possibly on an access road. I think he's pulled off.
The oil dry is in front of him behind.
So Christian Kolb, well, I tell you what, we wanted to see where the circuit joining road is at turn 5, and he's showing where the circuit used to go. So very intelligent there, down into turn 5. Before the loop down to turn 5 was added, he dived down into Virage de la Bretelle and pulled off, and then it was, I don't know if it's his oil off the circuit there, but yeah, there's a trail of oil, I think, up towards where he is. But, oh, well, that's annoying, because that was going so well early in the race, was listed as 8th at the start of the lap, but for Christian Kolb, the lap has not been completed. The birdcage Maserati, Guillermo Fiera Ileta, just crests the hill. Here he comes up to turn 6 and turn 7. That's now in 4th place overall. Nigel Greensall is up the road ahead of him, still catching Serge Kriknoff, but not really enough.
Yeah, Don, but just taking the odd tenth of a second out of him, unfortunately. but it's not enough, as you say.
No, and in fact, Serge Kriknov has the fastest lap of the race to his name. He's also just closed in a little bit on Luc Pierre-Vercas. Here is the Maserati birdcage, car number 61.
Yeah, a beautiful looking machine. I'd say he's won with that at Monaco. They have at Monaco historic, they have a sports car race, because they did once have a sports car race when they were having Monaco. People were having an argument with the Formula 1 people. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, in the early 50s.
It says Ken Miles and John Lockett on the back.
On the MGA.
So, Ken Miles, famous developer of the Ford GT40 and so on, I think he started racing in an MGA.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's a car that really he drove. He was a Brummie. I mean, anybody's a marvellous film called Ford versus Ferrari, which is sort of based on fact.
Yes,
some of it's fiction, some of it's fact. One of those things. But
it's nice to see the cars.
I love the film actually. A lot of people did. I liked it a lot. But Ken was a sort of Brummie that went out amazingly and made his career as a driver stroke engineer.
With Carroll Shelby.
With Carroll Shelby.
All the Americans drank coffee. He was a perpetual cup of tea man, wasn't he?
And Franssen is queuing somebody up for an interview, we're being told, in a headphone, and we'll hear from him in just a moment, I've no doubt. But
yeah, well, just give you a few gaps, if you want, between Luc Pierre-Vercas and Serge Kriknov. It went down to 5 and a bit seconds. It's up to 7.5 seconds between first and second. Looks as though it's settled down, but as good time indeed to go down to the pits, because while it's a little quieter out on the track, we will join Vincent with the crew from car number 31, the gorgeous little 356 Porsche.
By Peter Otto, we like family affairs. With the Julie, it's always the case. This weekend is the case. Marc Julie, d'abord, première chose, votre Porsche 356 à vous est ici. Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Manifestement un problème électrique. On verra ce que ça donne ce soir, mais si c'est plus grave que prévu, je pense qu'on va s'arrêter là ce week-end. J'ai pas trop envie d'avoir des soucis plus importants.
Puis il y a un truc qui vous tient quand même à cœur, Marc, c'est de rouler avec la famille, forcément. Et c'est un week-end assez important ici.
Alors c'est la première course du frère d'Agathe, Pierre, qui est en train de rouler sur l'autre 356 et à qui j'ai cédé volontiers ma place pour qu'il roule avec sa sœur.
C'est une satisfaction en tant que papa?
C'est drôle et puis ça donne un supplément d'âme à la course.
Agathe, c'est la course en famille, ça vous plaît ça?
Oui, c'est super. On partage ça maintenant, tous les trois du coup. Pierre, c'est la première fois avec nous.
C'était comment pour lui? Parce que c'est pas tout de découvrir la course automobile, mais il s'adapte comment?
Très bien, il roule déjà aussi vite que moi. Hein. Il va très bien.
Bon, c'était la première fois, il y en aura d'autres cette année, Agathe?
Pardon,
C'était la première fois, il y en aura d'autres cette année?
Oui, on fait la saison.
They will be present for the whole season with those Porsche 356 de Julie family.
yeah, I think they had electrical problems I hear, but Nigel Greenswell's just done the fastest lap of the race. But it's a big gap for him to close in.
It is 9.5 minutes remain. Serge Kriknov is close within 5.5 seconds of the race leader again, but that ebbs and flows according to the point of that. Here is Kriknov diving through the dip, but you won't yet see Nigel Greenswell coming through in third place. He is 22 seconds down. Great to have the Julies racing together, father and daughter and son.
Yes.
But bear in mind, also a very popular thing in the UK now, a thing called the Generations Trophy, all in 1965 MGBs. That had its opening round at the end of last year. Really good scrap a few weekends ago at Donington Park. And it's lovely seeing families racing together. Serge Kriknov has gone very, very deep into turn 5. Has he got his own problem? Don't know, maybe just ran too deep.
I think he ran wide. Yeah, they had about 25 cars today, 25 or 30.
No, I think probably north of 30.
Oh, really?
New names coming for the following round, which would be, I think, at the London Historic Trophy at Brands Hatch at the start of July. So that's coming up soon.
Yeah.
End of June, actually.
Just looking at Son of B, obviously leading the class, but he's got this penalty to add on, and that's not enough. It might drop him to third in his category.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Vincent's working hard. He's got the crew from the gorgeous MG EX182, car number 41.
In the pits with this very interesting 41 car is an MG. We'll do it in English and in French, this part of the interview. A special car, okay, some problems here, but it's a special car. Explain us the history of this car.
Yeah, it's a 1955 MGA. The exemplar is 182, the same as the one that Ken Miles drove and won in Le Mans. And it's our first race here today in Dijon, so we're quite excited.
Some problems, unfortunately.
Well, some problems, you know, it's mechanic sports, but we're very much looking forward to race tomorrow. Part of the engine, we don't know exactly what is down, but let Arnaud explain what happened.
Alors Arnaud, expliquez-nous, il s'est passé quoi avec cette auto pour l'instant?
Alors c'est un projet qu'on a depuis 6 mois pour l'emmener au Mans l'année prochaine, au Mans Classique. Donc c'est notre première course. C'est la première fois qu'on l'emmène très fort sur les tours, à 6000 tours. Et on l'a bien préparé, on a refait le moteur, on a refait la boîte, mais on est un peu dans l'inconnu. Donc probablement une soupape. On espère pouvoir réparer. Donc si vous avez une soupape de MGA pour nous, venez à Dijon ce soir, vous êtes les bienvenus.
On n'en veut absolument pas. Quel match, John Lockett, c'est une réplique de la voiture avec laquelle ils ont disputé le Mans en quelle année?
En 55, donc 72 ans plus tard, comme la Sarthe, notre projet c'est de la ramener au Mans Classique l'année prochaine. On espère être au de répart et voilà, ça sera une belle histoire.
On espère vous retrouver déjà demain, messieurs. We hope to see them back tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, really interesting story from Aymeric Simon and Arnaud Legrand there. And good to have something a little bit different. Now, one crew may have a problem because we mentioned Olivier Mazoya was going well in his MG8 on the track. It appears he hasn't made a pit stop at all. So that will lead to punishment. Maybe just enjoy himself here at Dijon-Prenois. So again, this wonderful mixed grid of cars. And this is the only series within the Le Mans series, this classic series this weekend. We'll get a second race, have another one tomorrow. At the moment, we're being led by car number 17, looking on screen, the Chevrolet engine, Liston Nobly. And Luc Pierre-Vercain, he's going forward and back, 5.5, 6, 7 seconds in the lead. At the moment, it's 6.3 seconds ahead of the little Lotus of Serge Kriknoff, but we've only got 6 minutes remaining on the clock. You think he's got this one in the bag. Kriknoff won't back off. Fastest lap of the race, been improved again by Nigel Greensall. He's now 15 seconds down on Kriknoff, so he won't catch him either, but he's fully, many seconds clear of the Maserati birdcage of Guillermo Fierro Ileta. There, number 16 is our second place car, Serge Kriknoff, winding one way, then the other. Lotus Elite in the middle of the track, down to turn 5. He's almost off the track. He's got a 904.6 Carrera in front of him, a Triumph CR3 in the background. And he's now going to pick off another 2 cars on the
That was great, wasn't it? Because he had to go round 2 of them.
Video game.
They were 3 wide at one stage, but he's doing the best he can, but say 6 seconds. Oh, the Maserati's in trouble, I think.
It's leaking a little bit of something.
Oh, no. Well,
that was 4th place. Goodbye, 4th place. And I hope the vital signals were received early enough before anything untoward happened for that. But Guillermo, down the start-finish straight, already smoking.
Oh, yeah, it's blown up. That has got a piston or something. That's expensive.
Oh, that's sad to see. And again, he was desperately trying to get away to the side of the track, sort of locking up on its own juices there. So suddenly, that means Thibaut Guittard, son of B as he's called, will be up into 4th place overall, leading.
But he's got a penalty.
Class, but he's got a penalty. And what else? Who else has got a penalty? Car number 26 has just picked up a penalty, but it's only 5 seconds. That's Jack Sandos in his Lister Nobly. Even worse, though, the one that Olivier Mazoya, who didn't make a pit stop, he's got a 2-lap penalty for not bothering to come in at all.
He probably just doesn't care. He just wants to keep driving round.
So our race leader, Luc Pierre-Vercain, there he is on screen. Let's check his car. Is it smoking? No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
Going nicely. Yes, absolutely so. So his fantastic season continues, and he's got nobody immediately around him, which actually is quite nice at this point of the race.
And unlike the Jaguar-powered Listers, he has got exhaust pipes coming out both sides of the car. It makes a lovely rumbling noise, and it's gone very well indeed.
Nigel Greensall has just improved the fastest lap yet again. The cars, Luc Pierre-Vercain and Serge Kriknoff, who at one stage had the fastest lap of the race, their best laps are separated by a few thousandths of a second.
Yes.
And Nigel Greensall in 3rd place, catching, but he's going to run out of time. He's a full second quicker. Yes, better than any of them managed.
He needs full course yellow, as they say in America, doesn't he? He needs that yellow flag to come out, close them all up.
Well, it should be this lap and one further lap, I think, for Luc Pierre-Vercain. He climbs up the straight again. Doesn't see any weasels, but presses on. It's the straight of the weasel, according to Andrew.
Well, if Google's translated it right, it is.
Oh.
No, I don't think so.
No, good.
I'm sure it's right. It is. Look at those. You saw the 2 exhaust pipes. They look completely different, the Jags. Well, the Jaguar-powered cars. So just. I thought he may be smoking a little bit there, but anyway, Vercain on his way to another win.
suddenly Serge Kriknoff lost a whole lot of time on that lap, and he
maybe
lost.
went wide, did he?
Well, he lost about 6 seconds, 7 seconds. That suddenly meant only 6 seconds behind him is now the gap to Nigel Greensill. Maybe Serge just has heard something. He's backing off. He thinks he's got enough of a margin to hold on to second place. Maybe he had a little rotation, but yeah, well, he's looking fine, going absolutely perfectly through the twisters. That was in the exit of De La Bretelle. Here he is at turn 5. Background shot. You just see the nose of Nigel Greensill's Lister Jaguar Costin.
You've got to say that John Emberson has gone really well in that Morgan SLR.
Yeah, it's 6th place overall, 3rd in class, which effectively will become 2nd in class when the penalties are applied to Son of B, who's
what was Son of B's penalty?
One was pit entry.
Yeah, how much was
which
that?
Wasn't him. It was
Dad.
20 to 30 seconds. So I think it was 30 seconds.
Because he's close to being able to be that far ahead.
John Emberson, yeah, very close indeed. So we've got 2 minutes remaining, so we're going to have this lap and one further lap, unless a message flashes on the screen says this is the last lap, because there we go with about 1 minute and 47 seconds, and the fastest lap is 1 minute 36, so yeah, this lap and one further lap, one would suggest. So for Luc Pierre-Vercaer, he can just pace it. I'll be interested to see what the gap back is to second place to Serge Kriknoff. Remember, it went from 6 seconds, suddenly 12 seconds. And whatever happened to he comes across the line, it's now 12 seconds again still.
Here's the Lotus Elite.
Yeah, that's Robin Ellis. He's just outside the top. He's not outside the top 10. He's in 10th place overall, leading the GT class of the E2 category.
Remember those cars used to do so well at Le Mans in the index of thermal efficiency. People like David Hobbs, John Wagstaff, people like this had a lot of success. They did sometimes occasionally put 1500cc engines in Elite as well. But they're super cars. I mean, you know, but just greenfield thinking by Colin Chapman.
Yeah, and I think now, obviously, put down to just 2 classes, the more hypercar and GT3. But, you know, they're turning people away by the droves, and they insist if you compete in the top category, you need to have cars in GT3 as well for the World Endurance Championship. So it's opening some doors and closing others, but for those that professional drivers that get their foot in there, it's a very good place to be. And if they had to look back at how Le Mans 24 Hours was in the late 50s, early 60s, it wouldn't believe the performance differential from top to bottom. And some of the tiny engine little French cars going around simply to win their class. But
Mini Marques's, and we're going to see a very interesting car tomorrow called a Deep Sanderson.
In this race?
Oh, it's in this race.
And actually, on his back window...
Where is it?
Not on our screen, so maybe it didn't go round. But anyhow,
I haven't seen it at all.
I showed you a little thing saying on the back window, "I'm a Deep Sanderson, but I identify as a race car." on the rear windscreen, on the front windscreen, it says DP. But we were talking about them on the way down from the airport in Geneva. And, you know, it was one of those small engine cars that had a crack at Le Mans, but you know, it was never challenging for anything other than
I didn't know
ambition.
why it was called a Deep Sanderson. It was.
To do with a band of some sort.
It's meant to do with his wife and not a band, a song, I think, a jazz song. But it was, again, a guy called Chris Lawrence put involved to that as well. Oh dear, the 30 car's gone off into the gravel. That's the Porsche that...
That's Pierre Julie, who we've heard from Sister Agathe, and they're the unusual shape, that 356B.
The Porsche going past got a good view of it.
So last lap, and we've got yellow flags, so nobody's going to be able to topple our man Luc Pierre-Vercaer, but he hasn't got far to go, picks off one of the triumphs, and heading for a triumph of his own. He's got an E-Type just up in front of him. But
he's going to take the biscuit, as you expect me to say, really.
I would expect nothing less. So here he goes. Tea and biscuits for him later on. 11 seconds clear at the front of this field. He's been a class act. Serge Kriknoff doing things very, very differently in his Lotus 15, having to do them differently because he's short on horsepower, high on handling, but eventually it's going to be... There was one moment that clearly broke everything for Serge Kriknoff, but the checkered flag is proffered, waiting, and drops on our race winner, Luc Pierre-Vercaer. They have to do it all over again tomorrow. They won't be complaining. 45 minutes of racing, and it's victory for Lister in second place. Just see in the middle of our screen with the red and white helmet, that's Serge Kriknoff in his Lotus, and Nigel Greensill probably close. Yes, he is in the background, the 88 Lister Costin. There it is. That is third overall, and he got down to just under 5 seconds down from Serge Kriknoff, 15 seconds down on our race leader, and building on the work of John Spears, ran out of time, frankly.
I don't think it's all, you know, but Serge Kriknoff Kriknoff its old car. That's a Lotus 15, and he's right up there, sharp end. There's another one further down, and it's a lap behind, and it's a very similar car.
Yeah.
So the driving talent does show, particularly more so in these old racing cars. No aerodynamics, all done on mechanical grip. There's a bit of streamlining, yes. I like that MGA, little aero screens on it. And I like this very strange Aston Martin. And it's got a very American roll cage on it as well. And there's the Morgan going.
Yeah, that's John Emerson coming home in 7th place overall.
Did I see a Jaguar XK140 there, I thought?
Well, it should be, the 140 of car number 7 on our entry list, Alain de Glen.
Yeah.
A140. I thought for a second it was a Mark Jordan car, which is a 150, but not his. So there we are. That's the first of 2 races, the Gentleman Challenge. There is a very happy Serge Kriknoff, and for what he'd have loved it even more if he'd come back with the fastest lap, but that belonged to eventually by the best part of 2 seconds to Nigel Greensall, who was a second clear on the fastest laps, and I think on the final lap of the race, indeed on the final lap of the race, he got down to 1:34.0 second lap, which is pretty quick by anyone's reckoning around here at Dijon-Prenois. So it looks almost as though Luc Pierre-Vercan was coming around for a further lap along the start-finish straight. Jack Sandos also in a list of Nobly, but he's somewhat further back. But good to see the fans also applauding the drivers. This is such a friendly race meeting, this is. So relaxed. Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or.
Full access to the paddock, of course.
Yeah, the grid walks and so many things. And just, the tents are wide open. There are loads of car clubs here with their areas in sort of wooded areas down between turns 1 and 4 on the infield, and then huge area for boutiques and little shops. Yeah, it's really a fantastic race meeting. And the last 2 cars trickling in. And that car number 25 was the little twin cam that caught your eye, but that was the one that didn't quite bother to come and have a pit stop. So mandatory pit stop completely ignored in a 45-minute race, but the fact that the driver was busy waving to the crowd meant that he enjoyed himself. That was Olivier Mazoyer. But really all credit to Luc Pierre-Vercan. Victory today by 10 seconds. Don't know what happened for Serge Kriknoff on 1 lap, but he lost about 6 seconds, but he wasn't going to be quite close enough to challenge overall, but he didn't lose second place. That was important. And, so we move through the second race of 4 here on the Saturday at Dijon-Prenois, and we got 5 on the Sunday, including a second round, second race for this Gentleman Challenge. Such a popular event, and again the diversity of machinery as you look at Triumph TR3s, MGBs, little TVRs. These are the smaller engine cars, a Jaguar E-Type, a Porsche 356, and our race leader, he did come round for a second. Pierre-Vercan. I thought he did. Oh dear, yes, he's now under investigation for taking a checkered flag twice. No, it's fine. He won that race fair and square, so it's not like the result needs to go anywhere else. Nigel Greensall clambers up. He'll be happy with fastest lap. He did what he could. Double thumbs up. And Serge Kriknoff will be parked up alongside. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for our race winner, Luc Pierre-Vercan, for taking the checkered flag twice. He should come in from the back of the pack and park up. There's Serge Kriknoff climbing out of his Lotus 15. The door just folds downward. Obviously, couldn't fold upward, but there's nothing to fold it up to. But yeah, happiness there, and that's a big thumbs up from both the driver in 3rd place, Nigel Greensall, and the driver in 2nd, Serge Kriknoff. And they'll be wondering where is the driver who beat them both, Pierre-Vercan, who's having such a good season in his Chevrolet engine, Lister Nobly, but he will be coming into view, I'm sure, fairly shortly after he's put it down to experience and enthusiasm, I think, going for that extra lap.
Yeah, MBF on the back of Serge. That's the watch company, which is actually Maximilian Busser and Friend.
I thought it might be.
There you are.
And here comes our race winner, better late than never.
Rumbling in with that lovely Chevy engine.
You see those little ports on the back, can't you, of the engine?
Another victory for Keep Europe. The Maho family.
Couldn't tell if he's just casting the blame on not getting the right message to the board. I thought the person waving the checkered flag gave a bit of a clue. But anyhow, right, job done, race one. Well done, Luc Pierre-Vercaer.
I guess we're here for a minute.
T'as pris 2 fois le drapeau? Just run down the results. Luc Pierre-Vercaer winning in his Lister Nobly ahead of Serge Krieghoff in the race 15. And third place, Nigel Greenswald and John Spears, Lister Costin. Stefan Koenig now with the penalty, I think, applied. Yes, takes victory in class F in 4th overall. So let's go down and hear from the driver who took victory today. He's had a fantastic season, but he's got a penalty now. He's actually only 3rd overall. Luc Pierre-Vercaer dropped to 3rd. He's down with Vincent in the pit lane.
That's the winning car, this Lister Nobly with a Chevrolet engine. That's the winner of the race, Luc Pierre-Vercaer. Luc, Pierre, bon, bah, c'était une course. On vous a vu débouler dès le début, naturellement, avec la puissance du moteur Chevrolet qui a fait la différence.
Oui, bah, je suis parti 4e. Les essais ne sont pas super bien passés, mais bon, au bout de la première ligne droite, je pense que j'étais second, je crois. Et puis, bon, ça s'est bien déroulé. J'ai pris la tête. J'avais quand même la Lotus 15 qui était vraiment présente, juste derrière moi. Mais bon, ça l'a fait. On a tenu, donc je suis super content, super course, top, merci, canon.
C'est un super début de saison en tout cas.
Bah écoutez, oui, Barcelone s'est bien passé, c'est pas un peu mieux, et puis là ça commence bien, mais il faut toujours rester humble, il y a encore demain, c'est la course automobile, donc une course après l'autre.
Winners race round once again, Luc Pierre-Vercaer. We go now to Serge Krieghoff with the 2nd place. Serge, 2e place à l'arrivée ici, c'était le maximum qu'on pouvait espérer, mais c'est diablement efficace ça comme auto.
Alors c'est diablement efficace, mais bon, elle commence à rouler. C'est la 2e course que je fais vraiment, que je finis et que je fais avec. Une voiture que je viens d'avoir, comme j'ai déjà dit, donc il faut apprendre à la rouler. Je pense que maintenant, le moteur, enfin tout fonctionne, maintenant il faut qu'on la règle. Normalement, elle devrait être devant. Alors en moteur, malheureusement, il me manque 150 chevaux, 160 chevaux. Ben, elle est plus légère, mais ça va aller. Attendez un petit peu, ça va aller.
On n'en doute absolument pas. And the 3rd one of the race is Nigel Greenswald. Some family pictures for the Greenswald crew. Nigel, it was a nice race for you. Quickest lap of the race. You were the fastest guy on the track.
Oh, it was just fantastic. You know, watching the opening stint when John was dicing for the lead and was only top 3, top 4. You know, that's what racing's all about. You know, different mix of cars, some fast, some slow in different places. And then when I got in, it was just a case of drive flat out. You know, because CKL prepares such a brilliant car. You know, I still feel so privileged to race with John and race with the CKL team, and I know that when I get in the car, it just gives you confidence. Just go as fast as you can, and I love that.
Dijon-Prenois with this car is very nice.
Oh, it's fantastic. It really is. Just sliding and drifting all the time. It's just making you laugh all the way around the lap.
Quickest guide and most enthusiastic driver at the start.
Yeah, well put. And obviously, I didn't want to spoil anything, but our timing screen has just disappeared. We got the one set up for the Porsche 2-litre Cup race, but certainly with that penalty applied to Luc Pierre-Vercaer for taking an extra lap, he's fallen to 3rd place overall.
That's what they penalised him for.
Well, I can only presume. I didn't see any other penalties.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll check that later, but we haven't got time to do much else because out on the track of the 2-litre Cup, Porsche's coming for all Porsche race. Of course, it says that's what it says on the tin. 90 minutes, driver change in the middle, and some top names up there as well, including guys starting 4th. Certainly Manuel Pirot did quite well a race also in France.
He did rather well, just won it 5 times in 2000, 2001, 2002, 06 and 07. He won it with petrol-powered Audis and diesel-powered Audis.
Yeah, we talk about the history of the sport and how it continues to change, but again, it was those elements of the diesel engines coming in and Audi pushing those forward. But Porsche, though, have been so super strong, and he's never been, you know, his success came with others. But
yeah, now again, we're going to have a lot of this jeopardy of these different pit stops here, because of this is a bit different here. There's the drivers who are considered elites, and they have to spend 20 seconds longer in the pits. And then, of course, you've got the wonderful burden of glory, which adds further time. And I calculate that 6 people will have to make longer pit stops. But the one to watch with the car which is starting in 7th place, that's the Stengel Smith car, because I think that is going to have 45 seconds penalty. And guy starting third, who at so we didn't have a round at Spa, but we had a round in Barcelona. Jürgen Rudolph won it, and it was the first gentleman categorised driver to actually win one of these, and this series has been going for years and years. James Turner invented this series. He's in the race driving with Emanuele Pirro. But we are about to go racing, and we'll go into that a bit further. Let's get them underway.
Left-hand side of your screen, 90 minutes coming up. Matt Home leading the way, the blue stripes on the nose, waiting for the lights to go to red to green. The white one with the blue and red flashes up its bonnet. David Danglard on the outside of the front row. Then Jürgen Rudolph and Emanuele Pirro. 2, 3, 4 abreast. How do you like it? Pirro has moved up into the leader race, has he? He's level pegging, and a big lock-up from David Danglard. Again, wanting to get some braking. Someone was up the inside, so he's suddenly gone from second on the grid to about 5th or 6th position, but luckily everyone else avoided him. In fact, he's fallen to 6th position, but at the moment it's our pole starter, Matt Home, being chased by a very fast-starting Emanuele Pirro in the Paul Smith liveried striped 911 tucked in behind. These all cars from 1965, 2 litres. Look at them, 2, 3 abreast. They get down to Virage de la Bretelle, the downhill left-hander, neat and tidy, but Matt Home has done the hard yards. He's got a lead. He's opened out a little bit, and now Emanuele Pirro up into second place. No, down into turn 5. Pirro way later on the brake, catches up very nicely indeed. Et al, I think we can say. And again, the wonderful sweeps and rises and drops of this circuit at Dijon-Prenois. You can see why it's popular. And I think we're in for 90 minutes of absolutely wonderful fury with these cars.
We've got a car to watch on the very back of the field, because there was someone who had all their times taken away, and the professional driver in that car is mega quick in one of these. His name, he's only 20, he's called Mattis Prutskel, and I think he was on the pole, wasn't he, at Barcelona, and he started at the back. I don't know who was starting that car. Westphal, who was the he's the guy that got the penalty for not observing track limits so many times that they took all the times away.
Right, bit of slipstreaming coming on the start of the straight. Matt Home comes across, he started on pole position, he's being shadowed by Emanuele Pirro. Pirro goes one side, goes the other, he's out to the outside of the track, looking to see where he can angle him. No, he stays in second place. James Thorpe, who's having a really fantastic meeting, he's running around in third. They're starting to make a break on all the others.
So David Danglard, I think, born in France but spent most of his life in America, he runs a series of karts, indoor kart circuits, electric karts.
Electric karts.
In many different countries. It's been hugely successful, and he's just got quicker and quicker in these cars. And he'll be up there.
Yeah, he's just lost another position there to Johannes Stengel. He goes backwards and forwards between them, and in fact, a bit of a mistake there from James Thorpe, potentially, because he's just been passed by, I mentioned Stengel. He makes his move at turn 5, and so the order is still changing, but not at the front, because Matt Home, he's opened out a lead of, looks like half a second now.
Interesting situation. We've got Matt Home. We know he's a quick driver. He's quick and covered. We saw him at Goodwood recently, having a lot of success there, and we've seen him earlier today, but Matt Home is a fine driver. But that is a Jordan Racing Team car, and Andrew Jordan will get in that. Which Andrew Jordan's race these cars not on a regular basis, but a semi-regular basis. And he's very quick in one, and they don't have many penalties. I think Jordan will have some sort of penalty, a 22nd, I think. But, you know, you've got other people around them with larger penalties at pit stop. So, interesting to see what happens here.
Right, it looks like we're having a real challenge for second place, because Matt Home's leading by about one a bit seconds, but a brilliant run from David Danglard onto the start-finish straight. Looks like he's going to try and pick off Johannes Stengel. He's the one with the blue stripe up one side of his bonnet, red on the other. Looks like he might even get up into third position. He's trying to go around the outside of Thorpe into the first corner. He has to back off up the inside, car number 71, Johannes Stengel. Remember, Stengel got up to third. He's fallen back to fifth all of a sudden. It's chopping and it's changing, but the thing that isn't changing, Andrew, is Matt Home is pulling further clear.
Yeah, doing a very good job there, Emanuele Pirro. Emanuele Pirro doesn't get any penalty as a lead driver because he's over 60.
You take your form and fortune from where it comes. You think about the cars he's raced in his career.
Oh, yeah.
Quite extraordinary. Danglard is on the charge back. Look, Andrew, he's up into fourth place. He's challenging. He's not going to get up the inside. Is he? Yes, he might. Squirreling away the front end of his car as he went past and made that move stick. And James Thorpe just suddenly thought, I can't turn in here. He's coming for me. and he's got me.
They're always terrific races, these, aren't they? And it's put the value of these Porsches up a lot as well.
Well, it certainly has, because, you know, one of the things about races on the Le Mans Classic Series, people turn up, you know, maybe because they've raced in one particular category for a year, they look at the other races and go, oh, that looks good. And this is one that's always caught the attention, because, of course, with identical cars, you should be having really, really good racing, but they're also just really dynamic. And, you know, it takes a while to get used to them. Of course, Andrew Jordan has no excuses because his father, Mike, raced Porsches for years and years and years. So it's in the bloodline. But for the others, it takes a while to get accustomed to it. But, you know, people literally fight to get places on the grid here.
Yeah, Stengel in third place, driving with Andrew Smith, who's a former champion. You know, the big star of this race has always been Ollie Bryant. As we said earlier, Ollie Bryant's racing at Ricard, and they're not defending their title. So last year, of course, it was Ollie Bryant who was the champion, along with Kyle Tilley. So we got
Jürgen Rudolph, he didn't really do a great deal of braking into the first corner, and you could see that James thought, oh, hold on a second, I'll leave you a bit of space for that one.
Yeah.
James is actually falling back a little bit accordingly, but...
Fastest lap to Stengel, though. That's impressive, but they're all very close, aren't they?
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for James Thorpe, car number 99. He lost probably half a dozen places by staying out of the way, as unfortunately Jürgen Rudolph got it very wrong into the first corner. Somehow he stayed clear of the gravel, but sometimes you just simply have to just avoid other people's accidents and not get involved in them.
I mentioned two guys come over from Colombia to race, they did all last season as well. Nelson Calais is in the car, the number 10 car at the moment. He's up in 9th place. He's always a decent runner. Those two Colombian guys always go well.
Yeah, and we've got also an Argentinian racer in, Jose Ruben Zanchetta, who is running in 11th place, but he's got Xavier Dayro to take over.
Yeah.
He's joined him this weekend. Yeah, that will come forward in the second half of the race.
Yeah, but that car, the engine blew up in qualifying, and they've changed the engine. I saw them doing it this morning. So I don't know if the engine they put it as sweet as the one that came out.
Well, Stengel's got a sweet engine because he's up into second place. Pirot's fighting now with David Danglard for not second and third, but third and fourth. Now, Matt Hope continues to lead. Nobody's challenging him, but he's not a great deal quicker than the others because they're just fighting with each other.
Notice the Pirot car reg number when you see it. 2 LTR, 2 litre.
Yes, it's very good, isn't it? By the way, it's not Johannes Stengel in 71, it's a certain Andrew Smith. That could explain. I mean, Johannes is getting better and better. I was thinking he was having an extraordinary race, but there's Andrew Smith who's moved up, and the last lap alone has picked off second and third place cars. He's now second. Fastest lap of the race is his, 0.3 of a second faster than Matt Hober said, but Matt started this lap 2.2 seconds clear. Here comes Matt, but Andrew Smith is coming, and I think he's bringing the pack with him a little bit, but certainly he's done the hard yards, the Scottish master builder, but he's now done the passing. Now he's got to do the catching.
Yeah, I think he won this championship 2 or 3 times, hasn't he? With Ollie Bryant and with someone else. Just memory escapes me for a moment, but yeah, he's a very strong runner, the Edinburgh, say, property developer.
That was Zanchetta running a little wide at turn 5 with the blue and white, the Argentinian flag strip just across the nose of his entry. Up the hill he goes, and at the moment, again, just as I say, in 10th position or thereabout, fighting very hard with James Thorpe, who's, you know, remember James was very much at the sharp end. He started this race in 6th position. He's fallen back, but a lot of that was an assist when unfortunately Jürgen Rudolph got it wrong at turn. Oh, big taily moment there from David Danglard in 3rd position. He's ahead of Emanuele Pirot, but almost was behind him with that little moment.
And he did mention, of course, that the car that Pirot is driving in the Paul Smith, because that's the famous designer, Paul Smith. And that was a deal done by James Turner, and Paul Smith has signed the gear knob.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. He's got a short name, so. But lovely to see Pirot race. He's just dropped another spot, actually, to Dangland. So he's dropping back a little bit.
Well, David Danglard had that really good opening lap, and then it went rather badly for him.
Yeah, then he's obviously got back on the speed.
I tell you what, he's now moved past Andrew Smith, so it's going better and better. So these two, you sense, are now going to pull clear. Pirot doesn't seem to have the pace in 4th place overall.
Fast lap now to Dangland, 1:41.175. So he is flying.
Oh, look, they're hauling down the race leader. He's probably under a second between 1st and 2nd now. Yeah, it certainly is, and they're coming. But the pace of Danglard, who was recovering from a couple of moments, and then Andrew Smith, they have dropped. Pirot just following them down into turn 5, and in behind him he's got Car that's worked quietly to the front, that's Erwin van Lieshout, a Dutch racer. Haven't really seen too much of him in the series.
I think he's new, yeah.
He's certainly new on my entry list, so there you go. Quite a few still joining in.
Well, that's the great thing, isn't it? People want to be part of this. I mean, another one that's joined this year is Ted Tuppen. Ted, a lot of racing experience in cars, 2-litre Chevrons and that kind of thing. Ran a large pub chain for a while until he sold it recently. And he loved racing these cars. I was talking to Ted earlier, very interesting to obviously the racing going on. One of the reasons he's switched from racing 2-litre sports prototype just feels a bit safer as well at 60-odd. He feels he's a bit more secure in the car. I mean, he's learning how to drive one to get down in 22nd place, but Ted's been a good racer in the past.
First three cars covered by just 0.6 of a second. Matt Holm hanging on in the lead. David Danglard in second place, the white car with the red and blue flashes. Bit of a compromise line into the first corner, giving Andrew Smith a chance to fight back. Pirro's about another 2 and a bit seconds back. First three have made their break. Smith in the grey car is really looking very busy indeed, and that's at least a little bit of relief for Matt Holm, who continues to lead this race. Another great looking car. Should be 6th place. Oh, wonderful sweeping shot there. Of Danglard right across the nose of Andrew Smith. Florian Feustel, another new face, white car with red swirls all over it. He's done well. He's worked his way up to 6th place overall.
You're a newcomer, you can get in this series and you can be right there. But what we haven't mentioned, of course, the former British Touring Car Champion, 3-time British Touring Car Champion, Matt Neal, will jump in the number 27 car, currently driven by the owner, Stephen Edwards, I should say. So Matt should have fun in that.
Yeah, again, that's another car that's got a fantastic livery. You walk around and you get used to seeing cars in different colours, but then some liveries just sit very nicely. Theirs is quite a complex one.
Yeah.
But Matt Holm continues to hang on as long as David Danglard fights with Andrew Smith and vice versa. Matt Holm should stay on, but at the start of that, there's just 0.6 between first, not and second, but first and third. And actually, right now, it looks about much the same. But who's going to get the better run up the slope onto the start-finish straight? Danglard has been very strong every lap on this point. Andrew Smith is trying to stay in his slipstream, get closer and closer, and they're both getting closer to race leader Matt Holm. Oh! We've only had 12 minutes. This is an absolute cracker. This is much, much closer between David Danglard in second place. He puts his nose to one side of Matt Holm's car. Matt is not offering an open door on the inside, but he takes the slower, tighter line, and maybe there'll be some advantage coming towards David Danglard in third place. And Andrew Smith, what did he get? He got a double toe, so he is right in the mix. First three cars covered by what? 0.2 of a second, if that.
This trio certainly broken away from the rest of the field. But again, when the pit stops coming, it's going to jumble it up a bit because the Smith car will be in the pits for 25 seconds longer than Danglard. And there is James Turner is there on our picture. He's the founder of this series and worked for BAR, the commercial department at BAR. Then was the head of commercial for Aston Martin, wasn't he? Now he's got his own company now running this, and they sell Porsches as well. He's hugely enthusiastic about it, James, and we've had him in the commentary booth.
Very handy in the commentary booth as well, because of course everybody's details just immediately spring to mind, and he can identify the sort of handling characteristics. But I tell you what, it's like our first three, they don't have to consider handling characteristics, they're just absolutely going flat out. And who's going to make the break at the front field? Matt Holm will be suddenly going, get off my tail. 0.4 of a second.
Dangler's going for the inside.
Is there an inside? No, there isn't, but Andrew Smith has seen that. He's staying on the wider line. He should be quicker going through this final corner. He comes in, he was wider on the exit, tighter on the entry, tighter on the exit, up into second place. But Danglard, we've seen lap after lap, very, very quick up the start for this race. This could be 3 wide as they come past the race starter. At the moment, Danglard's hidden from our view in third place overall, but Andrew Smith having a run on the outside of Matt Holm. And which of the British racers is going to get down to the first corner first? They are 3 abreast. I thought it would happen, but who is going to blink? Matt Holm is very good on the brake. He has the inside line. Andrew Smith has to back out a little bit, and around the outside goes Danglard. But Andrew Smith tucks back up the inside again. He'll put the outside line the minute get up here. Danglard right across the middle of the race leader. He didn't bother with a great deal of retardation there. And then 3 abreast all over again.
How did they not hit each other?
No idea.
Unbelievable. But Danglard must do a lot of practicing in his kart
I think he was sort of making a wish a little bit there, but first became third. So Matt Hogue, who's led since the... Well, he led the first 7 3/4 laps. Now we're on lap 8, and he's down in third place overall. And these two, we know in terms of pace that Andrew Smith and David Danglard, they've proved as they've caught up that he has got the pace. They've got the pace to pull away. But Matt Hogue has got to try and hang in that battle. And now, finally, in the lead of the race, Andrew Smith hangs the tail right out, and as he does that, suddenly back up comes David Danglard, and trying to hang on is Emanuele Pirro. Wow, what fantastic racing in the 2-litre Cup. I've seen some great racing, but this lead battle has been really quite extraordinary. And just look, is it now going to settle down?
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Well, I think this battle will continue all the way through. Obviously, the pit stops will shake it up a bit, might open it up a little bit, but then others will come into play.
OK, let's just mention the elite class. As you said, 20 seconds extra at the pit stop. And of our top 7 cars, only one is the elite class. It's our race leader, Andrew Smith. So he has got to try and just build what he can. He'll pit as late as he possibly can. He has the longest run in that.
He's got the success penalty as well. So he's got 45 seconds longer in the pit. So that might be a bit of a killer, to be honest. But anyway, they've got to do the best they can. Matt Hogue there in third place still. Pirro,
and this is a great battle we're seeing in the background of the shot. The green car, 757, is Jürgen Rudolph. Remember, he ran off the track at the first corner after about 3 laps, so he's fighting back, going past Florian Feustel's wonderfully liveried car. You know, yellow, sort of cream with those red flashes and the swirls down the flank, and tucked in behind is Jose Ruben Zanchetta, Argentinian racer, but his car is the second of the cars in the elite class, so another 20 seconds for them at their pit stop.
Yeah, it's a lovely livery, isn't it, that car? But also, obviously, the car that has dominated over the years also had a very special colour scheme, the Bryant car. I'm trying to remember that James told us the history of it, then it went back into Porsche history.
Well, Porsche as a manufacturer, they're very keen on going back and revisiting their history.
Yes, they are.
Other manufacturers are following now, BMW in particular as well in sports car racing, revisiting, but Porsche most notably.
Most famous for their 97s, the Pig car that had all those different joints of meat painted on it, and then, of course, the famous swirly green and purple car.
970, the hippie car.
The hippie car,
long term. In fact, there are sort of echoes of it in the Feustel car in terms of those swirls down the side. It's not just in purple and green, but they're cream and red, but they look good. But now what's happening is Andrew Smith is not escaping. He has...
oh, the big lock-up from Pirro.
Pirro, is James Turner going to get a race or not? But he skirts with the gravel, and it's a bit of a wake-up call in 4th place. That means Erwin van Lieshout should close in a little bit, but... did that make a little bit of a mess of the tyres?
I think it probably would have flat spotted them, wouldn't it?
In fact, it looks like it's Jürgen Rudolph who's closing in there, not Erwin van Lieshout. But that was a big moment. It is, sorry, Van Lieshout still in that 5th place. Jürgen Rudolph is 6th, then Florian Feustel, Jose Ruben Zanchetta. Feustel's actually just lost the place to Zanchetta. Zanchetta is now taking a look at a move on Jürgen Rudolph. So the Argentina race, the last 2 laps, has gained to now 3 positions. So he's going very nicely indeed. But again, Andrew, when you push hard early on, what are you doing to your tyres? And if you brake very late for the first corner, as Emanuele Pirro did there, what are you doing to your tyres? Elements need to be considered, because we've still got more than an hour of this race, an hour and 11 minutes remain. And... quick check that James Thorpe overtook before the start line at the start of the race. 30-second time penalty. Remember, he was at the very sharp end of the field. He started down in 6th position, top of the elite runners, or his car, Gentleman Elite, but he's now down in 11th with a 30-second penalty to come. So there may be some more penalties. We don't bank on them. We don't particularly wish for them. But the white car with the orange stripes in the left-hand side of your screen, that's going to have 30 seconds added to its position and it's the aggregate time later in the race. That will drop it way down the order. But right now, Zanchetta in 19, fighting very hard. Over 7th place with Florian Feustel. Florian in the background, the shot. Right up in front of them is Jürgen Rudolph. Irvin van Lieshout right in front of him. So they're fighting from 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions at the moment.
Irvin normally races something called the Super 60s series that he wins in, but obviously it's a much lower level than this. But he's proven to be quick, isn't he, in its Porsche?
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, Zanchetta's got more experience in. That's probably why he's able to find his way past. But again, this is a circuit that suits these 1965 911s. 2-litre engine. And they've got enough poke, but you know, you've got to be smooth. But when you want to really hang it out at the front, you can hang it out, but that's not really the approved version of driving these cars. But there's enough to be able to get it sideways without too much of a problem. But right now, our race leader pulling ever further clear. Andrew Smith still leading, David Danglard still second, and Matt Holm, early leader, down in 3rd place. The real action is here, because here comes Zanchetta going for another move. This time it's Jürgen Rudolph who he puts to the outside line. So the Argentinian driver continues to advance. Oh, very nearly trading green and silver paint.
Yeah, that green is the original colour of one of those cars, but obviously it's got the additional stripes on it now. Look at this, straight, absolutely full of Porsche 911s.
David Danglard having a look up the inside of Andrew Smith. They're still only 4/10 of a second apart, almost 1,000th of a second different from the previous lap. But what they have done is drop Matt Holm. I thought it was Valiant, but he's now 3 and a bit seconds behind this lead duo, and they're pulling clear. But Andrew Smith, remember, his car will have an extra 20 seconds at the pit stop because it's a GT elite driver combination. So and the driver with the advantage at the moment is David Danglard, and also David's driving solo. So for the second half of this 90-minute race, he knows exactly what condition the car is after that mandatory pit stop.
He has got penalties. He has got the success penalty, the burden of glory. So he's got 20 seconds, I believe.
That's Ted Tuppin has arrived at the pits, and Philippe Koenig is also in, car number 42, so he's taking a bit of a tumble down the order. He's sharing with brother Stefan, who may not get to have a race, we'll see. Pit window, by the way, not open for another 13 and a bit minutes, so anybody in the pits at the moment, that is not their mandatory pit stop, B-Sir.
You've got a problem if you're doing that. The Westphal car, which started last because of the penalties, has moved itself up quite nicely to 16th, and that's the car that's going to be taken over from the young Mattis Prushkel, who's proved very quick in the first race of the season. Guy who's been racing LMP3 cars with Muka Motorsport. And we are joined by the master of this series, the boss of Mark Ruyan. Mark, I think you're a happy man. You know, we're into the 3rd round of this series now, and
absolutely.
you've changed the name to Le Mans, which was obviously a great thing to do.
Yeah.
And you made a few other changes too, but the biggest change of all is. As this race continues, we'll try and commentate on it at the same time.
So it's one of my favorite series.
It is, isn't it? And this has been with it a long time. But of course, your next big thing is the Le Mans Classic.
Absolutely.
Coming up, and tickets still available. We'll always have a lot of British fans there. But you were telling me earlier, you can expecting 120, 130,000 people. But around Le Mans, there's space for people.
Yeah, we have plenty of space in Le Mans, and you know, this is a new edition with more modern cars.
Yeah.
And we know that our English fans are really, really passionate of cars, you know, from the 60s, 70s, so they are massively present when we have the normal edition, I would say. But this new edition is attracting a new public. I think we'll have new grids, so I think very interesting grids, also spectacular cars, fast cars, more recent, but also from the beginning of the 70s, the 80s. And it will be a great show. We also have beautiful support races with NASCAR Classic, with
yes, NASCAR Classic, yes,
Porsche Classic Cup race, and also the GT3. GT3 is spectacular. It's a great add-on. as a support race, of course, because these cars were not racing no more at the period, but we'll have more than 50 cars on GT3.
50, wow. And you're going to have the best Group C entry of the year, I guess, and everybody likes to see those.
This is the first time that the Group C is an official grid.
Yes,
so they will race plateau, exactly. So they will race 3 times, including 1 night race.
Yes.
And yeah, it's very exciting, very, very beautiful cars. I love Group Cs. Very few are racing today, and I would really call the owners to just give it a try.
Yes.
Yes. This is great. No, it's very exciting, and I think this new Le Mans Classic series is also very strong this year. We see here in Dijon full grids. We have seen the 60s. We have seen the CR. We have close to 50 cars. Now we have the 2-liter Cup, one of my favorites, very spectacular, with 27 cars.
Big grids for the gentlemen, big grids for the 60s.
Yeah.
You've got a new touring car category, of course, now.
Yeah, we extended, so we have touring car 1, HTC 1, up to 81, 82, and then HTC 2. We started in Spa, the temple of GT cars, you know. And Spa was a big success. Now we are here in Dijon. We have a smaller grid, but we know from the teams that they are preparing many cars.
Yes.
And this will be a very spectacular and popular category. I can tell you from next year on.
Yeah, those Sierra Cosworths and those BMWs are always spectacular, always race well together.
The Jaguar IGS was fantastic.
As well, of course, as well.
And Sierra Cosworths, and we want to see more because there are many brands. I want to see a Mercedes 190. I want to see an Alfa Romeo. I want to see these cars on the track. They are spectacular. They are fast. They make good noise, and people love them because it shows cars that were on the street.
But Mark, I guess you're thinking of the future as well. I mean, there's been a management change. Obviously, the Peter family did a marvellous job establishing all this, and then they've handed it over to a new group with new ideas. But you've got a very firm base to start with, of course.
Yeah, but we worked a lot with my team to continue and to pursue the success story.
Yes.
We worked on regulations. We worked to make sure that we have a fair treatment between, gentleman driver, which is our core customer base, and more professional drivers. We are working on scrutineering. We are working.
We just got a bit of great action.
This is crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy. So that's Daglan there. Owns all those carts.
These cars are similar, so they are so close. You really see a very close gaps between the cars, and it's so amazing. I love it.
We're coming close to the pit window now with this.
But so I told you, new grids. Legends of Le Mans, GT3, HTC2, also new regulations. We are thinking about new formats for the future. I think we need to be in a dynamic move because this is classic racing, and everybody expects us to continue developing and thinking about the generational change. We still want to focus on the 60s, 70s cars you can see here today, but we have new generations that love the more recent cars.
Yes, and everybody gets older. The cars that they remember, of course, getting younger. For me, I go back a long way, but there's people that are 30 to your customers, and what they like is what they saw in the year 1998 or something like that.
I agree. It's a generation thing, but after a certain time, it becomes an iconic topic.
Yes.
And a Jaguar E-Type, a Cobra, a Lotus Elan, these cars will be iconic for all generations one day. And we see younger people driving these cars because they are so good to drive.
Yes. Now, what about the burden of glory? It's new this season. It's a success penalty to a degree. It's to average everybody up. Some drivers like it. You're trying it.
We try it. I think the overall, I can tell you what we have done on driver's penalty was necessary because there were so many interpretations of the rule. The rule was not clear enough. So we had at every meeting, interpretation, because as soon as you do an exception or change a rule, everybody complains. And at least this gives us a very serious and homogeneous base.
Yes.
Now, of course, we can make changes if it doesn't work, but so far, the feedback we had was mostly positive. Of course, we have some slight changes to do. You know, for example, for a gentleman driver that owns his car compared to someone who just comes to drive and race, who is maybe not a professional, but, you know, works in the industry. So this is different, and we want to make we want to fine tune this thing.
We've got to go to an interview now. We've got Franssen down there, so we've got to see what he says. He's found somebody that's had a bit of a problem with his Porsche, which is unusual. But let's just hear from Franssen down in the pits.
During the race with the Porsches, of course, we know that those Porsche are reliable. That's a main point, a strong point for this car. But unfortunately, Philippe, your car had a problem. What was the problem?
Yeah, it's a real shame. We had a very good start, gained a couple of places, and just as I had passed the car that I was catching for 3 laps, I heard something coming from the engine and it wasn't pulling anymore. So I came into the pits and the team said that we had to retire the car, which is very unfortunate because it was a lot of fun.
It's a frustration because this track of Dijon-Prenois is absolutely perfect for this kind of car.
Yeah, it's perfect. You got the fast corners going up and down. It's perfect in the short wheelbase. We've been here many times, and you know we love to come here. And yeah, we'll be back next year, and hopefully we'll win it then.
Thank you very much, sorry for this, Philippe. Fortunately, it's early retirement for this car, number 42.
Yeah, that was very disappointing. Well, Mark's still with me in the commentary booth here in the beautiful Dijon circuit. It is a great place to race here. I'm very lucky that I saw
this racetrack.
I came to the Grand Prix here, so you know, it's in a beautiful part of France, of course. You've got some other new aspects coming on. You mentioned WC just a moment ago when we were in that.
Yeah, this is really something something new and big that we did this year. We are doing a support race, classic support race of the WEC this year for the European races plus Bahrain. Knowing that Bahrain, we are not sure that it goes there, but there will be a race. This is Legends of Le Mans, very special. We are racing the cars that created the WEC. Like, you know, the LMP1, LMP2 from the 2006, 2013 and 15, and GTE cars. These cars are very special. You remember Le Mans 15 years ago, 908, Audi R18, Pescarolo 01, GSP2, Oreca 05, and also the famous 911 RSR with this beautiful noise, Aston Martin. So all these cars are very special. They are owned by private owner, but still owned by teams like Corset, like ProDrive, and they love to see that. They love to see this idea, and this is very, very popular. We see that.
Last year in one of your races, we had the president of Le Mans, Patrick Fillon, racing an Audi R8, and he went really quite well.
I love that. Anyway, he will race one Le Mans Classic Legend this year. Again.
And then, of course, you got your trip to Daytona with the class.
Exactly, Daytona 60s. 60s. We are bringing with us 35 cars from the 60s to Daytona Classic 24. And they bring the NASCAR Classic cars to
They're coming here to Le Mans, I'm looking forward to that,
So many things happening.
The future is bright. And we're proud. Bruce and I just love working this. And the atmosphere is great as well. There's all sorts of clever little ideas that you do. And all your logistics look good, and everything looks nice about it. So
worked hard on the logistics.
I'll just say to anybody that's listening to us, you know, that there are more race meetings coming this season as well as Le Mans, and you've got the chance of going to Imola, of course, well, Estoril.
Estoril in September.
In September, Imola in October, and you know, you'll have a great time. And great things, you can wander around the pitch, you can talk to not obviously on the pit lane, but you can talk to everybody. All the teams are very friendly, and everybody would love you here. But
we are really customer-centered, and we work hard to improve what we can improve.
But just say again, Le Mans Classic Legends this year, the new idea, 2nd to the 5th of July.
Exactly.
Gotta come and see.
Brilliant.
Gotta come and see it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So the race continues. Andrew Smith still leading for Daglin. They're about to make their pit stops. I think somebody's just had an infringement down there. So Smith to Daglin from home, who'll be handing over to Andrew Jordan. Emanuele Pirro is there in 4th place, and then Rudolph and the battle continues. Brucey, look at this. You know, just wheel to wheel.
How many cars do you need for a race? Well, two's a good start. These two are sensational. I was enjoying your interview very much with Mark, but I was pinned to the screen. These first two are nearly 10 seconds clear, but Andrew Smith leading in the grey car. His car has extra time at a standstill. He's an elite driver, adds 20 seconds. So it's pit window opens in just over a minute, and I don't expect either of these drivers to come in. Wow, what a race, and we're not even at the halfway point in this 90-minute race, but it's been fabulous. But just remember, this is a field where there are success penalties, of course, but anybody who's got a gentleman and, importantly, an elite driver in their combination, that because of the elite driver, they get an extra 20 seconds at the pit stop. And at the moment, David Danglard, with the red and blue flashes on his white car, goes up the inside. Can he get the braking done? And Andrew Smith had to let him take the corner. But they've chopped and they've changed, but they've kept it clean. Fantastic racing.
He's come on so well, Danglard, in the last couple of years. He wasn't a front runner like this a couple of years ago. But, just driving so very well, and you know, Andrew Smith, so well versed in his cars, been champion in the past, and a guy with a great history of racing as well, with a Courier, Carson, other teams. And well, Danglard, seems to have the measure of him, but no, well, he's a wily old Scotsman. Well, old, I think he's 41. But then, of course, Danglard will stay in the car. That's the interesting thing, isn't it?
The important thing is, as the pit window opens right now, actually 10 seconds ago, is the fact they are pulling ever further clear than the best of the rest. It's Matt Holm, who, remember, Ed led the first 8 laps, I think it was, until the cavalry came through. Danglard made a mistake on the first or second lap, and he lost a lot of positions, and he's done well to work his way through, but certainly just remember that move about 5-6 laps ago where he dived up the inside into the second corner. You thought that cannot work, and somehow Andrew Smith and Matt Holm kept out of the way. They all stayed on the track, but
we've now got to have the dynamics of the new drivers taking over, and one of them is going to be down in the pit lane to be interviewed before he gets into the car. He's I believe the youngest man in the race, and just a moment we'll get down there when everything's pointing in the right direction. And
well, it's certainly pointing in the right direction for David Danglard, having taken the lead.
Well, he's pointing.
Now opened out a tiny bit of a margin, 0.7 of a second.
If he keeps pointing in the right direction, they say, yes.
Okay, well, let's go down to the pit lane, because we're waiting to hear from Mattis Prushkel, who'll be taking over from Jürgen Westphal, who is up into 16th place.
We are on the pits with one of the youngest drivers of this Le Mans Classic Series, Mattis Prushkel. We discovered this guy in Barcelona, first round of the year, of the 2-liter Cup, of course. Mattis, you are a driver of modern cars and historic cars. Why are you doing the two?
Because I love driving cars. So we choose to do both. So modern racing, of course, first of all, and then also a bit of historic racing, starting in Barcelona 2 months ago.
You drive with Jürgen Westphal with car number 68. I think that during the qualifying here, you had some problem with track limits.
Yeah, we had some track limit problem during the qualifying, which resulted in all our lap times got deleted. So we started from the back, which was a bit of a shame, because we were clearly one of the quickest cars with P1 and free practice, so we couldn't really get on top in qualifying, which is a shame, but now we are fighting in the race.
It's a 90-minute race, so everything is possible, Mattis.
Yeah, I mean, now we have already quite a big gap to the front, and I also have 25 seconds more pit stop time, so it will be difficult to catch back up, but I will give it my all.
And this guy will be next weekend in Le Mans, not for the 24 hours, not yet, but for the road to Le Mans, totally different.
Yes, totally different, of course, but also a historic French track. So going from Dijon to Le Mans is very, very fitting, I think, and I'm really looking forward.
We have to remember this name, Mattis Prushkel, car number 68.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I'm also going to Le Mans next weekend, but it'll stir in the commentary box, but I'll keep an eye out for him. Certainly that road to Le Mans event can be a little bit troublesome at times as enthusiasm gets the better. But for a driver like Mattis Prushkel, he's ticking off tracks as he's learning his craft, and we've seen the great speed. Now here's a replay of David Danglard getting very, very enthusiastic, and Oh, my word, Andrew Smith suddenly almost had nowhere to go, and change of position as Andrew goes through. And that was just a case of suddenly David realising it wasn't going to work, that overtaking manoeuvre. Fantastic camera work down there, I must say.
Well, as I said, Dave Dangland, I mean, he's relatively new running at the front of the field. Andrew Smith is very experienced, as we see. Pit stop of the number 10 car, just changing drivers. This is the two Colombian guys, and they're good friends. Juan Pablo Orjela gets in, Nelson gets out, and they're the first one to make that change. The window is 15 minutes.
Yeah, 2 or 3 other cars are in there as well, but I think one of them is in there because it's had its problem, which was the Koenig car. Remember, that had its issues early in the race.
Their cars are not really in the fight, but the cars that are in the fight will be coming in soon. I just wonder the condition of the tyres on the Dangland car after this somewhat wild adventures we've seen him take. But there is Andrew Smith, so experienced in his cars.
A bit of a rub mark on the front left flank of David Danglar's car, but you know, those opening couple of laps were a little bit bruising as he sort of recovered ground.
All a bit fast and furious, wasn't it? So Smith it is from Dangland. Matt Holm will be moving that car over to Andrew Jordan fairly soon. Emmanuel Pillar will hand over to the car's owner, James Turner. But I'm sure Emanuele will have had a great time, and it's wonderful he's still racing and enjoying it. I mean, see him a lot at Goodwood. He's, you know, he's one of the best guys to interview in the world, isn't he? Always
the most enthusiastic, charming, and knowledgeable, but also he can still really race, and that's great. And also the diversity of what he's raced. Has a margin as well, but he was someone who loved the history of the sport when he's racing. Not every driver does.
It was interesting, wasn't it? Because his Formula One career didn't really pan out. I mean, remember, he was a test driver for McLaren. He made his Grand Prix debut with McLaren as a stand-in, and then the next season he was driving for a lesser team. And McLaren didn't hang on to him, so...
yeah, he had one of those sort of hidden careers for a while, just testing out with Honda in Japan.
Yes,
rounding around the circuits. But...
and then, of course, you know, Audi latched onto him, and off his career went.
Right, this is one of the new entries this weekend. Car number 175, Jan Hunger, German racer with Christian Albrecht.
Yeah, well,
number 175. So they'll be learning the sort of form and what's required. Jan Hunger started the car, and Christian Albrecht, who's again hopping from car to car. The race is getting some more track time coming up.
Yeah, very busy German driver. Had a lot of success at prototype. We've seen him in the Lola MG prototype, haven't we, in the past? Don't have one of those races here. And
the pale blue car we just saw on track is probably about to come in. It's Jürgen Westphal, and he's the one who's going to hand over to the driver we heard from in the interview, Mattis Pluschkel. So here it comes. So he's gone. I would have suggested you know, the pit window closes in 13 minutes, but I would have put Mattis in for the longest time possible. But then Jürgen's the car owner, so he wants to do racing too.
He wants to have his money's worth. And Andrew Smith is in the pits. But Vincent is ready with somebody else he's going to talk to. So furious race going on between these Porsches, but we can dip down into the pits now and just hear our latest interview.
For several seasons, we have Colombian drivers in this 2-liter cup by Peter Otto with Nelson Calais. Nelson, how was it, your first part of the race for you?
Well, it was great, actually, because yesterday we had a lot of trouble with the setup of the car. It was oversteering a lot. This track is very tricky with the setup because it's a lot of right-handers, fast right-handers. So the left rear tire actually overheats, and we were able to change something from yesterday to today, and the car felt very stable. So I think our tires are in very good shape. I think we can last the race in very good shape.
And with such a car, what can you expect as a result?
Well, fortunately for us, some guys have some penalty times. So I think that'll lead us to probably coming better than P7, which is where we started. So I think we have a good chance to be up there.
And a podium in your category, in the gentleman category.
Yeah, gentleman category, I think.
Thank you very much. Nelson Calais, one of the Colombian drivers here.
Interesting, isn't it? You think everything's identical, but they were striving for a setup, and so many people will, and they'll need a totally different setup when they race later in the year in Estoril and likewise at Imola. But what great circuits they might play on. Oh, David Danglard still just absolutely wringing the neck of his car, but at the moment There he is, Andrew Smith in the pits. Just looking at him on the screen, and he wasn't because he'd come in. So David Danglard is now 10 seconds clear of Matt Home. The last laps have been better for Matt Home, who was the early race leader. Manuel Pirro still in third place, but obviously out of the lead. Andrew Smith into the pits. Extra time at the standstill, though.
Waving away is Nick Morfitt, who runs Historica, team from Ipswich, and they've been one of the best top preparers in this series, prepared Ollie Bryant's cars for a number of years. So he's running 3 cars this weekend here. Here's Nick, but they do a great job, and Historica, one of the go-to places to get your Porsche prepared. Tuthill's, of course, the other well-known group, the company that Francois Tuthill founded, now run by his son. Well, we're going to hear, I think, from Andrew Smith, and I believe he's being queued up for us.
Well, he certainly drove a stunning opening stint, but he knew he had to get clear, and he must have been so aggrieved that David Dangland's there. A quick problem there. The Jürgen Westphal car has stopped just before the pit entry, but let's go down. We are going to hear from Andrew Smith, who drove such an amazing opening stint. He is with Vincent in the pits.
We'll speak about car number 71 now. It's Johannes Stengel in the car, but from the start of the race, it was this guy, Andrew Smith. Andrew, how was it?
Brilliant fun. I mean, you know, these little 2-litre cup cars are so much fun at any circuit, but at Dijon, it's just amazing, and it's always very, very close racing, and that was, you know, fantastic battle for the first few laps, and then David and I got past Matt around the back, and then he and I seemed to sort of break away a bit, and we just had a great battle between the two of us. Really, really enjoyed it, and yeah, now Johannes is out in the car, so I'm sure he'll do a good job.
Maybe a podium, you hope so?
I hope so, yeah, but you know, it's not over till it's over, is it?
And this guy was also a driver in the 60s and events with Shelby Cobra, with Bram Bontrup. It was a last call.
Yeah, well, I was originally driving with Vincent Gay in his E-Type, but he unfortunately was unwell, and he's still not feeling great today, so sending best wishes to him. But when I was waiting in the paddock and that news came through, Bram said, well, why don't you share with me? And that was that, sort of 30 seconds before qualifying started.
And how was this Cobra here in Dijon?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, I've never driven the car before, so it was, you know, jumping straight into it cold. But yeah, no, it was great fun, and lovely to share the car with Bram.
Okay, he's one of the professionals of historic racing, Mr. Andrew Smith.
Thank you very much. Always a smile on his face, isn't
there? And his co-driver, Johannes Stengel, I was talking to at lunchtime. He's German. His English is so good you can't tell. But it's got slight, because he's been working with Andrew, he's got a bit of a Scottish.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
He's also a guy with a Lancia. I believe he's got a Lancia Stratos as well. So anyway, he's a pretty good peddler too. So let's see how this. Now we got most of the pit stops. So we got Andrew Jordan just jumped in, and James Turner jumped into his car, and Pirro out. Hopefully we'll hear from Pirro. He's always a great interview. And Dayro is in that car, the one that I said had the engine blow up. So it's all to play for, isn't it? Still got 43 minutes to go, Bruce.
Yeah, it's a long time. Still David Danglard out front.
Yeah.
Hasn't pitted. Just noticing that, you know, I said that Jürgen Westphal appeared to have stopped before pit entry.
Yes, you did.
He's just been under investigation for dangerous manoeuvre at pit entry. It seems he's made it into the pits. He's listed as, but he certainly was not moving up the hill from the final corner in the way I expected him to be doing. Anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. Meanwhile, basically, David Danglard in the lead of the race, not having come in for his pit stop as yet, but of course he won't be stationary for as long as Andrew Smith had to be before his car was handed over to Johannes Stengel. Kind of just waiting for everybody to go to their pit stops.
He's making 25 seconds up then.
Here's one of the cars with the great liveries, the two shades of grey.
Yeah,
it's a tall figure of Matt Neal hopping on board. Stephen Edwards has clambered out. Fresh rubber on the rear, and this duo, they've raced together for quite a while now, getting very accomplished as they do so, but certainly, oh dear, Snake, well, hold on a second, is that getting the braking done? Well, sort of just about, but hold on, you're leading the race, you know that the driver who's been challenging you is handed over his car with a longer pit stop than you're going to have to do. I would suggest, unless there was a little bit of something leaking on the tyres, that was just a bit ambitious.
Yeah, it was.
wanting to pick his way past the other car. I don't know how soon he's going to be pitting, but the pit window closes in 6 minutes 40 seconds, so he's still got time in hand. But when you're bottled up behind another driver, you might as well come in at the end.
That's Albrecht, isn't it? That's in that.
That's why it's going so well.
He's going pretty well. So he's finding a bit of a tough deal to get by. It goes down the inside now and then climbing up the hill there, but he hasn't got enough speed to get past Albrecht.
This is where you have to think on your feet, and it's not as though he's handing over to anyone. He'll have his pit stop.
Yeah.
Him all on his own, but
take him on a bit of water, I suspect. I mean, it's not a hot day, is it? It's clouded over quite a lot here in Burgundy.
Yeah, Albrecht's driving that very, very nicely indeed. He's sort of fly in the ointment. For David Danglard, he doesn't need the distraction. He might as well come in, get off that tail of Albrecht's car, serve his pit stop, and will pop back out into the lead of the race. But what's he choosing to do? He'll be relying on his pit wall to tell him what is going on. But at the moment, with his car on the left-hand side of the track, I don't expect him to cut across and come into the pits. I'm sure he'd pick up a penalty as he goes on to another lap. And in fact, Christian Albrecht is pulling away from him.
He is indeed, yeah. And what sort of lap times Albrecht has just done the fastest lap of the race at 1:40.7.
Okay, this is going to be quite confusing for David Danglard. He's fought his way into the lead race.
Yeah.
Brilliant battle with, and he would expect anybody he sees coming up to be slower than him. And
and he probably doesn't know who it is.
No, exactly.
Because Albrecht's new to this. The car is, you know, sort of fairly anonymously white. It's not a car he's raced against before. And so what is going on here?
Right, what he mustn't do is get distracted by this and miss his opportunity to come in the pit. Those are just under 5 minutes. I'm sure he's got it under control, but just when there's an extraneous factor comes in.
Very close to track limits then.
Yeah.
Very close.
Well, now he's locking up into turn 5. I would suggest the end of this lap's probably quite a good time to come in, be safe, and also...
Let's see track limits again, very close. I would suggest that he's destroyed the tyres, actually.
Well, there have been a fair few lockups the last 3 laps, a little bit of another puff of smoke, so come in, get a fresh set of rubber, go back out and do it all over again. But he knows that the number 71 entry that Andrew Smith has handed over to Johannes Stengel has longer at a standstill. It's a GT Elite combination.
Yeah, interestingly, Phil Quaife has got into the 99 car and is 16th, but just did the fastest first sector of the race. So Phil Quaife is flying. I wonder how far he can get up the field in the 99 shares with James Thorpe.
Oh dear. There is normally one, not necessarily in this race, but at some race over the weekend where someone speeds in the pit lane. And
who is it?
Under investigation. Well, it's the car driven by Uwe Kolb, so I don't know if it was him on the way out to number 24 or him on the way in, since he's driving solo. So it was definitely him. OK, we'll work that one out. David Danglard in the pits. Well, we knew we had to get it done sooner or later. You don't want to risk staying out super late, because if suddenly the safety car bridge, you may not get round in time. Oh, you can see the rub on the front of the rubber strip, 2 bits, one in front and behind. I think that was that moment at turn 2 when he crossed the others. I would guess it is. Florian Feustel now trying to pick up the pace all over again. So we're settling down by and large with a second batch of drivers. The pit window's still not closed for another 3 minutes, but pretty much everybody has been flushed through. And once they have, and once we've settled down in 2 laps' time, we'll be able to give you the effective order after that mandatory pit stop. But at the moment in the pits, David Danglard, Federico Guidio, they were sort of last of the late breakers in many ways, but car 71 is the one we need to look at. It had the longer pit stop after Andrew Smith brought it in for the lead of the race, and it's got to settle down and see how it can move forward in the hands of Johannes Stengel. So for those in the pits, it seems like an A. Of course, all their rivals have had their own pit stops, and some, including the number 71 entry of Andrew Smith, much longer, because an elite driver on board certainly doesn't help your chances. Not in terms of the time in the pit, certainly out on the track it helps.
Looking at Plushkel's times, we know he's quick.
David Danglard offering some instructions, something about limits. Make sure. driver who's got to make sure is the person on board, really, because they've got to remain within track limits. And certainly David Danglard, as you pointed out, Andrew, was getting closer and closer to flirting with danger in terms of track limits. Andrew Jordan really is starting to get some good speed in place.
I see he's just done fastest.
First sector of the 3.
Yep, that was just on the previous lap.
Yeah, some quicker times coming in from the second drivers. Certainly we were impressed with the pace of Christian Albrecht, who has set the fastest lap of the race. His car's down in 11th position, but will vault its way up the order as the final people serve their pit stops. That car was started by Jan Hunger. It's one of the cars prepared by the Tootle.
And Andrew Jordan, of course, Andrew Jordan's in the lead of the race now, and just done the fastest lap. And
it's going to be about a dozen seconds clear, because Danglard is listed as 6 seconds down. Here he comes emerging onto the track. But, of course, the point where he was judged in terms of the timing was in the pit lane, but he wasn't fully back up to speed. So 6 seconds will become way more than that. James Turner's taken over from Emanuele Pirro, so he goes into 3rd position overall. Florian Feustel, who is, I believe, driving solo, yes, in the cream and red swirly entry. He is in 4th place overall, but there may well be some penalties coming. Yes, in fact, car number 18 has just picked up a penalty for track limits. 3rd time, that's Patrick Pougin. He's down towards the tail of the field a bit. No, he's a middle order, actually, in 12th place overall. David Danglard just looking to see how he gets on. Fresh rubber on board, what he's going to do through to the end of the race. A little more cautious on his outlap. Eminently sensible.
So the lead is shown now shown as 6 seconds. Jordan to Danglard.
It's more than that, because Danglard was in the pits.
Yeah, it's coming out now. Yes,
he's got James Turner catching him. Just saw a shot of the rear of James's car. That's sort of grey with the multicoloured stripes on the nose. Danglard hanging the tail out a little bit, but James Turner closing in. He's certainly on the timing screens 11 and a bit seconds further down, but in reality he isn't.
Oh, that's Emanuele Pirro.
Hasn't seen the camera. He'd normally be waving and kissing and kissing the camera.
I wonder we're going to get the interview down there, but.
Isn't it great? He's still racing.
Yeah, loves it.
Based himself in West Hampstead in London when he was racing in Formula 3000. Very much an Anglophile.
Yes, yeah.
And but he's always, the driver from Rome, versed in the history of the sport, and that's why he loves historic racing so much. These are the cars as he was growing up he'd have been looking at and lusting after, and again, he's such a great exponent. Right, the real gap between 1st and 2nd place, which is the number 15 car we're looking at the moment, David Danglard, 14 and a bit seconds, because of course it said 6 seconds, but he was at a standstill in the pit, whereas Andrew Jordan had come past full lick down the start-finish straight. But 5 seconds the gap between David Danglard in 2nd and James Turner in 3rd. We'll have to see how their pace develops through the remainder of the race. But what we saw in the first part of the race is Danglard is prepared to really pitch it deep into corners, carry his speed.
And then Stengel.
Yeah, and just remember the Stengel car was Andrew Smith's car that had the extra time in the pit stop. So, what could have been, but that's how the rules are. But
Stengel is a bit quicker than Orjadler. I think Stengel could go up a few spots there. And James Turner must have had a bit of nice coaching from the man that is down in the pits, and we're going to speak to in just a few moments. So you're going to hear from Emanuele Pirro how much he enjoyed running at the front of the field and really dicing with all these Porsches. So let's go right down to the pits now. Emanuele Pirro.
A few minutes ago, we made an interview of a young guy, Mathis Pluchel. This one is not so young, but he's very experienced. 5-time winner of Le Mans, Mr. Emanuele Pirro. Emanuele, how is it?
Very good. I just finished my stint. I think we were P4. We could have been a little better, but I think we did something wrong with the setup because the car was quite oversteering. But it's so cool, This is an historic circuit. It brings back many memories. I raced here in 1987 with the BMW in the World Touring Car Championship and then in Formula 3000. So it's super cool. And then these little 911 Porsches are really nice to drive. So I'm super happy.
Emanuele, you are here in the races by Peter Rotto for so many years now. There is a big progression for those meetings, of course, still more important. What do you think about all this?
I think history in general is something really important for us. I live in Rome. I come from Rome, so I know what history means. We got a lot of history in our town. And I think it's really, really important to preserve history. I mean, look at the Colosseum. For many centuries, people didn't care about the Colosseum. It was broken, and now it's one of the most important monuments. I think motorsport is now well over 100 years. There's been a path in terms of engineering incredible, and if there were no historic races, these cars would be rusted in a garage. So I think it's in a way also, excuse me, it's a homage to the designers and the drivers of the past to keep these cars alive and to race them. And today's racing is wonderful. Really, I'm not talking bad at all about today's racing. But old cars are far from being perfect, so you have to understand the car. You have to speak the same language. The car drifts a little bit, moves a little bit. It's just very enjoyable. So I really hope historic racing will keep growing.
One thing is very sure, that with Emanuele, it's just a question of passion.
Passion and some great words too, don't you think, Bruce? You know, we know how eloquent he is, but you know, he just encapsulated what we're here for.
100%. I was thinking, though, if the cars weren't being raced, I could possibly afford one. But a racing car should be driven. But I loved Emanuele's quote. I come from Rome. There's a lot of history in our town. I think that's a wonderful understatement. In fact, only last week, a group of school children managed to, on a little dig, found something really quite important, which is fabulous in Rome. But yeah, he understands the sport, and that's what it's all about. But it's also his ambassadorial role away from the track, because people always want to go and speak to Emanuele, and he's so kind and will offer advice, and but also he's still got it in a racing car. He'll be frustrated that car wasn't handling the way that they'd have liked, but we've heard this is a tricky circuit to get right, with the undulations, the ups, the downs, and the constant cornering. But anyhow, Andrew Jordan leading this race, pulling clear, 17 and a bit seconds clear of David Danglard. I'd always expect Andrew to be a little bit faster. James Turner in third place, and the car that led early on, car number 9, is somewhat further down the order at the moment, because it's had its trials and tribulations. So that is Andrew Jordan in the car. Beg your pardon, I'm getting mad. Of course, that was the car right at the front on the grid. I beg your pardon, I've just hopped back into the booth. So that has just best lap of the race, 1 minute 40.4 last time around. So he's pulling ever further clear. David Danglard, and honestly, you know, he really ripped into his tyres in the first part of the race, fresh set of rubber on board, but he's not able to match the pace of Andrew Jordan. How is this for a battle? Florian Feustel, welcome to the series, and he's leading that group.
Yeah, look at
the young Mattis Plushkel tucked in behind the powder blue car, making progress, but he's a lap down on that battle. Therein lies the difference. Feustel has got 34 laps on the board, and the pale blue car, and I'd be interested, I'm sure it did stop before coming into the pits and maybe started all over again when Jürgen Westphal was putting it in, but certainly
I think so,
young driver Mattis Plushkel, he's right at the quick end. Once he gets through this little group of cars, he should be able to pull clear, but first he has to do it. And for Florian Feustel in the cream one with the red swirls on it, he is a lap up. He's sitting very nicely in 4th place overall in his debut in the series. Made a little bit of a late braking mistake down into turn 5. He doesn't really know where this other car is. You can see it's behind him. Is he on my lap? Is he not? But in terms of pace, Plushkel should be able to pull through. Dives up the inside into turn 6. Gets the move done on the way in. Is he going to stay on the track on the way out? Yes, he is. Well done. Very, very good on the brakes.
James Turner's doing a great job, isn't he?
Yeah.
He did a great job here last year in the commentary booth. Doing a great job on the track with the car that he's taken over from Emanuele Pirro. It's his car. James, and I say he'll sell you a Porsche or two if you want. But he's hanging on well. I mean, he's looking in his sector times. He's right on it, really.
Right, Jordan is now 20 seconds clear of Danglard, and Danglard is now only 4 seconds clear of James Turner. So James is coming back at him, chipping here, chipping there. You know, we're trading in not even a 1/10 of a second, but certainly good little battle. Now, Mattis Plushkel, here he is, car number 68, 16th position. Could be nothing. This is the car that had every single one of its 16 laps in one session taken away from it. Started stone last, so therefore 25th position. But in terms of lap pace, he's quicker than pretty much everyone up to about 4th or 5th position. So he's already got ahead of Johannes Stengel, not Stengel, it's about Florian Feustel. There is Feustel, the white car with the red flashes on it. a lap ago, Feustel was in front, but then Plushkel pulled through. Now he's going to set off after the others. His next target for Plushkel will be Frédéric Diagidio, who's got lots of experience in these cars. But it's just lovely having new people on board, having a look. But contemporary racers who also race historics, they're relatively rare, but some people have the knack to do it both, in both categories, and I'd suggest Plushkel in his very short time has proved that he can.
Well, I think it'll be a bit different when he gets to Le Mans next week. And he's in the road to Le Mans.
Yeah, the road to Le Mans, which is...
just explain that a little bit.
Right, it's a race, it's the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and but some people enter just for the support race in Le Mans 24 Hours. It's for LMP3 cars and GT3 cars. Yeah. But a lot of people, their ambition to race at Le Mans doesn't always lead to a smooth running. No. Some of them, it's a bit daunting. It's a very different equation, Le Mans. It's a very long circuit. They've got so many elements within it. Sometimes a spot of weather thrown in hasn't helped some of the drivers with lesser experience. But it can be a little stop-start, that race. So hopefully this year they have a nice, clean run.
Just going back to Plushkel, he is lapping at top 3 time.
Yeah.
He's right in there, similar times to Dangland, actually.
And in fact, this next lap should be his first really clear lap, and we'll see what he can really do when he sort of starts to unwind the stagger. But he's down in 16th, may not rise a great deal higher, may not even get to the top 10. 25 minutes remain. Well, we'll see what he can do.
I don't think he will. But...
No, maybe top 12 at most. But in fact, that's where the Zanchetta car is still listed with Zanchetta on board. I thought he was sharing with Xavier Dayro, and Xavier was shown for a while in that car, and it's flicked back to Zanchetta. So maybe someone's just knocked the driver ID switch over. You start as a commentator to think, am I going mad? Did I not see that name? But I definitely did.
So, the Colombian guy and Feustel very running together with Stengel. I would think Stengel might get by them, actually.
Stengel is in the car, but
been taught by Andrew Smith. And,
right, well, whatever progress up the order Matis Plushkel might have been expected, would he get to the 12th position? Well, he's got a drive-through penalty. Not for anything he did, but it was a dangerous pit entry, or so adjudged, for his teammate. So, unfortunately, Jürgen Westphal has hampered the chances for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, Jürgen's been around a while. I wouldn't expect him to make so many errors. The errors this morning in quali. And then another error now, which just all cost time.
So, Andrew Jordan leading the race comfortably. 23 minutes remain, nearly 23 seconds clear, and just able to reel off the laps. David Danglard, not so much. Now the best battle is this one on screen. Car 36, Florian Feustel on his debut in the 2-litre Cup for this year, and behind him Johannes Stengel, the car that led the race early on. Wonderful battle with Andrew Smith on board, number 71 at the time, fighting with David Danglard. Danglard is in second place overall at the moment, but that longer pit stop because of having an elite driver on board, which is Andrew Smith, and he certainly is an elite driver. You know, that's cost them. But mistake from Florian Feustel dropping down into Britell there. He managed to catch it at the bottom of the compression. But it wouldn't be a compression if it wasn't at the bottom, but you know what I mean.
Elite and Burden.
Yes, and Burden of Glory.
Yeah.
Sort of double combo of delight.
We'd never heard that expression, Burden of Glory.
Till Barcelona?
Yes.
Windscreen wipers going on the battle for 5th place. Florian Feustel, Johannes Stengel, didn't see the cars in front. They're a lap or so down it, but so that's coming up the slope. So Matis Plushkel, he's not got his wipers on, nor has the yellow car of Oyuela. There's Florian Feustel, and the car behind 71. Definitely consider that first moment. You'd have had this in your competition career, Andrew. It's wet. Do I put that blade across the screen? You're committed once you've done it. But the Sky certainly, there's a shot about, oh, now here comes the Pushko car in to serve the drive-through penalty, just the pale blue one diving in, so I'm afraid top 20 finish not possible for them. But really, pride can be resurrected if Pushko can get back out on the track and see if he can get the fastest lap on the race. As it is, his best is 7/10 of a second down. The car won't stop. It's a drive-through penalty. It does what it says on the tin, but that's going to cost them big time. Now, look, we've got raindrops on the lens of the camera, the first corner. There was a dark sky when we looked down the start-finish straight about 10 minutes ago. Then it brightened a little bit, but this will only be a little tiny shower, one would suggest.
Oh, looking out of the commentary box of where we are on the front straight, there doesn't appear to be any rain. But obviously there is around the back, and they're hanging the slippery liquid flag out, the yellow and a red striped flag.
So will this change the complexion of the race? I would suggest this will be a short-lived flurry of a fairly light shower, but some drivers consider it's worth the blades across the screen. But Andrew Jordan leading by the best part of 25 seconds. He's sitting comfortably. The battle between Danglard in second and James Turner in third, well, there's under 5 seconds between them. So with 20 minutes on the clock, 21 minutes on the clock, that could change. But all it needs is for one of those drivers in second, third not to feel so comfortable with the conditions as they change. Umbrellas up from the marshals. Well, you know, they're a hardy breed, but maybe that's to keep some equipment dry. But for some, definitely, the windscreen wipers are still going. Others are holding off from it. But I think the important element there is that Florian Feustel has lost position to Johannes Stengel. Stengel in 71 has moved up to 5th place overall.
And they just zapped past the Portuguese car we haven't given a mention to. It's Manuel Dominguez and Joel Canas. But they've just been lapped. Meanwhile, Andrew Jordan is definitely the master of this.
Gained another second on that lap, so all under control from him.
Andrew and Mike, most years, go over to the Daytona 24 Classic, and that's run like the Le Mans 24 Classic, although they do 4 races over the 24 hours there. And they had a marvellous win last year in a Porsche, a more modern Porsche than this. And it was very, very close because they actually went a lap down. And you add all the 4 times together. And they just had to get the lap back, and they only got it back on the last lap because they were caught out by a rain shower, actually, and made their pit stop at the wrong time. But it was lovely that Andrew's still racing with Mike occasionally, and they always enjoy that Daytona trip. But I'm sure he's enjoying this particular race here, where he is pulling away. He's got the fastest lap. He's pulling away from Dangland.
What we have on screen, though, is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, because we've got Oruela, Stengel, Feustel and Christian Albrecht has caught up. Remember, he was very, very quick when the front runners came back out and found they couldn't actually catch him. David Danglard couldn't catch him for a while. The fastest lap of the race was in the hands of Christian Albrecht, but that was taken away by 1/10 of a second and more by a race leader. Andrew Jordan is now suitably clear of the rest, and I think what a little flurry of rain. Maybe those wipers are still on from Johannes Stengel because he's forgotten to turn them off. Florian Feustel's had his wipers on behind, but 4th place, the bright yellow car of Oruela, still looking comfortable, not bothering with the windscreen wipers on his at the moment, so comfortable for now. Right, gap first to second, it was 24 seconds, it was 25 seconds, it's 27 and a bit seconds now, Andrew Jordan leading this race, but the 4-car scrap for 4th place, super tight.
Yeah, Andrew just needs to keep it neat and tidy now and bring it home for another win.
We need the camera to get on to David Danglard, number 15. Is he going to hang on from James Turner? The gap between them is only half a second. James, about a few laps ago, was 5 or 6 seconds down. Then it gradually came down a little bit. Maybe there's an element of caution from certain people. Maybe Danglard is maybe his tyres are beginning to go off, but I'm presuming he got fresh rubber at his pit stop. But or maybe it's just that moment. Is it damp?
Yeah.
Yes, no. That little query in the mind of a driver. How's it going to change? It's drying now, clearly it's drying. Only Johannes Stengel's got his windscreen wipers on. Florian Feustel has turned his off, but for Stengel, he's the one making the moves. In 5th, chasing down Oruela, the bright yellow car of Oruela, leading that 4th, 5th, 6th place battle. And Christian Albrecht in the background of the shot looks as though he might be trying to make a move up the slope. He has got past Florian Feustel, so experience and, looking very good indeed.
I thought he would, yes. A good drive from him. I think the guy probably under attack now might be Oruela from Colombia.
Yeah, but he's looking quite tidy holding down that 4th place overall, way down off the tail of James Turner, who's still, I think, behind. Yes, he's still behind David Danglard, but the battle for second has suddenly become probably even more intense than this battle for fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, which is running in the order Oruela, Stengel, Feustel and Albrecht. Jürgen Rudolph is somewhat further back in 8th place overall. Another lap on the board, another lap in which a margin of advantage has been given to our race leader, Andrew Jordan. James Turner has now got up on that last lap into second place. Didn't get to see it happen, but he's moved ahead of David Danglard. And, well, there's no way that James, as fast as he would like to go in that car, will be able to draw back the best part of half a minute from the race leader. Andrew Jordan has this one under control. The battle behind, Christian Albrecht is going around, still rain flecks on the lens of the camera at the first corner, goes around the outside of Johannes Stengel. Can he make it stick into the second corner? Yes, he can. I'll tell you what, he's also going to pass Oruela as well. Or is he? His nose is in front, his tail is in front, so he moves into 4th place. That's been a good few laps from Christian Albrecht. Oh, yes, Stengel then made a mistake, and Feustel's now come past. He ran a little bit deep at the top of the slope, down through turn 4 they go. Virage to Le Bretel. Bottom of the hill is in the background of the shot, then they'll rise very sharply to the right-hand side and keep on climbing up towards turn 6. And too deep, surely, for Christian Albrecht. He's gone wide, but he just about hauls it back in. They can chop, they can change. Fantastic battling.
Yeah, Albrecht right there, though. See if Albrecht doesn't challenge here for the 175 car of Christian Albrecht. Everybody going better. They've got to remember about the track limits. They mustn't go really wide. They've got to be so careful because they will get penalised. And certainly 175 was a bit wide there, Albrecht. There's the 10 of Oruela.
What is so hard to gauge, Andrew, is just how slippery it is out on that.
Yeah, I know, and I think it's altering in different parts of the circuit. The back end of the circuit, I think, is quite a bit slipperier. Here, on the main straight, it's fine. Relatively, I'm just looking at the tyres to see if there's any spray coming off at all, and I don't see anything there. As they fan out again, and the yellow car, an audacious move down the inside, they're rubbing wheels there, and there is a little bit of water on the screen of the television camera, but look at that. Colombian driver really pushing it, and that was close, but he hangs on.
Well, he wasn't taking no for an answer, was he? No. But that was, I thought it was all going to come unstuck. Christian Albrecht has made his break now. He's into 4th place, but you can just take these 3 names and shuffle them around. Feustel, Oruela, Stengel. What's it going to be next time around? There they are, 5th, 6th and 7th. That's 36 from 10 from 71. Stengel at the moment, of course, is leading the GT, the gentleman and elite class, thanks to the moves early in the race by Andrew Smith, when he was desperate to try and build up as much as the margin as he could, because he knew the pit stops were going to come along with the extra 20 seconds from being an elite standard driver, plus success, burden of glory penalties from the previous round. So it's always going to be tough, but could yet come higher than 7th place overall.
Jordan's still pulling away, almost half a minute now in the lead. Magnificent drive by Andrew, and of course, let's not forget Matt Holm earlier on. Set Andrew up well to pull away. So Jordan, Turner, the ex-Aston Martin commercial director, doing a terrific job. I mean, he didn't race last season, so he's getting back into it, and certainly proving he's got the speed. Albrecht there now, come all the way up the field to 4th place.
Suddenly brightened up on the start-finish straight, so the dark clouds that loomed overhead have gone away.
He's gone wide as the 10, locked it up.
Yeah, and Stengel suddenly had to really drop the anchors very briefly in the background of the shot in 71, but he's managed it. He had some good flow going to the corner, worried he was going to hit Feustel, had to come off his tail, and wow. Actually, it's really interesting, the last few laps, James Turner's absolute, or maybe David Danglar's fallen away, looking the other way. He's now 6 seconds down on Turner. A few laps ago, Turner made the move into second, so maybe the early damage, the early pace has really affected Danglard.
Stengel just keeping a slightly tighter line. He's got a good run down here. I wonder if he can challenge as they go up the hill. No, it doesn't look like it. There is the yellow car. Stengel just tucked in behind the swirly machine.
Well, I'd say pretty much everyone taking part in this 90-minute race is having a great deal of fun, which is why these races are so loved. And it's the way that drivers just, you know, like Emmanuel Pirro, describing these cars as little cars, because a lot of the cars they race are considerably larger, which gives them a lot more space to go racing, doesn't it? Oh, Oruela really putting that tail out super sideways, and in that bright yellow car holding on to 5th place overall. The clock is counting down. A very quick check of the penalty screen. Johannes Stengel, car 71, right in our shot. 5-second penalty coming to him for track limits, and another car picking him up is car 36, Florian Feusel. So the 2 cars in our shot, but it's a 10-second time penalty because it was a 4th track limits warning or excess for number 36. But at the end of the day, if it's your first race of the year in this championship and you lose a position because you've been a little too, you know, that pales into insignificant, really, in comparison to the pleasure you've got from racing. And looking at 2 cars side by side, sweeping down the slope out of the first corner to the second here at Dijon-Prenois, it's a magical sight, and it will never be one of which I tire.
Not sure the history of Florian Feustel, but he has done a lot of Porsche racing in the past. He's raced a 917, and we will have a Porsche 917 racing tomorrow. I'm really excited about seeing that. And the car's going quite well in practice. So we've got some great races coming up tomorrow.
Right, Mattis Plushkel has now exceeded the best pace of Andrew Jordan, our race leader. He's just beaten it by 1/10 of a second for the fastest lap of the race. Of course, the extra pit stop, or the drive-through penalty, more to the point, has cost it big time. But
basically left him in 16th place.
Yeah, where he was at the time.
Yeah, after all his hard work. But anyway, he's learning about driving these cars. He's making a name for himself. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on next weekend, because he has had some success in LMP3 cars in a sort of, there's a German series.
Yeah, the Prototype Cup Germany, I think.
Yeah, I think.
All right. Take those 3 words and jumble them however you like them. But yeah, he's been setting some pace, and it's a field of normally about a dozen to maybe 15, 16 cars, but he's been showing well in that. It's still trying to get its traction, but a lot of people, and I will hold my hand up, when LMP3 was launched as a category, I looked at the initial cars, I thought, I don't see the appeal. The cars then improved inordinately, and the popularity of getting to race a sports prototype, I didn't realise its draw relative. It was a very different experience to racing a GT3 car, and it's been a real success. But I think if you looked at the cars from the first few years versus what people race now in P3, and the product has improved immeasurably.
Yeah. One thing I don't understand is that the lead car is shown as a gentleman car, but Andrew Jordan is surely an elite driver.
Anyway, yeah, that's a good point, well made.
Stengel, but in theory, Stengel will win the gentleman elite class. There is an elite class, which we had last year, of course, when Ollie Bryant was racing. With Carl Tilley, it was an elite. So when they made their pit stops, they had 40 seconds. So they had 2 sets of 20. We didn't have the burden of glory back then. But I don't understand why Andrew Jordan is, you know, a British touring car champion. A lot of successes, considered a gentleman. He may be a gentleman in life, but
yes, well, indeed. You know, if you can save yourself from having a top rank, you will take it. But
yeah,
right
you've
now,
got to take it, haven't you? But it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Well, Matt Neal is a touring car champion, and he's in this, and he's an elite. Andrew Jordan's had as much success in touring cars as Matt Neal.
You'd have to say Matt Neal must be getting close enough to getting an age dispensation on that. He's probably getting close to...
Yeah, he's in his 50s, yeah.
And obviously, Emmanuel Pirro, as you said, because he's 60 plus, he gets to be a regular gentleman.
Yeah. Anyway, so it is. Jordan pulling away, actually not pulling away. James Turner's closed up on him in a couple of seconds. Andrew's just obviously tapped off a bit, doesn't need to go any quicker. Still doing some good lap times. And in fact, having just said that, I see that on this current lap, Andrew Jordan pulled away best part of a second in sector 1. So.
Got to keep your focus, keep your interest right through to the end. And that 90-minute race, certainly plenty of action from the very outset of this race, the get-go, as some people will call it in the States in particular, but it doesn't matter what language you're speaking. This is the language of just brilliant cars that are so poised and balanced and fun. Fun is the operative word. You were talking about Ted Tuppen wanting to race them, wanted a bit more metal around him, but they're light on their feet.
He's back in the pits again, Ted, now.
Yeah,
I don't know, he made that early stop now, but he's learning about these cars.
The sunshine returns after a little flurry, tiny flurry for about 2 or 3 laps of rain. Mainly it seemed to be at the start of the lap, certainly the higher points of the circuit. That's gone away. Now cars, it's like Technicolor has returned to the...
That 16 car was well off the field then. It was like a battle a bit with a bit of cramp.
It's the trouble, the cockpit's too small. It's like the late 80s in Formula 1 when they didn't want any tall drivers in, so they gave them cars that might give them cramp. That wasn't the intention, but that was the designers trying to move into the 90s by making the smallest cockpits they possibly could for aerodynamic advantage or otherwise. Right, Andrew Jordan, 6.5 minutes remaining in the race, getting on towards 30 seconds. He can back off a bit.
Another person made a bit of progress, Phil Quaife, is up to 8th now.
Yeah, and with the if he can keep chipping away, there's a... Did I say it was a 5-second penalty for the number 71 driven by Johannes Stengel? He's only 7 seconds down, so that could change right at the very, very end of this 90 minutes of racing. It's been very, very entertaining, and certainly for car number 9, started by Matt Home, not yet finished by Andrew Jordan. There it is, car number 9. It's sort of RAF blue, as I think, but when you see it's more colourful from the front with 2 or 3 blue bands on its nose. But again, they look remarkably standard. And just to think, these cars, 61 years old.
Yeah, I know, it's extraordinary, isn't it, when you think about that?
Talk about a car creating a company. You had 4 runners that were increasingly good, but the 911 hit the sweet spot and have just carried on ever since.
There was the 356 beforehand, and you could still see the DNA and the shape of the 356 in a 911, and that 911 shape and that roof line is still reflected in today's latest, still called 911s, aren't they? Well, of course, the other thing, they've gone from air cooling, which these are, to the water cooling. I don't think there's any air-cooled cars around these days.
No, I can't remember which the last model was. Someone was even talking about it.
Probably a Wartburg or something funny like that.
Yeah.
So, Andrew Jordan heading towards the finish line with car started by Matt, who is in the drinks distribution business. On different islands. The Maldives, I think he supplies all the sort of...
Oh, right.
Yeah, things like that. And it's interesting these people, what they do.
I know it's extraordinary jobs you didn't even think existed, but then it does, and they've cornered the market.
Yeah, you
Full
find
marks
it
for
is,
them.
yeah.
Got to have a brain with a different shape to mine to imagine these things, that's for sure.
Well,
but if they told me when I was young that the reward would be racing something like this, I'd probably tried a bit harder in that particular aspect of thinking about blue sky thinking, as I think
blue sky thinking, yeah.
I think you called it greenfield thinking earlier.
Yeah,
but that's quite a nice idea as well.
Yeah. Did I say greenfield? I knew I meant blue sky.
You knew what you meant.
Yeah, you knew what I meant. Nobody else did.
Right. Lovely conditions now, but Andrew Jordan, another lap, and certainly sitting in the pits, or standing in the pits, or jumping up and down in the pits. Matt Home should be very content. His car well clear of the field. Be best part of 30 seconds to good, even if Andrew Jordan backs off. James Turner, chased after number 15. There is 15, David Danglard, who was such a feature in the first half of the race. He would have done all 90 minutes, so, some do, some don't, but certainly he'll be quite tired at the end. But he really attacked, and there was that 3-car battle in the early stages of the race, and there were a few scars of battle on the left-hand flank of his car, but nothing untoward. And Christian Albrecht is now having a go at him, and third position is not even going to go to David Danglard. Well, he's side by side at the moment. But Albrecht, remember, caught the 3 cars, 40 and gone straight by them and straight past. He has driven a supreme race, you'd have to say. So third place for him. How David Danglard won't go home with the top 3 positions, I do not know.
I think it really rooted the tyres over there. Yeah. This series has been going the best part of 10 years. I haven't followed it earlier on, but I think this will be one of James Turner's best results. I mean, he's been in it a lot. I mean, he created it, and it's quite something to create a series and racing it, but to create a series, racing it, and then get on the podium and drive with a 5 times Le Mans winner, how good is that?
Yeah, it's pretty good. They raced, I think they were race sharing, but they're not at Barcelona. Certainly.
No, they did, yes.
They did, didn't they?
Yeah.
And anyhow, but now the sky's being as dramatic as the racing. Certain angles around this track, you can see, there we are, look. Cars come over the crest and drop down into Virage de la Bretelle, out beyond the first corner where the track was at its wettest. Oh, sorry, we're looking the opposite direction. I've got the camera wrong. That's going through turn 6. Dark, dark skies, but we'll get to the end of this one before any rain comes. We only have 2 minutes remaining, but look, parts of the track, bright sunshine.
I think we've got our races done now, Bruce, almost, but I think they've got one practice session left. So I don't think we're covering, have we?
No, we've got one more race. We've got the classic endurance race.
Yes, we can't. Yeah, I was looking.
Oh, it's qualifying.
It's a quali.
Oh, no, that's right, yeah.
I don't know.
You're quite right. Well done. There we are. I got so excited. I got my notes out, almost ready for the next one.
Gaslighting me, Bruce.
I'm so yes, whatever that means. So right, here we go. A minute and a half remaining, and the lead is not 30 seconds. I do exaggerate. So it's 29.839 seconds. That's Andrew Jordan's lead over James Turner. Both of them can actually back off a little bit because James has. Yes, he's being hunted by Christian Albrecht, but he's 7 seconds clear of him. That should be fine. But for our race leader, one more lap to come, and here he comes, bouncing over the curbs, Andrew Jordan.
It was such an interesting move for Andrew, because remember when he pulled out of touring cars and started to do historics, I thought, that's a strange move. You know, quite a touring car career left. You know, he wasn't.
Yeah, but you know what? The simple story is that people in some touring car championships cannot really make a living. They keep the top runs. We've seen Jake Hill move away. Andrew Jordan, of course, with the influence of Father Mike, they've got such a supreme business in historic racing, and he races it really, really well. And you know, you have to consider they could run their business for decades to come, whereas your career as a top touring car driver will inevitably come to an end. So it's a sensible thing, and he's such an enthusiast. But great to see. So Andrew Jordan goes on to the last lap of the race. James Turner, at some point, will be coming about half a minute later over the start-finish line to start his final lap, but Christian Albrecht will be chipping away at him. He set the third fastest lap of the race, but James should have enough in hand. But right now, sweeping out of turn 1, the wonderful double droite, goes our race leader, Andrew Jordan.
It must be so satisfying for him, because here he is going to win this race, fingers crossed, with a guy who's come as a customer of his. He's helped coach him to drive, and the guy gets really quick, and they can win races together. But you know, what more can you do for your customer than help him win a race?
No, exactly. And we all know some partnerships work, and some drivers are very quick, but they don't turn out to be very good coaches, because it's about people, isn't it? So many things are about people, and if you don't have that chemistry, and also need to drive your instructor to listen.
But and it's great, you know, because Mike Jordan is a terrific driver through all sorts of different things that Mike raced. And I remember introducing me to Andrew when he was about 11 or 12 at an Auto Sport show, and saying, you know, I want him to follow in my footsteps. And, you know.
Well,
and here he is, you know.
It's never a given, but he's certainly passed on some magic to Andrew, and Andrew's taken it with both hands. And here he is, sweeping with just not so many metres left to go. The final climb onto the start-finish straight. 90 minutes about to come to an end in the 2-litre Cup race for Porsches. It's been a hit from day one. It goes from strength to strength. And Andrew Jordan will be augmenting the starting form of Matt Home, and victory is theirs. They started on pole, they're finished in first position.
Jordan, Turner, Albrecht, Dagland, Borjuela, Strengle, Phil Quaife comes home 7th, Feustel 8th.
Feustel's just been hit with a drive-through penalty, so he's out of the top 10, I'd suggest.
It might just get Matt Neal into 10th, maybe. Depends on the penalty. We'll look at the results. Tomorrow morning we'll probably do a bit of a recap, because there might be a few other changes. We had 3 terrific races today, and a lot more tomorrow, of course. We'll be running from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I think, Bruce, isn't it? Is that what time is starting?
Yeah, the first race tomorrow is 9 o'clock. Heritage Touring Cup, what a field they'll have for that. So,
we got lots of touring cars tomorrow, and we got lots of sort of sports prototypes and all that kind of thing coming up. So we look forward to that. But as one-make racing goes, doesn't get much better than this, does it? And of course, we've got lots of... At the other end, we've still got, alongside Grand Prix, Porsche Super Cup races. But you know what? They're not as exciting as this.
No, they're not. I always remember Eddie Irvine come up with an amazing quote, because they used to have a guest driver in the Porsche Super Cups. This is a long time ago. And I said to him, he was racing at Imola, I said, how's it feel? He went, it's like driving a car that was towing a caravan. I said, I don't think Porsche will particularly like that comment, but that was Eddie Irvine, always with a wonderful quote.
He was, yeah. Well, there was caravan racing at one time, you know. They actually raced with caravans on the back at Silverstone. Did you not know that?
No, I did know that, and I think the crowd rather loved it when the car went round the corner, the caravan didn't.
Well, it usually fell over. They finished up just racing the chassis, you know.
Right, even as the cars cross the line, a few penalties being applied. Obviously, the drive-through penalty for car number 36 outside the top 10. Florian Feustel down to 12th place overall. So Matt Neal did get into the top 10.
Well done to Matt.
There you have it. But, you know, that race belonged to Matt Home and Andrew Jordan. Honourable mentions to David Danglard and James Turner for his run. Here is James Turner coming to second place.
Great.
You'll be delighted with that. And Emmanuel Impero will be suitably enthusiastic. And also... certainly David Danglard entertained us, and Andrew Smith in the opening stage of the race. What a scrap that duo had.
Feel a bit sorry for David Danglard in a way, but, you know, I suppose he overdrove, didn't he? And then, I suspect, rooted the tyres, as I said earlier on. But nevertheless, he provided an enormous amount of entertainment in the process.
Well, he did, and you know, the fans here, and there are many people around the slopes, banks, the circuit, they'll have loved watching that. And if you were sitting at turn 5, turn 4, as the cars drop down the hill, you can watch them all the way out of Brettel down to the uphill right-hander at turn 5 and see the overtaking manoeuvres. But Andrew Jordan out of the car, gloves off, helmet still on, that will come off, but that'll be a lot of satisfaction. Can't see Matt Home as yet, but taking that victory, well, it was victory in the end by 31 seconds.
Yeah. Matt Home gone home. Matt Home gone home.
I've done.
There he is, Andrew. Nice shot, cameraman. Hats off to our cameraman down in the pits. He's done a great job.
Yeah.
And all the crew, all the cameraman, excellent job. So there's, where's James? Let's see, James, he's going to be excited.
Oh, there's going to be a big smile on his face. And then for Christian Albrecht, who drove so well to third place, he was one of the stars of the race, building on the work of Jan Hunger early on. There is Emmanuel Impero.
With no brakes.
Good job.
There's almost a sigh of relief there from James, but do not underestimate his form. He was mighty as he chased after David
There was a
Danglard.
lot of pressure. And
good job. How cool was that? Thanks, mate. Nice one, boss. You're a star. Well done. We'll get you out there too.
That's taped up in there.
How was that, man? Unbelievable.
You got to believe it.
You what?
With the brakes, any more issues?
Just tell them up. Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's cool. It was just I think they were really snatchy at the front as well.
Drivers, never happy. Always something wrong. But, you know, I think all the drivers who competed in that will just look back at the highlights and watch the full race on replay. There's Mark Owen, the director, down to congratulate
It's so cool. You have to come and
James now enthusiastic, but they will love looking at that race because these cars are just perfect for Dijon-Prenois. The way they move around, the way they're small, you can attack. But let us go down because Vincent is going to interview with our winning crew, Matt Home, and the driver certainly who finished it, brought it home to take victory by 30 seconds, Andrew Jordan.
At the end of this race with car number 9, the car of the winners, and we have James Turner with Emmanuel Impero in second place. Andrew Jordan. Andrew, it was a nice race as usual with the Porsche 911 2 liters. How was it?
Lovely. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's we've won quite a bit with this car with myself and Matt at Goodwood and stuff, so it doesn't come out very often, and he said let's dust it off and bring it out to Dijon. It's such a lovely circuit, but the car wasn't very good yesterday in qualifying, so we tinkered with it overnight, and it was just it was a delight to drive then, it really was.
Great, congratulations Andrew, great victory once again. And this is James Turner, second of the classification, and Matt Holm. Matt, first of all, happy with the result?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, so very, very happy. Yeah. It's a great event, a great series, and a lovely circuit. It's a nice day out. Really happy.
Great, thank you very much. James Turner, being the partner of Emmanuel Impero was a good thing.
Yeah, it was. It's a privilege to race with him, and it's a privilege to be here. Thank you for everything. Super cool.
It's a nice result, second place, very nice result.
It's my first ever second place, so I'm very happy. It was my dad's birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to him.
Okay, it's just a question of guys who are very happy at the end of this day here.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Vincent. Drinks on James, I suggest.
I didn't think he'd had a second place in this series before. I knew he hadn't won it, but terrific shot. And Andrew saying, overnight work by this crew, and they sorted the car out, made it better.
Yeah, but even at the end, they were still, you could see him with Emanuele already thinking about how they could improve it further. But that's racers. That's what it really is all about. But yeah, that was just so much fun, and that is why the Porsche 2-litre Cup has been such a hit ever since it was created. And for one still to be going so strong after so many years, because often motor racing can be cyclical. But I tell you what, one thing that will never go out of fashion is the Porsche 2-litre Cup. And I certainly think the race here at Dijon-Prenois was fantastic. So let's take a look back at some fantastic highlights. So we have come to the end of the first of 2 days of racing at the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or at Dijon-Prenois. We start again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Heritage Touring Cup 1, and we run through until the Gentleman Challenge has its second race coming up towards 6 o'clock in the evening, starting at just gone 5 o'clock. So from me, Bruce Jones, and from Andrew Marriott, it's been quite a day so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly been a busy day, and I had a great result from James Thorpe and Phil Quaife, of course. We didn't expect the E-Types to beat the Cobras, but they did. So maybe a few surprises coming up tomorrow, though.
Well, we're looking forward to it very much. And thank you, too, as we look at this fabulous circuit, to Vincent Franssen down in the pits and to the whole Stop and Go crew. But certainly for the Le Mans Classic Series, join us tomorrow And it has been a fantastic occasion for day one, and the weather's been kind, a little flurry of rain, but right here, right now,
hotter tomorrow.
Hotter tomorrow. So much to come, and some of the cars you won't have seen yet because we've only had the first few races, 3 of the 9 here at Circuit of Dijon-Prenois, a classic in so many ways, but for historic racing, it is one of the places to be, and a brilliant meeting. Do make sure we start just before 9 o'clock on Sunday. Goodbye.